Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Harness BLACKWHIP Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku rushed through the city. He had been given word that another of All for One's closest assassins had been sent out to find him, if he is capable of taking this one down. He'd finally get some information about All for One's location and finally bring the villain to his knees and complete a fight that had started 200 years in the making. Flying across the skyline of the city, it rains strong as he can barely see 60 feet in front of himself as he breathes heavily. The Vestiges had informed him along this flight that if he continued like this any longer, he'd kill himself from overexerting himself just searching for a 200-year-old villain who didn't want to be found. Izuku had been at this for weeks, multiple in fact. Ever since All for One had escaped from Tartarus, he'd left you believing that the man would attack the place in a bid to get to him and make him give up one for all. Leaving the school was a blessing in disguise since most of the civilians he'd led there didn't really want him there and would gladly send him to his death in the event that their own lives are saved. Woe is the life of a hero, he guesses, but he just arrived outside the location from where the assassin, based on if his information gathering is correct, was located. Staring down at the man from on a nearby building, Izuku found out the villain was one of the more dangerous ones he'd faced yet. One who was not afraid to use civilians as meat shields from his attacks if he wanted to make sure he survived any attacks from him, not like Izuku would outright kill him since he has a no-kill rule as a hero. Shaking his head from getting too ahead of himself, he touched down on the ground right in view of the villain who smiled from behind their mask and spoke to him in a very smug attitude. So the successor of All Might has finally shown up? I have been waiting here for a while. I even brought some guests. The villain cackled as a civilian screamed in fear. Don't let him kill us. We don't want to die. Please save us. They all cried as Izuku took a few steps before feeling himself tremble slightly. You've used up almost all of your strength, Ninth. You need to get out of there. Yoichi spoke in his head, a palm sensation being placed on Izuku's shoulder. I need to take this guy down, then I will take a break. Izuku muttered to himself. Moving forwards, Izuku rushed towards the villain as he used his quirk in a bid to protect himself. Izuku paused very briefly in order to stop himself from attacking a civilian before he heard the villain cackling as he spoke. Use your quirks to bring me his body. All for One will love to see how I manage to kill the current user of One for All. The villain said, madly cackling. As soon as each and every civilian converged on Izuku's location, the boy was pushed to the ground. Each and every civilian taking off his costume piece by unbearable piece. He heard explosions in the distance, thinking that another villain was attacking the city, but that was when a strange feeling overtook his entire mind, causing him to widen them in surprise as he looked at a civilian who was looking at him in guilt. This is for your own good, kid. My quirk allows me to transport people to other dimensions. I'm not sure if you'll be capable of coming back, however. The civilian said, as Izuku felt his entire form suddenly squish itself into a tiny ball and completely disappear. Just moments after Izuku had completely disappeared from the world, an explosion appeared above the villain who had captured Izuku. And the person was revealed to be Bakugo as he glared at all the civilians who held onto a singular item. The tracker that was on Deku's phone. Deku was gone, and he had no idea what happened to him. In another world, the one Izuku was coming towards and being formed in. A man stood next to a younger boy, who appeared to be at least half his height. The man was missing his left arm, had a scar on the right side of his face extending from his forehead down his right eye and close to his chin. His hair was jet black in color, the same with his eyes, and wore a GI that was orange in color with a blue sash belt and blue wristbands and also had blue and black boots. He overlooked the city that was currently under attack, and he powered up in an emotional rage. Hiya! He yelled as his hair turned yellow and eyes a teal color. He also had a yellow aura moving around him as though they were flames. Gohan, let me come help you fight. I'm stronger than last time. The smaller boy said, looking up at the man, whose name was Gohan. Not a chance, Trunks. You're too weak to take the androids on. I need you to get to Bulma and have her evacuate Capsule Corporation. The androids are too close to West City. Gohan said as he looked at the city. You plan on fighting them, right? What do you think you can do with only one arm? That's suicide. Trunks said as he looked at his mentor extremely worried. Trunks, you know as well as I do that you're not ready to help me in this fight. If you stay, you will only be in my way. Gohan said as he prepared to leave. I can help you, Gohan. You can't just go out there on your own, you'll get yourself killed. Trunks said, rushing to keep up with the man. I'm sorry, Trunks, but it has to be this way. Gohan said, as he pulled the boy into an impromptu hug. What a yo! Trunks went to ask before a piercing pain hit him in the neck. The boy stared at his mentor in shock before passing out on the spot, his mentor catching his unconscious form and laying it down softly on the dirt. The man growled to himself as he glared at the city, explosions going off in the distance to show that things were getting worse and worse. Not to mention the fact that the longer he waited, the higher the chances that more people were going to die if he didn't step in and allow them time to escape. If I remember correctly, this is Ginger Town. I'm sorry, Trunks, but you're just not ready to fight them right now. I'm at fault for not training you well enough to where you could fight them without my presence. And as a MS tier, I failed you. This is my final lesson. Keep yourself safe, you are this world's last hope. Gohan said, before taking off. Unknown to Gohan, a few tears fell down Trunks' face as Gohan said those final words. In the city, the two androids in question were sitting on some destroyed rubble of nearby buildings they destroyed. A woman with blonde hair with blue eyes was looking in front of herself at her brother with nothing but boredom in her expression. The young man was standing on a higher piece of rubble blasting some poor humans to smithereens as he made a game out of it. He couldn't help but laugh at all the screams of agony the pitiful humans gave when his blasts pierced them. He looked back at his sister with a smirk on his face that was growing tired. You know what? I'm bored, the android said with a sigh. You are bored? The feminine android said, lifting an arm. Yeah, I'm bored of this whole destroyer of world shtick, you know? The android said, before blasting another human as a Wilhelm scream was heard in the distance. Okay, weren't you the one who wanted to kill all these humans? The female android asked. Yeah, but that was to bring out Blondie and his little protege. I like fighting them, they're like something we can have fun with. Lee like a pet? The young man said as he shook his head. Well, since Blondie isn't coming, we should probably hit another place. Which city is close by? The female asked. Last time I checked a sign. Was West City. But nah, I'd rather go to a different city. The young android replied before the sound of whistling air was heard by the two of them. What the dash? The young android asked, before he was kicked in the face. As he was launched into a nearby building that was somehow still intact, he smashed into the top of it and fell down each and every flight. With some comedic words towards the person who did it to him. You goddamn cheap son of a bitch. The young man called out angrily. Ha! He slapped your sheet. The female android laughed as she held her stomach. On the rubble that the previous android was on, Gohan landed. His face was that of a neutral scowl, and he was glaring at both androids as the woman moved back towards her brother who had come out with ripped clothing, and his facial expression wasn't a nice one. You know what? That's it. I'm killing every last human. Android 17 said, as his black hair waved in the wind. None of you are leaving here alive. I'm stronger than I was before. And now I'm here to put you both in your place and dismantle you heartless androids. Gohan screamed out as his aura flared out. Man, you lost some weight. I'm pretty sure that it's what, 5 to 10 pounds? I don't know, how much does an arm weigh? Android 18 asked, her blonde hair waving in the wind as well. Gotta hand it to ya, pal. You got guts coming at us asymmetrical and everything. But there is one thing that you are forgetting. For hands are better than one. 17 said, as both he and 18 entered a combat stance. You may be teaming up against me, but there is one thing that I will not let go unaccounted for. Not one death will go unaccounted for, not one. Gohan yelled, as he flared his aura out farther than before. And with that stated, all three fighters jumped into the air, moving faster than the human eye could perceive. Gohan flew high into the air as he rushed at 17 and kicked him in the face before being tackled into another building by he grappled with her before grabbing her face with his remaining arm and threw her at 17 as he sent a blast towards them, forcing the siblings to dodge out of the way. As the building crumbled around him, Gohan used this chance to rush at the two as they were flying around the building as he sent a punch into 17's face, this time causing him to be stunned before grabbing 18's ankle and pulling her down into another building. He such targets as he sent a ki blast at 17, who created an energy barrier that Gohan had flown past and broke through with sheer physical might, grabbing the young man and pulling him in to headbutt him before kicking him down to the ground as he sent a few more ki blasts to make him slam into it that much harder. With that done, he looked over at 18, who had come out of the rubble, and sent a multitude of swift strikes at him as he dodged to the right and left before being kneed in the gut as 17 attacked, this time smashing him in the face with his own fist. 18 then kicked him in the gut again as 17 slammed both of his fists into Gohan's back as he slammed through multiple fallen over buildings. He dodged out of the rubble from a few ki blasts that the androids threw at him as he created a ball of energy in his hand. Waiting until they were close enough, he threw it on the ground, giving him enough move to fly through the air as the two followed after him. They came on both sides of him as they created two new attacks. 17 created two large ki ball, as 18 sent a flurry of pink energy blasts that were in quick succession flying towards him. Pulling his right arm into his ST, Gohan let out a quiet voice of an energy shield as he was surrounded by a teal energy protecting him from any damage. Of course, he was tackled out of it this time as he was pushed through multiple buildings. Once he fell out of the next one, he grabbed the face of 17 and dragged it through the many condos balconies as they fell towards the ground as the android's face was smashed in. By the time Gohan neared the ground, he kicked 17 away from him as he blocked a hit from 18 as she sent a kick towards him that he blocked with his own before quite literally punching the woman in the throat, causing her to cough out in pain. He then grabbed her by the arm and spun around in the air before letting her go flying into her brother as they flew through multiple other buildings. He didn't give them enough time to retaliate as he appeared above the two as they struggled to stand back up. 17 was crouched as 18 was laying on her back as they noticed Gohan floating in the air, his aura flaring higher and higher in the sky as a yellow energy was glowing from his hand in front of his forehead. The clouds were coming in strong now as dark ones took over the sky. Gohan's face showed pure anger and hatred as the glow over his face increased in its intensity. As he pointed the hand out towards the two downed androids, he let out a massive scream as the blast careened through the sky towards the two. The last thing the two saw was a large beam of energy in front of themselves before their surroundings were engulfed in a massive explosion that rocked the entire planet. And high in the sky, Gohan was seen breathing heavily as he looked down at the destroyed remains of the city that had once been named Ginger Town. Looking up at the sky, Gohan felt as though he could use this time to escape as the civilians in the city surely managed to escape in the ensuing chaos of his fight with the two androids. But he knew better. There had to be at least a few more civilians in the city as he lowered himself to the ground, if this was going to be how he died. He'd make DMN sure that he secured the kill on both androids. Floating down from the sky, he landed on the ground crouching as he left Super Saiyan. He breathed in some much-needed air into his lungs as he glared at the arms sticking out of the rubble, his black-colored eyes taking in their unmoving forms as close as possible before he heard one of them speak. "Whoops, Psyche," 17 said, as he hauled himself out of the rubble. Gohan grunted as he looked at them in shock and anger. "Haha." 18 laughed as she got up out of the rubble with her brother. Gohan just glared at the two, transforming back into Super Saiyan. Whatever remnants of his power he could use of it. And as he glared at the two in a knowing expression that this is not going to end how he thought it would, he made peace with the fact that he'd provide the perfect distraction for the civilians to escape from the city in the wake of his death. As if to make matters worse, rain began to fall as if to all but demand that his demise was incoming. Something that Gohan was really having trouble wishing wasn't a reality at the moment. He had to save all the energy he had for one last move that could make or break this ending fight against the androids. He had a very minuscule amount, but damn it, he really wanted them dead. "I feel awful for having to disappoint you like this, but we've only been fighting at half our full power," 17 said, as Gohan's facial expression hardened. Heh. You're not going anywhere, Gohan. Kill him, full power? 18 said, as both she and 17 entered a combat stance. Gohan stared at the two in anticipation as the two moved behind one another. And faster than even he could predict in the moment, they rushed him and, in a bid to get the stronger of the two out of the fight, he sped up and tried to kick 17 in the face and get him out of the fight. It was given with mixed results. 17 was kicked, but he didn't even move a muscle as 18 had punched him in the face, sending him skidding back before she kicked him into the air. Now it was time for the androids to play around with Gohan as they tossed him around the air, as if he were a pinball inside of a pinball machine. Eventually, however, they had kicked him through multiple buildings as he landed on the ground and was dragged through it. Once he got back up in order to fight the two with his dwindling energy, 17 came in and punched him extremely strong in the gut, forcing him to bend over in pain as he coughed up spittle. 18 then came up behind him as she used a backhanded strike to send him rag-dolling across the street, and before he could even hit another building, 17 kicked him high into the air as the two began a sadistic dance. Come on, you've got to have more than that. 17 taunted as Gohan rushed towards him. Gohan sent a one-arm strike at 17, who deftly dodged it without trouble as he sent two counters at him. One caused him to stumble backwards in the air before the last one. A kick to his chin sent him reeling backwards as he moved back to get away from him. Haha. So the fun's over, isn't it? 18 asked, an evil smirk on her face. You said you were gonna defeat us, right? Come on. 17 taunted Gohan again as the young man did his best to stay away from the two. As soon as 17 said this, Gohan went to attack the android before 18 came up behind him, slamming her fist into his back, sending him blasting past 17, and then she kicked him upwards as he stopped himself from flying further out, red electricity holding him still. And Earth. Gohan grunted in excruciating pain. As he tried to collect his breath as well as regain some stamina, he watched as the two androids suddenly appeared in the air just a few meters away from him. They flew around in the air as 18 rushed towards him, sending a palm into Gohan's face as it sent him flying backwards that he was barely able to stop himself from flying away further. Then 18 and 17 did a mid-air maneuver that caused them both to spin in a small circle in the air before launching themselves at Gohan. 18 slammed a kick into Gohan's sternum, before 17 had kicked Gohan in the face, which was followed by a punch to Gohan's CT as the two finally sent out a mixture of punches and kicks all over Gohan's torso, blasting him through a building. They then appeared in front of him, this time as he floated up in the sky as he breathed heavily. He was out of strength to fight, and he knew that his time was up for protecting the civilians, and that was when he heard it. 18 beginning to speak. I think we should just put him out of his misery, 17, she said, as she floated across from Gohan. Okay. Show's over, I guess, he stated, surprisingly neutral about it. Even if you beat me, someone else will rise to the surface and take my place. To dismantle you heartless androids, Gohan yelled, although coughing through half of it. And as soon as that interaction was complete, 18 disappeared from Gohan's sight. She reappeared behind him as a ki blast was charged in her right hand as she blasted Gohan in the back. He fell down from the sky at high speeds, crashing through multiple balconies before he slammed into the ground, a massive crater forming from his body, hitting the ground harder than anything he'd done to the androids himself. As he laid on his back, he breathed in softly as he began to believe that this is where he'd die, alone in a city where the civilians had been able to use his death in order to escape. A small smile appeared on his face as he propped himself up and prepared himself for one last-ditch effort of an attack that had to be used at the right time. Both androids appeared high above him as he struggled to hold himself up with a singular arm as he sat upright but not standing. The two androids prepared a multitude of blasts in their hands as they stared down at the defeated warrior that they'd taken on at the same time, and without waiting any longer, began their barrage of blasts. Time seemed to move in slow motion as they fell from the sky and made their way to Gohan as he sat still, waiting for the right moment. And when the blasts were at their peak, Gohan began to transform as yellow sparks of electricity sparked around his body before he transformed, pulling his arm back as a swirl of blue energy formed in his right palm. His teal eye glared at them through their attacks, surprising them from the animosity and bloodlust coming from the young man as he spoke out loud. Me. Gohan called out, as a blue energy formed in his hand as it glowed ominously behind him. Ha-iya! He screamed out as he blasted a Kamehameha right at the androids. The power from the blast coming out of nowhere and smashing right into the android's multitude of blasts caused a beam struggle to happen. Gohan pushed as strong as he could at the moment as he thought about everything in his life that led up to this moment. His beam pushed up and nearly reached the androids before their volley of blasts had pushed his back down. But it was moved up slightly before pushed down once more as it stayed in the middle of the air as both sides pushed strong. Gohan let out a grunt of effort as his entire body trembled from the amount of pain he was undergoing from launching a Kamehameha from a seated position. Both androids, however, didn't care about the young man as they pushed that much harder, overpowering his beam. Slowly but surely their multitude of blasts began to push Gohan's energy down as the young man grunted in effort to try and keep it away from himself. His body was pushed down to the ground as he tried to push as strong as he could. "You can do it, Gohan. I believe in you, kid." Two voices came out in his head. Gohan was deeply confused by the voices, as they sounded familiar to him somehow. Shaking his head, he pushed that much harder since whoever these two voices were, they believed in him, and as he pushed as much as his body could allow and then something amazing happened. He managed to push the blasts back. Even if they were pushed back to the middle of the air again, he'd managed to overpower the androids just enough to cause a neutral battle to begin. And as he did his best to push them back, when he needed his energy the most, it flickered out. His Super Saiyan form fading away as his energy was replaced with his diminished energy of his base form as his Kamehameha was overpowered instantly as the blasts broke his beam instantly and the blasts moved about his form. He let out a scream of anguish and pain as the blasts pierced through his body, creating a large explosion around himself. "Awawaya!" Gohan screamed as the beams began to pierce his body. "Trunks, you have to survive. Your last hope," Gohan thought, before feeling something wrapping around his body. Watching the fight from afar was a beaten and bruised Izuku. He looked at the beams of energy as they were blasting one another. He noticed the yellow energy begin to taper out as he immediately rushed in order to help the person there. The yellow energy that he'd seen was a good guy from what he could tell, and these androids were not good people, so as he rushed with float and OFA to get to the man and save him. He watched as the multitude of blasts had begun to destroy the area around the man as Izuku heard the scream of agony and pain, and once he was close enough, he pulled out BLACKWHIP and moved it out towards the explosion. He didn't know if it'd work, but DMN it. He'd make sure that he'd save the guy from dying at any cost. As he watched the black WHP enter the explosion, he was happy when he watched it not be destroyed, but it moved past each and every blast. It wrapped around the man and Izuku managed to yank him out of the explosion, and as the androids continued to blast the one spot, Izuku used float in order to fly both himself as well as the man away from their current position in the city. He knew that if he and the man were spotted, they'd be immediately targeted for termination and killed on the spot. Even he knew that he'd be completely useless against them in a fight as he was now. And as he flew away, Izuku decided to try and do something he'd thought would only work in movies and anime. He placed a hand on the taller man's body and tried to push something into him, ki/energy or whatever it was called in those old shows, and a small green aura surrounded his form and the man's as they flew towards a nearby cliff. Izuku felt his entire body shrink in on itself before suddenly disappearing from the world he had been trying to protect. He had no idea what was happening, but as soon as he felt his body reappearing in a different place, his exhaustion had caught up with him enough to where, by the time he landed on the ground, he'd passed out. Whilst he was out cold, he felt himself be pulled into the vestige world of One for All as he found himself surrounded on all sides by the previous users of One for All as they looked over his exhausted form. They looked at one another, their voices nothing more than muffled noise in the background as he tried his best to lay on the ground to at least catch his breath. "For the last time, Yoichi, we need to figure out where we are. We can't afford to have our guards lowered." A familiar voice rang out. "Second, I know that you would rather Ninth to be on guard at all times, but he needs to rest." Yoichi's voice replied in a just as angered shout. Yoichi, we know that you care for Ninth, but he can't afford to be unconscious at this point in time. We don't know where we landed after that civilian took us away from Mizudafu. Third said, as he angrily glared at the others who were standing in front of Izuku's prone form. Sorry, Third, but we're not letting you get anywhere near the boy. He needs to catch up on some Z's so that he can be fully prepared to fight when he wakes up. Daigoro growled as he glared at Third and Second. You don't get it. We don't know where we are. For all we know, Ninth could have appeared in an area within All for One's control. He could be experimenting on Ninth right now. Second yelled, before a small voice called out from behind everyone. Guys, as much as I would appreciate some rest, I'd like to know where we are. Izuku called out, causing everyone to look back at him. Izuku, you can't do that. You were barely capable of standing without BLACKWHIP to assist you. You need to get some rest. Nana said as she looked at him with a worried expression. Nana-san, I know that you want me to stay out of fights for right now. And that is what I will do, but I want to at least know where I am right now. Izuku said, looking at her with a pleading expression. Okay, but I will make sure you are unconscious and resting by the time you get out of wherever you are at. Nana said, as Izuku nodded. Once Izuku felt the world of One for All slowly fading behind himself. In the physical world, his body trembled slightly from the rain falling on him. Shaking his head as he stared out at the sky, he shivered from the cold rain as he shook his body before using BLACKWHIP to assist him even more with getting up from the ground. As he took in his surroundings, he found himself in a ruined cityscape, very similar to Mizudafu from all the attacks that villains had done to it in the past. But there was a massive flaw with this cityscape that Izuku took note of over his world city. This world cityscape had been vastly different from his own, as the buildings looked as though they had once been far more advanced than that of his own worlds. He began to think that this place he was in was far more advanced in technology than his own home, and came to the conclusion that he was now in an opposite world or dimension to his own. That was when the world decided to have an explosion take place not too far away from his positioning, as he turned around to find a massive explosion taking place a bit down the road from the building he stood on. Jumping from rooftop to rooftop, he rushed as fast as he could to see if he could assist anyone who needed help. But what he saw shocked him greatly. A man wearing an orange GI was floating in the air, his hair yellowish-white in color, as a fiery aura slowly disappeared from the sides of his body before he began to lower himself to the ground. Izuku had no clue who this was, but he knew for a fact that he had to be a hero, because heroes wear costumes that make them extremely recognizable. And as he pushed forward through the falling rain, he landed on a nearby building to watch what was happening between the blonde and the rubble not too far from where he was landing. He watched in awe as the blonde-haired man had suddenly lost the blonde hair, with a small amount of his aura leaving with it. All that remained was a black-haired man who appeared to be quite literally running on fumes for his energy stockpile as Izuku stayed hidden. He knew from experience that it was better to stay hidden to make sure he gets the situation better than just rushing in without a plan of attack, and as he watched from afar, he listened in on a conversation that was bound to happen. Whoops, Psyche. A young man's voice rang out from the rubble. The black-haired man grunted in shock as the two bodies came out of the rubble. Ha ha ha, the feminine person said, as they pushed their hair behind her ear. Izuku watched as the man who was apparently fighting the two people go back into his blonde-haired form. And the young man was prepared to enter the fight to assist the two younger-looking people before danger sense kicked in very much towards the two people who stood across from the orange GI-wearing man. I feel awful for having to disappoint you like this, but we've only been fighting at half our full power, the black straight-haired young man said, with a smirk. You're not going anywhere, Gohan. Kill him, full power? The woman said, as the two entered a combat stance. As Izuku prepared to enter the fight, he was stopped when the man across from the two had glared even harder, a bloodlust coming from him that made the hero killer stains look like it was child's play. The glare he gave the two androids showed that if he had the power, he could wipe them out if he so pleased, but just couldn't stand up to them alone, and that is when Izuku watched as the two people rushed at the man. His heroic nature tried to kick in at the moment, but that was when Izuku watched as all three fighters disappeared from his view. He was bewildered for the moment as to how they were capable of moving so fast that he couldn't even see them. But that was when he looked up into the air and found the trio fighting even more, although the orange GI-wearing man was definitely losing the fight as he failed multiple attacks and dodges if him being tossed around like a rag doll was the end result. Shaking his head, Izuku waited for the perfect moment to strike as he could only watch on as the orange GI-wearing man was quite literally beaten all over the city and blasted through buildings before they sent multiple strikes to his body that blasted him back over the building he was hiding on. Jumping from the building and utilizing BLACKWHIP in an attempt to get to a farther away building, Izuku managed to evade these two's sight. He watched with bated breath as he overheard the talk between the two people as he couldn't hear them earlier. "I think we should just put him out of his misery, 17. The woman with blonde hair said, as she pushed her hair behind her ear again. "Okay. Show's over, I guess," the straight black-haired young man said, as the girl suddenly disappeared. Izuku didn't hear what the orange GI-wearing man said, but it was important as the woman appeared behind him with a strange-looking ball of energy coming from her hand. It then was used against the orange GI-wearing man's back as he fell through multiple balconies of the building he'd inhabited before he left. Wincing every time the young man had slammed through a balcony, Izuku watched on in horror as the man slammed into the ground, creating a small dust cloud before it was revealed that he was out of his blonde form. Not only that, but he was seemingly way worse than before as his entire body trembled in both seemingly pain and agony as he struggled to sit upright as the two people appeared high above him. That was when Izuku immediately jumped down to the ground and rushed over to where the man was. He believed the guy's name was Gohan? And as soon as he hid behind a wall of a building, he waited for the right moment to save him, and he knew that he'd only have one chance to get it right. As the two began to blast Gohan from the air, Izuku watched as the young man immediately transformed back into his blonde form again, but this time, he heard something that gave him goosebumps. "Ha-wa-iya!" Gohan screamed, although from his voice Izuku could easily tell the man was on the verge of passing out from exhaustion. Izuku watched the display of power between the two people and Gohan and was very impressed that the man still had enough energy to enter that kind of struggle. But it wasn't going to work for long as the two people put more effort into their attack, forcing the blast down very slowly. As it got closer, Izuku immediately began to think that the man would be engulfed in an explosion, but he surprised the boy as he pushed even harder after seemingly mumbling to himself about something or someone. But that gave the man enough power to blast back at the two people in the air with even more power than before, and it lasted for all but a few more seconds as the power soon gave out and the two in the air overpowered Gohan. Izuku chose now to begin forming BLACKWHIP as a large explosion happened before hearing the man, Gohan, scream in complete agony. He moved his arm out with BLACKWHIP immediately blasting into the explosion and dodging multiple key blasts before wrapping itself around the man, and Izuku yanked as strong as he could. As he brought the man out of the explosion, he was already unconscious as Izuku placed the man on his back and moved through the destroyed city streets in his attempt to escape from the city. As Izuku moved through the streets, Izuku decided to try and use a move that he didn't think would work. But he placed his palm against the man's head and mentally visualized pushing some of his already depleted energy into the man to keep him alive since he'd noticed the man going in and out of consciousness. Once the man stabilized, Izuku managed to hide in a nearby building as he watched the two look around the clearing of their attack. "Do you think we got him this time?" the woman asked. "I think we did," he screamed in agony, "like most of the others we killed." The young man said, "All right, 17, let's get out of here then. Now that Blondie is dead, we can play with his little protege," the woman said as 17 the young man replied back at her. "You know, I just don't understand why those fools even try to fight us. We're more powerful than they are anyway," the young man said as he left with the girl. Izuku let out a breath of air he didn't know he held in, and as he left the building he made sure to look in all directions. Using danger sense to search for anyone who had any ill intent towards him and the man he carried, he rushed out of the city as the smoke flew into the sky, remnants of a fight that was strong fought and lost. By the time Izuku managed to get outside of the city, Izuku took note of something flying towards it and decided to point a finger to the sky and shoot a wave of displaced air towards it. He knew that the two people left the city, but he'd rather not risk someone else going there and getting themselves killed over something that was probably a very horrible idea. He watched as the person flying in the air dodged his attack, although Izuku wasn't even aiming for the person. He watched as they flew down towards him with confusion writ on their face as Izuku stopped moving and positioned the man he held behind himself. "Who are you? And why did you attack me?" the young man asked, looking at Izuku. "Who am I? Why are you trying to enter that battlefield?" Izuku asked, concerned. "Why I'm going there doesn't matter, who are you?" the boy said as he pointed at Izuku. "My name is Midoriya Izuku. I'm not sure if I belong here, but can you take me and this guy over to someone who can help him?" Izuku asked, pulling the man he'd saved from certain death. "Gohan!" the young man yelled as he rushed over to the BLACKWHIP cocoon Izuku'd made for the man. "Careful, he is literally on death's door at the moment," Izuku said as the boy nodded. "Can you fly? It won't take long to get to where my mom lives. She can help," the boy said as Izuku nodded. "Then let's go. We need to make sure that Gohan survives," the boy said, lifting up into the air and flying away. Izuku didn't need to be told twice as he held BLACKWHIP on the cocoon as strong as he could before using float to fly after the boy. Izuku watched as the young man was flying slower now in order to allow Izuku to catch up, who even with his exhausted state was barely able to keep up with the kid. Shaking his head as black spots entered his vision, Izuku kept his eyes forward as he found a destroyed and decaying cityscape coming up in view as the boy called out to him that it was his home. Flying down towards the ground to prevent themselves from being found by the two people that Izuku saw, they moved through the streets with caution. And that was when they arrived at a big building with a large C on the front of it. As soon as Izuku landed in front of the building, he used BLACKWHIP to come out of his arms and legs in order to keep himself upright. The boy with him didn't notice this as they moved through the halls and entered a massive workshop as a woman with blue hair and eyes was drinking some coffee before taking note of the trio. She stared at Izuku for a moment before taking note of the cocoon on his back as she rushed to them as Izuku heard the boy shout at her. "Gohan needs our help," the boy said as the woman rushed over to Izuku. "Is he all right?" she asked as Izuku undid his cocoon. "I saved him at the last second. He was being exploded by the two people in the air," Izuku said as the woman took note of his words. "Who are you?" she asked worriedly. "I'm Midoriya Izuku, I'm from Japan. But I have a bad feeling that Japan isn't a place here. Isn't it?" Izuku said as the woman nodded. "Yeah, we're on the same planet. But there's no country named Japan here. Our government is controlled by a dog who was killed when the androids arrived. I need to get Gohan into surgery though," the woman said as Izuku nodded. Once the woman left the room with a heavily damaged Gohan being helped around the place and onto a cot, Izuku took this time to move over near a wall. And as though the world wanted to give him a break, or not, the boy from earlier moved over to him with a curious glint in his eyes. "So are you a scion too?" he asked, as Izuku stared at him in confusion. "What in the world is a scion?" Izuku asked as the boy looked at him oddly. A scion is an alien warrior race that fights others to get stronger. Although me and Gohan, he's the guy you saved by the way, are half scions, we can still get stronger after every time we come back from near death. "I thought that you'd be a scion too," the young man said as Izuku shook his head. "Sorry, but I'm a pure-blooded human," Izuku said as he revealed his BLACKWHIP Quirk. "Although I'm pretty sure that this world doesn't have quirks," Izuku muttered as the boy shook his head. "Sorry about that, dude, but this place doesn't have quirks. The only quirks we have is our personalities," he said with a prideful smirk on his face. "Dude, because I am gonna pass out," Izuku said, confusing the boy. "What are you dash?" the boy went to ask as Izuku slumped to the ground. "Sheet," the boy called out as his mother entered the room again. "Trunks, what's wrong?" the woman called out. "Oh my God," she called out as she rushed over to Izuku's unconscious form. "Mom, what happened to him? He was perfectly fine earlier," Trunks called out. It was a few hours later that Izuku woke up on a bed with bandages all over his body. Looking over at the purple-haired young man who sat in a seat at a desk nearby, Izuku used BLACKWHIP in order to get his attention over at him as he looked at the appendage with curiosity. By the time he'd looked over his shoulder, he found Izuku wide awake and rushed out of the room to get his mother, and as the young man waited for the boy to return, Izuku had been left to his thoughts. He had no idea how to get back home. Not only that, but he had no clue as to where he was. From what the woman told him earlier, she had stated the world he was on was called Earth as well, so he was still on Earth. But that was then circumvented when she told him that the world government listened to a dog of all things. Not like his world was one to talk. Before Quirks there had been a cat who had been the mayor of a town in Alaska who had survived multiple assassinations from BB guns, dogs, and a deep fryer. So, if having a dog be in charge of the entire world government was surprised him the most, since he shook his head at the thought of a dog being in charge of the world. As he laid on the bed, he was about to begin muttering to himself about the applications of the abilities the boy had before they arrived at this place. The door to the room opened up as the woman from before entered. "You gave us quite the scare back there, kiddo, so want to tell me what that was all about?" she asked, looking at him. "I was already exhausted to the point that I was about to pass out," Izuku said as the woman nodded. "You got that right, pal. You had multiple microfractures in your bones all over the place. It was as though you'd came here after some big fight between you and some kind of bad guy," she said as Izuku looked away. "Not only that, but from how your vitals were when you were out cold, it seemed as though you had entered a comatose state. How long had you been fighting? You can't be any more than around what? 16, 17 years old?" the woman asked. "I'm 16, Izuku said as the woman shook her head. "Can you tell me what you were doing before appearing in our world and saving Gohan from certain death?" she asked. "I was looking for a villain in my world. He is the one person who is strong enough to make the #1 hero in my world tremble in slight fear," Izuku said as the woman stared at him. "Your world still has heroes?" she asked, bewildered. "Well, the people lost hope in heroes after a large battle took place in Jakku. But that was because of some information coming out about the #2 hero of Japan," Izuku said as he sat upright, cringing at the soreness of his back. "Careful, bud, you just woke up from what was only a few hours of a nap. You need to get as much rest as possible if you think you are going to fight again," the woman said. "What happened to this world? Did something bad happen?" Izuku asked as the woman nodded. "About 13 years ago, we suffered the loss of a good friend. His name was Goku. He was one of the most powerful people on the planet. But he died because of a stupid heart virus that had taken over his body. It killed him 6 months before the androids showed up," the woman growled as she balled her fists up. "Do you think I can help with any of that? I was one of the strongest people in my world as well," Izuku said, as the woman gained a surprised expression before rushing off. Izuku waited for her to return back to the room, and as he sat at the edge of the bed, he noticed through a mirror that his shirt was off. Looking over the countless years of scars that were on his wrists, arms, and lower abdomen caused him to cringe slightly. When the woman returned back into the room, she had a weird device that she'd placed over her left eye as she clicked a button, as well as tossing him a shirt to cover himself with. Putting it on, he heard some slight beeping as the device whirred to life as the woman pushed the button again to begin to look him over. Some weird numbers appeared in front of the woman's blue eye as her expression widened in surprise, as well as complete hope being written on her features. "I don't know who you are, but you might be able to help us after all," the woman said, revealing what the numbers related to. "What does this say?" Izuku asked, looking confused. "This is a scouter. We scavenged it from a scion about 25 years ago when they first came here. And I reprogrammed it to be capable of checking the power levels of those around here, and I just checked yours," the woman said, as Izuku nodded. Midoriya Izuku. Power level, 6/595, 728. Chapter text. Time had passed since Izuku recovered from all the damage he'd taken on literally weeks of fighting. He had been slowly recovering from his latest fight against the assassin he'd fought against in his world before coming to this one, and he was relatively happier that he'd finally found some people who didn't really want him gone. In fact, they'd much rather he sticks around to assist them in their fight against the androids 17 and 18, and during the month of recovery Izuku got the gist of what happened in this world. Apparently, a survivor of the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero, had managed to create androids capable of killing super scions and had initially sent them out to kill Goku. But when they were activated, They had turned on their creator and killed him before laying waste to the planet through the merciless killings of innocents. Izuku had also learned that one of their fighters, a Namekian who was named Piccolo, had been once fused with the planet's guardian, who was named aptly Kami, was the other half to the said person named Kami. But when one of them dies, the magical wish-granting orbs that allowed them to make a wish that would most assuredly come true would become inert. Once one of them either died or fused into the other. And hearing how Piccolo was the final fighter who'd lasted as long as he did against them as Gohan did, was surprising. But what was really surprising was that Izuku had heard that when the man had been moving towards Kami's lookout in order to fuse with him, he'd been killed. Gohan had been traveling with the Namekian at the time, and the Namekian had gave the boy enough time to get to the lookout in order to get some senzu beans from the inhabitants of Korin's tower. After that, it was just Gohan surviving each and every fight against the androids until today, where he was probably going to die had it not been for Izuku appearing and indirectly saving the mentor's life. Izuku felt slightly worried that he'd done something that would forever change what could have happened, since he'd interfered with a fight and let out a breath of air when Bulma, the woman he'd met, told him that he'd just saved the planet's second-to-last hope. So with that information, as he waited for Gohan to heal up from his very extreme injuries, he trained with Trunks, as the young man had managed to provide him with the perfect training partner to master his quirk to its fullest extent. It was during one of the training sessions between him and Trunks that Izuku had thought of revealing the nature of his quirk to them, since he really wanted to make sure that One for All didn't fall into the wrong hands. And seeing how kind these people were, he knew that they'd be perfect for helping One for All grow in even more power should he die at some point. As of right now, however, Izuku and Trunks stood across from one another in a training room within Capsule Corporation. Trunks had been in a combat pose as Izuku had entered a slumped pose, as well as his arms were spread out before having BLACKWHIP slowly fall down his arms, forming a small kind of barrier around himself. The two disappeared in a speed unseen by Bulma, as the woman was recording the fight for future reference, as the two appeared in the air, clashing in the upper part of the room with a small gust of wind being projected from their clash. As they moved across the room, multiple flashes of ki and green electricity blasted across the room. Izuku sent a kick towards Trunks as the young man blocked with his arm as he moved his arm at the boy's face, and was greatly surprised as Izuku bent his back at 90 degrees in order to dodge it. Then, in a display of acrobatics, the boy placed his hands on the ground before spinning his body around, doing the impression of a spinning top as he sent multiple kicks at Trunks, who'd barely managed to block with a cross guard from his arms. Izuku then leaped into the air with his arm's strength alone as he spins around, with pulling his left arm back as wind pressure had been pulled into Izuku's palm, as Trunks immediately threw a ki blast at Izuku. Manchester Smash. Izuku called out, the air pressure blasting towards the small ki blast. What happened next for Bulma was amazing for her eyes to bear witness. The air pressure had completely broken apart Trunks' ki blast and smacked him right in the face. Her son was sent reeling as he then immediately powered up to his maximum and sped towards Izuku, who had only seemingly used his reflexes as well as quirk to assist him in fighting back. He dodged Trunks' attacks at the last moment before he countered with a punch or kick to the boy's torso or face as the boy just tanked through them. All before Trunks grabbed Izuku by the back of his neck and prepared to pull him into a headbutt before Izuku used BLACKWHIP in order to cover his entire body and torso and squeezing tight. Trunks was completely surprised by this usage of the boy's power. He struggled to get out of the BLACKWHIP as he moved his body as strong and fast as possible in an attempt to escape from their bindings, and was flabbergasted by how they were completely taut against him. He looked up at Izuku for an explanation as the boy smiled sheepishly, as Bulma had called the spar off for the afternoon whilst she went to record her findings about Izuku's own power and how it reacted. "What was that move you just did? I couldn't even break free from it," Trunks asked, curious. "That was my secondary quirk. BLACKWHIP. It allows me to use them as tethers or capture tape in my world," Izuku said, as he pulled out BLACKWHIP. "This looks like one of those super condensed ki blades that I've seen Gohan use in the past," Trunks said, as Izuku shook his head. "BLACKWHIP is a quirk that is centered around energy, but it requires me to be angry to utilize it to the best of its abilities," Izuku said as Trunks thought about it. "That sounds similar to Super Saiyan," Trunks said, as Izuku looked at him confused. What do you mean by that? Izuku asked, a little concerned. Super Saiyan, from what Gohan told me, has the user become 50 times stronger after experiencing an extreme pain of loss. Not only that, but it appears as though it is powered through the anger that the user holds deep within their heart. Trunks said as Izuku thought about it. That sounds dangerous. Izuku said, as he pulled BLACKWHIP back into his body. They waited for a few minutes as they ate some food to pass the time. Trunks, however, was moving through the food as though it were going to disappear as soon as Izuku got his grubby hands on them. And as Izuku slowly ate his food without any movements that would cause Trunks to immediately make him out to be a threat, Bulma had entered the kitchen with a smile on her face as she sat down next to Trunks before stealing his sandwich. "Hey, that was mine," Trunks called out, pouting. "I am your mother, Trunks. I need to eat as well. Anyway, I finished reading up on the footage of your quirk, Izuku," Bulma said, as Izuku nodded, taking a small nibble of his own food. "From what I gathered on your quirk as well as its abilities, it seems to power you up to around however much your quirk allows you to use. What's the maximum amount of power you could utilize from your quirk?" Bulma explained before asking. "The maximum power I can use from One for All is around only 45%. But with combining the previous wielder's quirks that make it up, I can make a pseudo 120% full cowling," Izuku said, as Bulma wrote this information down. "That is some good information. So from what I can see, if you use your quirk at full power, you might be capable of proving a very strong challenge against the androids. And I hate to bring some bad influence to Super Saiyan, but if you were to unlock 100% of One for All's true power, you might be capable of surpassing Gohan when he's utilizing Super Saiyan," Bulma said, as Izuku looked to the side, scratching his cheek. "Well, I wouldn't put it like that. From my perspective in fighting Trunks, I wasn't able to see him move. I only used a quirk to see where he was located. Danger sense is extremely useful for when someone is attacking you with malicious intent," Izuku said, as Bulma just stared at him. "What are the other quirks at your disposal?" she asked, pulling out a notebook. "Well, the first quirk would be the transference. It allows me to transfer my quirk through my DNA. And it doesn't matter how I transfer it. It could be though BLD, toenail, fingernail, hair, or just tears or saliva. So long as I'm wishing to pass the quirk on, it will pass on. Although you'd have to impress the previous users." Izuku started as Bulma wrote that down. "Then there's second's quirk. It's called Gear Shift from what I heard from. Although he didn't allow me to use it since it was supercharged by One for All by now and could have drastic effects on my body," Izuku said, as Bulma nodded again. "After second's quirk is third's. I don't know their names, except for a select few. But third's quirk is called FA Gene. It allows me to store energy into whatever limb that I repeat a motion through multiple times over. And it's one of the quirks that I can use to manipulate my quirk to be able to reach a pseudo 120%, Izuku said, as Bulma continued writing stars in her eyes. "After third is fourth, and his is danger sense. So long as someone is projecting malicious intent towards me, I can sense it from anywhere I am located," Izuku said, as Bulma just looked up. "That's it? It just informs you as to where the danger is?" she asked, confused. "It can also tell me who the danger is coming from," Izuku said as he looked away. "That's better. Now who's next after fourth?" she questioned as Izuku continued. "After fourth is fifth, otherwise in my world, known as Pro Hero, Lariat. His quirk is called BLACKWHIP. He'd used it as a way to zip across buildings through sticking his BLACKWHIP onto nearby buildings and SWNG across to get to places faster. He'd even used it in a fight to restrain as well as an extra appendage," Izuku said, as Bulma nodded. "After Daigoro was sixth, Enrokubo. His quirk was named Smokescreen. It allows him to create smoke from his body. Although its abilities in battle in my world were extremely limited. But in this world, if nobody has heat vision, it'd be extremely useful here," Izuku said, as Bulma just looked at him in shock. "You mean you'd have an excellent way to escape the androids if you were to come across them?" Trunks asked, curious. "If you mean if I'd be capable of escaping fast enough for their surprise to be kept on their faces." "Probably," Izuku said, as Bulma wrote this down in silence. After N is my mentor's very own mentor. Shimura Nana. Her quirk was called Float, Izuku said, as Bulma smacked her face. Really? That's what it's called, just float? She asked. Yeah, it only allowed her to float from side to side, up and down very slowly. It made for perfect uses to dodge attacks just in time, but when combined with One for All, it became quite literally flight, Izuku said, as Bulma nodded. And after her was my mentor. And just like I was. He was quirkless, Izuku said as Bulma just sat still. He doesn't have any powers. And the same for you? Trunks asked, curious. Why yeah, although we lived in different times. During his time the quirkless weren't treated as bad as they were when I was younger, Izuku said, rubbing his left arm. Hey mom, do you still have a spaceship that can go look for new Namek? Trunks asked, as he saw Izuku become uncomfortable. Your grandfather is still using it, Trunks. He's never called back for about 5 years now, and I have no idea if he's found new Namek as of yet, Bulma said, as Izuku just looked between the two. You guys have managed to create intergalactic machinery? Izuku asked, curious. Yeah, you're looking at the smartest woman on the planet, Bulma said, smirking at him. Okay, so why haven't you all just gone to a different planet to live out the rest of your lives in peace? Izuku asked, looking at them in confusion. Are you telling us to abandon our world? Trunks asked, offended. I'm just asking why you haven't done the logical choice. And my teacher at school prides himself on making logical choices, Izuku said, as Bulma smiled at him sadly. It's not as easy to leave a planet you've lived your entire life on. In fact, it's harder to not defend your home than it is to just abandon it entirely, Bulma said, as Izuku nodded. As the trio just sat at the table with sad expressions taking over their faces, Izuku just sat still as he racked his mind for how to defeat the androids. His mind raced at 1,000,000 miles an hour as he tried his best to come up with a strategy, unaware of the fact that when he entered his thinking pose, he began to mutter out all his thoughts. Ranging from how he could hold the androids in place whilst Gohan can blast them from afar, to Izuku using himself as a distraction as he moves across a city buying Gohan time to train Trunks somewhere they could train a lot faster. Bulma and Trunks had comical expressions as they overheard the boy muttering to himself as they looked at one another. In a bid to see just how smart the boy really was, she pulled an IQ test for him to take whilst he was distracted in his muttering, and they were surprised that he looked at the test whilst muttering and continued to write his answers down. They stayed like this for about a couple hours as Izuku just muttered to his heart's content as Trunks chuckled off to the side whilst Bulma watched the boy's mind at work. At this point neither of them could understand what he was thinking at this point in time as his voice became more and more garbled as he continued to mutter at faster speeds. Whilst Bulma and Trunks were amazed by the speed Izuku was muttering to himself whilst taking a test, we move into the room where Gohan laid. His body trembled slightly from pain before he suddenly opened an eye as he took in his surroundings with a completely surprised expression on his face before looking down at himself. He took in his trembling form as he lifted his right arm in confusion as he saw the bandages all over his form before sitting upright in the cot. Looking around the room, he took in the air of the room as he smelt antiseptic as well as burn cream before he moved over to the mirror of the room. He took in his disheveled appearance as he grunted in effort to not fall over in a heap of meat and bone. Taking slow breaths, he looked around the place before taking note of a weird hero suit that he'd thought to make for himself one day when he was younger and growing out into his high school years. He smiled at the suit before taking notice of how small it appeared compared to his more muscular frame as he chuckled. Whoever wore this was definitely scrawny in appearance. That was until he noticed certain items in the neatly folded clothing, tech that were supposed to enhance whoever wore them caused him to wonder who they belonged to. Exiting the room, he walked through the hall as he placed a palm on the walls in order to help him through the rooms. As he neared the kitchen, he overheard some quick muttering as he finally reached the outer frame of a doorway as he pushed a couple buttons as it slid open revealing who was in the kitchen as a whole. Looking down, he found a green-haired boy who was writing on a piece of paper and was muttering to himself, comical words coming around his head as he glanced over at Bulma looked at him with a very happy smile on her face. Sorry for the long wait. How much time passed? Gohan asked, looking at Trunks and Bulma. About a month and about 3 hours. Bulma said as she pulled the paper that Izuku had finished and brought it over to an IQ tester. What was with the IQ test? Gohan questioned. He said some things that really showed how smart he is. I was just testing to see if his IQ was as high as his muttering shows, since he hasn't taken a breath of air as of yet, Bulma said as she pushed the paper through the tester. He hasn't. Gohan went to ask as Izuku took a deep breath in before continuing his muttering. Okay, never mind. Gohan muttered to himself. I've got it. Izuku jumped up from his seat as a happy smile appeared on his face, looking over to Trunks. What are you talking about? Trunks asked, confused. We need to find Dr. Gero's previous lab, Izuku said with excitement on his face. Gohan stood on the peak of a mountain as he watched Trunks train with someone who was around his own age. He smiled at the thought that someone could be here with his successor when he finally passes on in either battle or of old age, something that he believes he now has a chance of achieving. He watches as the two sparred in the middle of the wasteland they were taking over for the time being, as Gohan wanted to make sure that Trunks was capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan by the time they take on the androids once again. The young mentor of Trunks had been in deep thought as he watched Izuku's moves as though he was moving with his body along with his mind. He couldn't help but think that Izuku could have been a great Saiyan had he been born as one instead of being 100% human. He cursed internally at the thought of not being capable of having another Saiyan around for the time when he dies. Which was another thing he'd been thinking about as of late. Gohan had a near-death experience. But he didn't even feel as though he'd gotten much power from it. Was it just so minuscule that it didn't even work? He'd seen Vegeta do it on planet Namek, so what was the difference here? He heard the sound of a clash and crash before looking down at the ground, taking him out of his mental thoughts. He saw that Izuku had slammed Trunks into the ground as he held the boy down with extreme power as well as technique, since he was using that BLACKWHIP ability he'd mentioned in the past. Then there was another thing Gohan had been thinking about, Dr. Gero's laboratory. Was it really possible to make something from the old man's destroyed laboratory? Surely not, right? The androids destroyed it from what he knows after they killed their creator, so there had to be a reason as to why they weren't able to create a button to kill the two. He shook his head as he touched down on the ground near Izuku and Trunks. The younger of the two was clearly struggling to escape from his binds. And as Gohan stared at him, he shook his head with a smile on his face before placing a palm on Izuku's shoulder as though to tell him to stop what he was doing. Once the boy let go of Trunks, the younger of the two moved away whilst he coughed slightly from how he'd been held down on the ground before catching his breath. Hey Gohan, how was the fight? I hope I did well against Midoriya? Trunks asked, looking to Gohan with hopeful eyes. You did well, although Izuku has some more experience in fighting from what I could see, Gohan said, glancing at Izuku. In my world I was a hero student with a provisional license. I was out fighting villains and other people without a break for weeks. I'm actually glad that I managed to get some rest. I feel stronger from having someone who doesn't want me dead for once, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. You feel stronger? Do you have any tips for how to get stronger? Gohan asked, looking at Izuku for some kind of guidance. Well, before my mentor had stopped training me, he told me that I had to take time in between training sessions to actually relax. Apparently, it allows the person who is training to grow stronger so long as we're able to give our muscles and body a break from training. I felt the weight of being useless because I didn't give myself a break, Izuku said as he thought back to the training to get one for all. That's what I've been missing, Gohan called out, slapping his head with a palm. Are you okay, Gohan? Izuku asked, confused. I've been going about this whole training thing the whole wrong way. I've been thinking like Vegeta in terms of gathering power, and instead of just training without a break. I should have given myself and Trunks time to rest in between training sessions. I feel like an idiot for not remembering that, Gohan said as he sat down. Hey, nobody's the perfect trainer. You probably have been trained to think that you should train without getting a break from a young age, Izuku said, trying to placate the older man. You don't get it, kid. My father had been quite literally beating that ideal into my head. Eat, sleep, play, and fight every day. Sleep/rest being a major part of that training. He didn't beat it literally into my head, but he stated it enough that I should have allowed myself some time to get some rest from training. All I've been doing was training literally every single day and got rest at the end of those days, not giving my body a chance to recover. Gohan said, as he looked at Trunks and Izuku. How long can you fight, kid? Gohan asked as Izuku thought about it. This is without sleep, right? Izuku asked as Gohan nodded. Well, the longest I could go in a week in terms of no sleep was around 4 days of fighting without sleep, with getting at least 3 hours of sleep per day. I could go on for weeks, Izuku said, as Gohan just gave him a grim nod. Okay, change of plans. We need to find a place where we can get a lot of training in a singular day but feels as though we've been training for a year, Gohan said as he sat down. As the trio sat on the ground thinking about certain ways to do that, Izuku was thinking more on the lines of what Bulma was thinking at the moment. And as we transition over to the woman in question, she'd finally managed to get a message from her father who 600 light years was around away from the planet in search of new Namek. What are you talking about, Dad? I thought you'd already found new Namek by now? Bulma asked as she looked at the projection of her father. Bulma, what I mean is, I've decided to make my way back home. I only have enough food to get me back there. I thought I found new Namek, but it was a random planet stating that it was new fake planet Namek. Dr. Briefs growled to himself. That's horrible, where's someone who could help when we need them most? Bulma muttered to herself. If you're wondering why Goku hasn't helped out yet, remember he died about 14 years ago, Dr. Briefs said, as he moved a hand through his aged hair. I know, Dad, but it's heartbreaking to know that you still haven't found new Namek by now. What's it been now, 5 years? Bulma asked as Dr. Briefs looked at his calendar. I believe it's been around 10 years exactly. Dr. Briefs muttered. I just wish that there was a way to get the Dragon Balls back. We need a new guardian, Bulma said as she thought back to Gohan. She couldn't continue her talk with her father as the man lost connection with the device they'd used to contact one another. Bulma threw some of her blueprints as well as gadgets across the floor in her fury as she couldn't find any different way other than the time machine to stop the androids of this timeline. She didn't get enough time to continue her tantrum of having a mental breakdown as Izuku surprisingly appeared in the room with a worried expression on his face as she couldn't help but smile at him. Ever since he'd first arrived here, he'd been a great help in gathering supplies for her in an attempt to complete the time machine. Whilst he assisted her here, it allowed Gohan and Trunks to continue their training. Although the expression this time around was different, it appeared as though Izuku wanted to ask her a question this time around. Sitting up after gathering all the gadgets and other materials she'd be using for the time machine back on the operating table, she looked over at the boy as he fidgeted on the chair he sat on. Sighing, she looked at him with a questionary expression. What do you need, kid? She asked, sitting on the table. Did you know of a place where we could get training? That could last for a year, but only be around a day out here? Izuku asked, rubbing his left arm. Why do you need to know this information? Bulma asked, confused. Well, Gohan made the epiphany that we need to get stronger faster. But the way we're going about it is not the right way to do it, so we need a place where time works differently. But Gohan and Trunks can't think of any places that could work, Izuku said as he looked away. Well, there is the hyperbolic time chamber, Bulma said as Izuku stared at her confused. The hyperbolic time chamber? Izuku questioned with a questionary expression. It's a place where Goku trained when he was a kid. He nearly died when training in there for a month, Bulma said as Izuku thought about it. How long was he in it? Izuku asked as Bulma stared at him for a moment. From what Goku told me at the time, he'd lasted only a month in there. He also told me that it was around only a few hours out here, Bulma said as Izuku gained a hopeful expression. Thank you for this information. Where was this room located? Izuku asked, looking into her eyes. It was on Kami's lookout, not that I've been there, Bulma said as Izuku bowed and left. Wonder what that was about, Bulma said, getting back to work, as Izuku flew back towards where Gohan and Trunks were resting at. He couldn't help but let the thoughts of the previous users of One for All begin to rear their voices again as Second and Third began talking. So the woman knew about the place but never informed Gohan about it. Sounds suspicious, Second growled. Chief, you shouldn't be too suspicious about something like that. She probably wasn't asked about it, and only remembered around this point in time. Third said, as Izuku shook his head. Hey, give the woman a break, she'd lost her husband as well as all her friends. I think she requires some things to be kept to herself about certain places. Nana said, angrily at the second user. I'm just stating that, this kind of information would have been properly stated earlier in the timeline of events. Gohan would be far stronger than he is now had he known how to train effectively as well as know about a place where he could train to his heart's content. Second stated with a mock glare. Guys, as much as I love hearing about your opinions about how people react to grief, we should really be preparing for this whole training regimen. Izuku thought towards them. Ninth is correct, we need to prepare for each and every outcome for this training. For all we know, the androids could be way stronger than they are right now. Remember when Gohan was Super Saiyan, they weren't even using half of their full power. It could be a bluff, but from what they showed, it could be true. We need all the training we can get in order to stand a chance, and as much as I hate to say it, we might need a wish to become stronger. First said, as everyone looked at him with a weird expression. How should we get young Midoriya to become more powerful? You heard the woman earlier, we don't have those Dragonball thingies. All Might questioned as he was now a full vestige. Well, we should be capable of getting help from the afterlife. Shot in the dark, there's a witch who could transport us there to train further. And asked, curiously. We are not entertaining that idea. Second said with a small growl. Why not? Literally anything could be possible in this world. Izuku asked as he looked at the vestige. There is no way that a witch exists, they're pure mythology. They shouldn't even exist. Second said, angrily. You're reminding me about Kakin with how you're acting? Izuku retorted as the second user glared at him before sighing. I just don't like the fact that these wish-granting orbs could exist. The fact that you can make a wish for anything sounds like a potential scam. Second said, as Izuku shook his head. He was floating high above Gohan and Trunks now as the two were doing some light sparring. Izuku touched down in an area nearby so that he could watch the two break a sweat through their spar as he pulled out his notebook to write about the two. He knew that there wasn't much use for a notebook in this world since the people of this world probably wouldn't understand his handwriting. But it would be a great way to write down his thoughts as well as tell others down the line about this world should he be capable of returning back to his world/dimension. As soon as the two stepped away from one another cleaning some sweat from their brows, they walked over to him. Izuku looked up at them from his notebook and placed it in his backpack before standing up and knocking some dust and debris from his clothing as he looked at Gohan stand above him. It really hurt him mentally to see that Gohan was actually a few inches taller compared to him, especially since he was around the middle for his class when it came to height. It reminded him about how in the past he'd been shorter than Kakin when the young man had bullied him, forcing him to shrink his height a bit to appear shorter than he actually was. So, did you find any way to train for about a year in a day? Gohan asked, looking hopeful. Well, Bulma informed me about a place. But I'm not sure if it still exists right now. Izuku said, as Trunks moved closer. Really? What's the place called? Trunks asked. It's called Kami's Lookout, apparently it's above Korin's tower. Izuku said as Gohan remembered the place. So that's where it was. I thought that there was a reason for Dad's power pole to be on top of Korin's tower. Gohan said, as he immediately took off into the sky. Izuku and Trunks shrugged at the older man's actions as they left and flew towards where the young man knew Korin's tower was. For hours the trio flew around the planet for Korin's tower, and eventually as the sun was lowering in the distance, they finally arrived at Korin's tower. And Izuku was surprised to see that Korin was actually a cat who could speak with everyone, and was extremely happy when the cat could speak Japanese. When the elderly cat informed them about Yajirobe's demise against the androids just to protect him, they were slightly sad about it. The man may not act like it, but he was extremely helpful towards the Z-Fighters back when Vegeta was an enemy. Izuku just looked like a lost child when Trunks and Gohan reacted to the man's death. Korin, is there a tower on top of this? I mean a lookout? Gohan asked as Korin smirked. So you're finally ready to head there? I thought you'd never make that decision, Korin said, as he smirked. Wait, there's a real lookout up there? Izuku asked as Korin looked at him. Yeah, It's where Kami used to live. Well, before Piccolo was killed ruthlessly by those heartless androids. They took my husband away from me. If you three are going to train in where I think you are going to train. When you all get out. Give him hell. Corinne said, as the trio flew even higher into the clouds. Izuku was feeling lightheaded from how high in the air he was at, and it appeared that Trunks was feeling the same way. With how little oxygen was in the air at this part of the atmosphere, Izuku felt as though he were about to faint from the lack of breathable air, but that was when they all found a large platform. It looked as though it had seen better days, but overall stayed relatively intact after years of having nobody there to care for it, and as soon as they landed on top of the place they found a very dark-skinned fellow tending to some plants. The man looked over at Gohan and Trunks, before his eyes glanced over at Izuku as he walked over, hands behind his back. To what do I owe the favor of having son Gohan on this tower? The man asked. Do you happen to know my father? Gohan asked as the man nodded. I do. After all, he did indeed train under Kami for around 5 years. Well, about 40 years ago. The man said as Gohan smirked at Trunks. Do you think that you can make the hyperbolic time chamber ready for the 3 of us? Gohan asked. I can only have 2 people in there at a time. The food in there may magically replace itself, but there is only enough food that can be replaced magically for 2 scions each. The man said, as Izuku looked at him. I'm not a scion though, I'm a human. Izuku said as the dark-skinned fellow looked at him. Still, I cannot allow more than 2 in the room at a time. It would seriously cause problems with the time chamber. The man said as Gohan nodded. I will go in there first with Trunks, then I will enter with Izuku. By the way, can we have your name, sir? I apologize for not asking it beforehand. Gohan said as the man nodded. My name is Mr. Popo, but please call me Popo. I was the helper of Kami when he became the guardian of the earth. Now please follow me. Popo said as he led the trio through the halls. The halls were long and had many turns, but they were a nice quiet few minutes before they arrived at a large door with a clock over it. Mr. Popo looked back at them with a smile on his face as he began to tell them the rules of the time chamber. Now only 2 may enter this room. But there are also some other rules for this place. Your power can only go so high if you allow yourselves some time to rest in between days in there. 1 day out here is 1 year in there. I'm not sure how long you all will be capable of handling, but I sure hope you can last the full year. The longer you stay in there, however, you slowly lose your sanity. Popo said, as Izuku nodded. Is there anything else we should take care to know about? Izuku asked, as Popo nodded. Please, for the love of Kami, do not destroy this door. Popo said, as Izuku looked confused. What happens if we accidentally do it? Trunks asked worriedly. You will be stuck in there until you amass enough power to break through yourselves. But by the time you're able to do so, you all will be dead. Popo said with a warning. All right, me and Trunks will enter first. I need to make sure that he's able to become a Super Saiyan before we continue. Gohan said, as Izuku nodded. As the 2 entered the room, Popo closed the door behind them as he looked back at Izuku. He sat down next to Izuku with a smile on his face as he saw the boy writing about his appearance as well as what he believes his abilities are. He couldn't help but appreciate the picture the boy made about him before shaking his head. The boy was smart, but at the same time, when it came to fighting the androids, he'd be practically useless at this point in time. Only time would tell if the boy would be capable of being a help in battle. As Izuku sat still waiting for 24 hours to pass by, he heard something from his pocket. Pulling the item out, he found that it was a small device for Bulma to contact him with. Opening the device, he found Bulma standing in front of a camera as she looked at him with a smile. What is it, Bulma? Izuku asked. I finally finished the time machine, she said happily. The time machine is completed? That's amazing. Gohan and Trunks are currently inside of the time chamber at the moment. Izuku said, informing Bulma of the current problem. What if you went back in time? Surely that wouldn't cause any unknown problems? Bulma asked. I'd rather not. I don't belong in this timeline at all. Remember, I come from an entirely different dimension, and that's not even talking about how I even got here in the first place. Izuku said as Bulma sighed. Yeah, with your presence in the previous timeline, you'd probably cause far more harm than good. Bulma acquiesced. But I will still have Trunks go back in time. He's far more serious than Goku would be in taking Frieza down. Bulma said, as Izuku gave a hum. Can you tell me more about this Frieza? Izuku asked, feeling like he could get some valuable information. Yeah, it's Dash. Izuku couldn't get his phone turned off in time as he looked at the city down below the lookout. He watched as the city down below was being ravaged by the androids and he felt the urge to at least save some of the civilians down there, but as he was about to jump down to stop the androids, he felt a palm placed on his shoulder. Looking back, he found Mr. Popo standing there with a very neutral expression taking over his face as he glared down at those below. He gave a glance back at Izuku. He pulled him away from the edge. You need to stay here and make sure that Gohan and Trunks leave the room of spirit and time at the correct time. If you don't, they could go insane from staying in there longer than a year. Mr. Popo said, as he cracked his knuckles. What about you? Why are you heading down there? Izuku asked as Mr. Popo looked at him. I can go down there without being seen. I'm a genie boy, I can't be seen by those who I don't wish to see me, Popo said as he leaped off the lookout. And with that the man disappeared from Izuku's view, and as Izuku watched him lower himself into the cityscape he could only hold out hope that the androids don't find him faster than he can evacuate the civilians. Turning back, he pulled the phone back up to his ear as he heard Bulma's incoherent cries of worry coming from her end of the call as he pulled the phone away from his ear from how much of a screech they were. I'm fine, Bulma-san, just the androids attacking the city underneath the lookout. Mr. Popo went to evacuate the civilians, but from what he told me, he said that he was a genie and that only those he allows can see him. Izuku said, as Bulma let out a wail of complete despair. Damn it. Go help him, Izuku. He lied to you. Bulma called out, as Izuku didn't need to be told twice. I will need to end the call, Bulma-san. I need to make sure Popo is alright. Izuku called out, activating One for All. I will see you later, Izuku. Give them hell, she said, hanging up. Placing the cellular device in his pocket once more, Izuku activated One for All to the maximum he could let out. And activating Float along with it, he soared through the sky whilst looking at his watch. He only had about 8 hours before the time for Gohan and Trunks exiting the room of spirit and time was over. He immediately knew that if he did this, he might not come back, but the Vestiges gave him a warmth in his chi as if to show that they will assist him in his fight against the androids. Touching down on one of the buildings, he found that Mr. Popo was fighting the androids. The elderly genie was actually putting up a good fight. He created portals around the place and had the androids hitting one another that really messed up their fighting style. That was until they immediately adapted to that kind of fighting. Izuku rushed in to stop the needless killing of a genie trying to help the innocent, and as he got closer to the black-skinned man, he managed to release BLACKWHIP in order to grab one of the androids who looked at the tendril with a massive, confused expression. Manchester. Smash. Izuku called out, as he slammed his fist into Android 17's face, sending him flying through multiple buildings. Mr. Popo, gather all the civilians you can, I'll hold them off. Izuku yelled, as the genie didn't need to be told twice. Immediately rushing to rescue the civilians, Android 18 threw a key blast over to kill the genie whilst his back was turned. Izuku jumped in the way before kicking the blast straight back in her face as he then used BLACKWHIP to grab and toss her into the quickly approaching android as both were sent through more buildings. Izuku rushed at them this time, being the aggressor in the battle as he sent multiple jabs and gear-shifted strikes at the two as they both dodged and weaved through his attacks as best they could. Izuku had been fighting against people who teamed up on him in his world. The two teaming up on him in this world would be child's play. All he had to do was buy time, something he was great at doing. Being a distraction. As he rushed around the city, bringing the androids along with him, he used his impressive speed in order to move the fight away from the city as a whole. Jumping over the massive rock formations that surrounded the area, Izuku found himself dodging and kicking blasts that were thrown at him from the sky away and blocked them. The androids were merely toying with him, not that Izuku cared all that much. All he needed was to keep them distracted. They rushed in at him from two angles this time as they sent a fist coming for his face, which he caught one in his hand and used BLACKWHIP to catch the other as the trio created a crater in the ground. Izuku struggled to hold the two back as they increased the amount of strength they were using as Izuku bent backwards and both of the androids smashed their fists into each other as Izuku kicked 17 to the air before spin smacking 18 off into the distance. He powered up to the maximum he could use at the moment, which was only around 60% one for all at full cowl, and as he waited for the androids to arrive at his location, he began to do squats as fast as he could to build up energy for FA Gene. Smoke screen began to billow out of him as the androids closed in on him, their speed coming at him like they were intending to end his life with one strike. Once they were right in front of him and Izuku felt as though he were about to die, he released his control on FA Gene, which launched him high into the air as the androids were left in the wake of his smoke screen. By the time they tried to find him by using a key blast to take away the smoke, Izuku was already long gone. They growled to themselves as they went to find a different city to destroy and torture the civilians of so that they could get a kick out of their suffering. Behind a nearby rock formation, Izuku let out a breath of fresh air as he slumped against the rock formation before taking off towards the lookout. It was a few minutes later that Izuku returned to the lookout, and he was looking worse for wear. He pulled his wristwatch as he found that he'd been fighting the androids for only around half an hour, and he was already feeling as though he were 60 years older than he actually was. He lay down on the top of the lookout as he took in massive breaths of air, which really wasn't helping his whole out-of-breath situation much, if at all, as he noticed Mr. Popo walking towards him. He waited for the incoming beratement of entering combat when specifically told not to, but was only getting a head pat for actually saving the life of the man. "Why would you save my life, young one?" the genie asked. "All life is precious, no matter how evil they may be. There's always some kind of kindness/compassion in their heart that allows them to be good. The only one I've met who never was that though is in my world right now. The androids are probably another exception since they relish in the suffering of others, as though it is all a game to them," Izuku said, clenching his fists. "Then far be it from me to stop you from helping others." "What did Bulma have to say about the whole time machine thing?" Popo asked. "The time machine is completed. All that's left to do is send Trunks in the past in order to help save Goku. Whoever the guy is," Izuku said as he finally caught his breath. The two remained sitting outside the door to the time chamber as Gohan and Trunks soon exited from it. They were both looking much older, but at the same time, from how they looked, Izuku felt as though they were extremely powerful from how they stood outside the room. Whilst being Super Saiyans, Izuku was flabbergasted at how the two were able to hold the transformation without feeling any kind of stamina drain from it, and apparently, he asked this aloud as Gohan smirked at him. "Well, the reason we're Super Saiyan right now is because we decided to see what happens when you try and stay as a Super Saiyan for as long as possible. And from what it looks like, the training worked," Gohan said with a smile. "That's amazing." "Oh yeah, Bulma said that the time machine is completed by the way," Izuku said as Gohan smiled. "All right, Trunks, that's all you," Gohan said, placing a palm on the young man's shoulder. "Should I really be the one to go back in time?" "Why can't it be you?" Trunks asked. "Because everybody there will immediately know who I am just from my energy signature. With you, they won't know who you are. They might make a small distinguishment with you and Vegeta, but that's all. Anyway, what happened out here?" "Izuku looks as though he'd been put through the ringer," Gohan retorted before asking Popo. "The androids attacked the city down below the lookout earlier. Izuku managed to lose them in the nearby wasteland, but they were already leaving by the time he made it here. So as far as we know they could be anywhere," Popo informed as Gohan nodded. "Okay, with that information set and complete, it's time to set the plan in motion. Trunks, you will go to Capsule Corp and use the time machine to save my dad. Izuku, come on, you need to get some time in there to get stronger as well. Time moves faster in there than it does out here, so it'd be better if we can make sure that you're stronger as fast as possible. Who knows when the world might send you back to your world," Gohan said, as he re-entered the time chamber with Izuku. With Trunks leaving and Gohan entering the time chamber with Izuku, the two entered as Izuku stared in the place with awe writ on his features. Gohan watched as the young man looked at the place with a small amount of fondness on his features and smirked at the young man. If Trunks didn't turn out well for him, he might have made Izuku his protege as well. But that was beside the point. He entered a sparring stance across from the boy as he pointed his missing limb at him as he called out to Izuku, gaining the boy's full attention as his eyes were on him. "Alright kid, you're going to show me how strong you really are. I haven't seen how you can fight yet, but with a martial arts instructor your fighting prowess can become far more refined," Gohan said, as Izuku entered a stance of his own. He's adopting a boxer's stance, that's a good style. But from the way I've seen him fighting Trunks, he uses anything but those kinds of moves, Gohan thought to himself as Izuku rushed at him. The first thing Gohan saw was the boy immediately rushing at him with a massive display of green electricity. The next thing was the boy seemingly disappearing and reappearing in front of him, a fist nearing his face. How the boy managed to get into his guard that fast without him knowing enough was surprising to say the least. But he wouldn't mind having a far more calculative opponent than that of Trunks, who relied on brute force and power in order to fight his opponents. Izuku swung a right hook at Gohan's face as the man leaned back to dodge the hit before a leg came up to trip him up as Gohan jumped over it. A smile coming to his face as he saw the calculative expression on the boy's face. They disappeared from view before reappearing in the air as Gohan threw an elbow strike at Izuku, who blocked it with his own arm covered with BLACKWHIP. Gohan smirked as he then sent a kick at the boy, who immediately swerved around his leg and used BLACKWHIP to grapple his leg and swing him around before throwing him towards the ground. Gohan was nearing the ground before he disappeared from sight as Izuku immediately swung a fist behind him as Gohan had swatted the limb away before he slammed a fist into the boy's own face. Izuku was then sent blasting into the ground as Gohan had landed nearby as Izuku climbed out of the ground and rushed at him again. The speed of the boy was increasing as time went on as Gohan took note of how the boy's limbs began to become encompassed with a weird reddish-pink hue before a weird aura left his body, increasing his speed and power. Gohan felt as though the boy was pushing him to transform, but the young Emissary wanted to make sure that the boy was using all the strength he could handle before beating the kid down. You don't learn anything unless you lose, and Gohan was going to instill that principle into the boy, unless they'd already had it beaten into them. Izuku rushed at him again, this time using that previous technique that allowed him to disappear from his eyesight and reappear at the last moment, again mixed in with that pink-red hue covering his legs. Immediately dodging the attack coming for him, he heard the boy mutter something out of his mouth, something along the lines of a name and the word smash coming out of his mouth. Confused by the name of the boy's attack, he watched as a gust of wind was blasted out from the attack that caused some of the ground to be pulled from itself and tossed away. Dimon, that kid can literally pull the ground out if he tried strong enough. Not bad, but not good enough to fight the androids, Gohan surmised before glancing back at Izuku, who rushed at him once more. Izuku sent a flurry of kicks this time, one being an axe kick before switching into a horizontal kick from the right. Gohan, being the MSTR martial artist he was, dodged each and every attack that Izuku threw at him with grace, as well as sent a counterattack that caused him to back off. Gohan was waiting for the boy to continue the offensive without moving back to calculate his next actions, but it appeared as though the boy preferred that if he were on the back foot to back away and calculate his next move. Against himself in a training situation, that was alright, but in a full-blown fight against the androids, however, that was basically suicide. And Gohan treated this as that. Immediately launching himself at the boy to prevent him from getting time to think up a new strategy, he sent a kick into the boy's face that was far faster than he could predict. And as he was sent rag-dolling across the place, Gohan took this time to sense out the boy's power level, and from what it appeared, he didn't seem to be growing stronger from this entire training spar at the moment. As soon as he stood upright and lowered his guard completely, Gohan watched Izuku immediately rush at him, forcing him to increase his guard once again as Izuku sent a flurry of attacks. Gohan made sure to dodge these attacks this time, since he wanted to show Izuku the power gap between the two that he'd need to recover. And as Izuku's stamina began to finally dwindle, something that Gohan was surprised at since the boy was still going after being in there for a few hours fighting him, the young man finally went to throw a final punch at him that was caught effortlessly by Gohan, who then pulled the boy in close and kneed him in the gut, causing Izuku to cough out some minor bits of blood and spittle. When placing Izuku on the ground softly, Izuku groaned in pain before rolling onto his side as he slowly got back up from the ground as Gohan sat down nearby. Moving closer to the taller man, Izuku had sat down next to him as he breathed heavily from the training regimen. Once they were gathering their breath, Izuku spoke up to Gohan regarding the training spar they had completed. So what was this whole spar for exactly? Izuku asked, breathing. This was to gauge your strength level. And to be honest, the only way I can see you becoming a major help is by changing your anatomy to that of what humans are in this world. Gohan said, as Izuku had a certain thought. What if we used a Namekian Dragonball or whatever to make me the same race as you and Trunks? Izuku asked as Gohan looked at him. Are you sure that if you were to return back to your world that nobody would question how you were able to get so powerful? Gohan asked, curiously. They mostly attribute it to one for all. They wouldn't think that I used some magical wish-granting ball from a dragon to change the ethnicity that I belong to. Much less to an alien race that doesn't exist in my world. Izuku said. At least it'd be better than what I got in my world. Izuku mumbled. About that, what was your world like? Gohan asked. What do you mean? Are you talking about how I grew up? Izuku asked, cursing his stutter for coming back. Yeah, was it far better than this world? Gohan asked. That depends on why you ask. If you asked someone who was quirkless, they would probably just leave. Most quirkless don't like talking about their past. Izuku said as he rubbed his arm. He's more defensive about this part. I need to know more about him so that I can help. Gohan thought to himself before speaking. Well, in order to help you become the best hero you can be, I need to learn about you. I can't train you without learning about your life before this place, Gohan said with a small smile. It'd take too long, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. Kid, we have literally a year in here to talk about your whole childhood issues, Gohan said, cracking his neck. I guess I could start with the day I was diagnosed as quirkless, Izuku said, as Gohan gave a small frown. You say that word as if it was a disease being given to you, Gohan said, more than questioned. That's because in my world, if you were de-diagnosed as quirkless, everyone pretty much avoided you like the plague. I only really recently got friends because I had a quirk. And that's still something I want to consider, because I haven't told them that I was quirkless before getting one for all yet, Izuku said as he looked at the ground. Hey, there is a reason why everyone was born. You being born without a power meant that you were destined for greatness. A young man growing up in a world of superpowers but having none himself sounds like the story of an underdog, Gohan said, as Izuku shook his head. It sounds more like a way to get yourself beaten up by bullies, Izuku muttered. You had bullies, didn't you? Gohan asked softly. You have no idea, Izuku said as the two sat in the bath. Did they do anything? Gohan asked before looking at the boy's body. He couldn't finish his sentence as he saw scars littering the entire young man's form. His upper body, from what he could see, was covered in what appeared to be very old burn scars, especially one that was in the shape of a palm in two places on the boy's body. On his left shoulder, right at the collarbone, and another right in the middle of his abdomen, and there was a lot of starburst markings all over the boy's body. Gohan looked into Izuku's wide expressive eyes as he saw the boy's pupils dilate a little bit before slowly dulling a little. Jesus Christ, kid, you should have never had to live with that. Didn't anyone help you? Or did you call for help? Gohan asked softly, knowing it was a sore subject. No matter how many times I tried, nobody would listen to the quirkless kid. Funny thing about the quirkless, no matter what you do, or even say, nobody would ever believe a thing you told anyone. Not your teachers, not your friends who actually were the bullies, not even your own parents. The police and heroes are out as well since they didn't even care for me. I've had around 20 heroes who could have stopped the bullying at my school from happening. And not a single one, not one, even stopped what they were doing in their day to help me, Izuku said, as he pulled his legs up to his ears. And once the boy's legs were shown, even more scars were shown. They were this time something akin to old bruises and cuts, as though someone deliberately cut his skin to the point it would scar if not treated correctly. Did the teachers do anything to you? Gohan asked, feeling very worried on that department. No, they facilitated the whole bullying as well. If it helped them with making the quirkless loser stop dreaming of being something that was regarded as being quite impossible. Then if anything, they helped in the bullying. If not physically, mentally, Izuku said as he lowered his body into the tub. Jesus Christ, what kind of world does that to you? Much less push someone to the point of villainy. Glad he's not an enemy. His mind might be something that I'd have to keep a close eye on, Gohan surmised mentally. I'd say that you should enter his mind when he sleeps, read his memories up till now. A familiar voice rang out in Gohan's head. Piccolo? Gohan asked, as nothing was stated back. Am I going crazy? After the little Q&A with Gohan, the two were now moving across the vast expanse of the time chamber. The two were utilizing the power set they were not really born with but trained to utilize from a relatively young age for Izuku, and from his youth Gohan, as they fought in the time chamber. As the sparring continued further, Gohan began to notice the change in Izuku's fighting style as he focused more on martial arts and martial prowess as he combined those skills together in an attempt to get the upper hand. And as much as Gohan would much rather not state altogether that he was being given a strong time, with how Izuku adapted to his fighting style, the young man had forced him to Super Saiyan to get the advantage back more than a couple times. This kind of prodigy-like fighting was surprising to Gohan, who hadn't even thought that with enough training as well as teachings, the young man could become a threat to him in base form. The boy really was a prodigal fighter similar to his own father as well as Vegeta. It was as though the boy was a mix of the two when it came to fighting. He just didn't give up until the last moment. It was only when he'd run himself ragged enough to state that he couldn't fight anymore to Gohan after a couple months of training that Gohan had begun to switch up the training regimen. Since the boy was adept at fighting him to the point he was pushed to Super Saiyan multiple times, Gohan decided to finally teach Izuku how to utilize ki. The boy had taken to writing down all the knowledge as much as possible as though to preserve the whole idea of how to use the power itself. It was an excellent change of pace since Trunks had taken to learning how to use ki so fast that Gohan had to essentially speedrun the boy to Super Saiyan. That way, he could become an even better training partner. As Izuku spent more time trying to learn different techniques as well as how to use ki in the first place, Gohan liked the nice and slow approach Izuku required. Alright, now keep yourself in your meditative state. Just search deep within yourself and find that metaphorical barrier keeping you from releasing all that pent-up energy. It will be small at first, but once you learn how to utilize it to the fullest, you might become an unstoppable force. Gohan instructed as Izuku was shown in a meditative state. Can you see the barrier blocking you from reaching out to your energy deep within? Gohan asked, as Izuku sat still for a moment silent. Not really. From what I can see is nothing but a black abyss. Even the Vestiges are having issues searching for the energy. Izuku said, opening his eyes and looking to Gohan. Then this might take far longer for you to do. No matter, we can just focus on just increasing your potential strength with your quirk. What's the maximum power of your quirk that you can utilize without hurting yourself? Gohan surmised, before asking. Right about now, I think I can use around 70% while stationary but around 65% without any issues. In a fight, however, I can use 65% and combine the other quirks to make a pseudo 180% one for all. Izuku said as Gohan thought about it. Alright, you might think that I'd be crazy to ask this of you, but I need you to hit me with the strongest attack that you can think of. I have a Senzu bean on hand, so if either of us get hurt it will be healed in seconds. Gohan said, as Izuku looked worried. You are sure that neither of us would be too hurt from this? Izuku asked, as he powered up to 65% of full cowl. I'm sure, and I'll be in my Super Saiyan form as well. That way if I have my full guard up, I can see what we need to improve. Gohan said, as he stood across from the boy at full power Super Saiyan. Izuku powered up across from Gohan, who watched the boy's body become engulfed in green electricity and a teal aura. The boy then began to increase the amount of kinetic energy being stored in his left leg as he prepared his right leg for the attack to come. And for Gohan himself, he couldn't help but feel his BLD pumping for the potential training partner Izuku could become if he could only utilize his ki. All too fast, Gohan watched as Izuku took a deep breath in as his entire form suddenly gained an even richer aura of green/teal color with electricity bouncing across his entire form. And within milliseconds, he disappeared and reappeared in front of him as he held his guard up and Izuku threw the kick in his direction. From Izuku's perspective, everything was moving in extreme slow motion compared to when he last used FA gene mixed with One for All. He immediately moved as fast as he could to get to Gohan as fast as possible to release all the kinetic power as well as force that he was told to release against Gohan at full power. Throwing a horizontal kick at the man, he watched as Gohan had immediately increased his guard further as he tanked the attack in his torso, a massive blast of wind exiting from the other side of his form. The two stayed like that for a few moments as Izuku fell to the ground as he felt the quirk exhaustion effect that OFA had on him when he used too much power, but for some reason, he didn't break a limb this time. Once the time resumed, Izuku watched as Gohan had immediately stood back upright as he looked down at the kid with a strong expression for him to read. Gohan was looking down to him as he was thinking about the next kind of training regimen to make sure that the boy could release power similar to that but be far stronger than it. From Gohan's perspective of being slammed with that impressive attack, he felt the power of the attack and it was similar to that of Trunks being at a quarter of his full power slamming a hit into his gut. There wasn't that much pain, but a simple throb of acknowledgement that he had managed to land a hit that barely stung. He could still fight. But it was concerning at how slow his progressive strength grew. "Alright, how long have you been training?" "Before coming here, that is," Gohan asked, before clarifying. "I haven't been able to train for my entire childhood. I only started to train when I was told I could become a hero by All Might, although he had me clean up a beach to get One for All," Izuku said, as Gohan thought about his next question. "Did he give you the power before or after you did the training?" Gohan asked. "He gave it to me. It was a reward for cleaning the beach without using a quirk as well as utilizing any kind of loopholes in his training. Although I had went ahead of the training plan multiple times in order to clean it faster than I was doing," Izuku informed as Gohan nodded. "You wanted to make sure that it was done far faster, but came to find out that your body couldn't handle the amount of trouble you gave it?" Gohan surmised, getting a nod from Izuku. "Okay. So I think the main issue you're having with your ki blockage is the simple fact that you're mentally and physically prepared to learn it. It's just your spirit that's the issue," Gohan said with a nod. "But spirit is the issue?" Izuku asked, confused. "I think the problem you're having is the fact that I can sense multiple spirits within your soul. The fact that you have 8 other souls within your own is blocking your ki flow, and therefore causing you to not be capable of utilizing ki," Gohan said, as Izuku tilted his head. "So the reason that I can't use ki is because of One for All?" Izuku asked, now feeling like this was very bad news. "Oh no, they're not the problem. The problem is your spirit in general. Your soul is not supposed to be inhabited by others. All we need to do is separate the souls in your own from it and you'll be capable of accessing your full potential through ki energy," Gohan said as he sat down. "Now the real question, however, is how we're going to separate those other souls from your metaphysical soul," Gohan muttered as he sat down. Izuku sat down across from him this time, as he overheard the Vestiges talking mad shit about Gohan, stating many things that they are not the root cause as for why he wasn't able to utilize ki energy. Izuku ignored those Vestiges since they weren't really much of a talkative bunch since they had kept their identities away from him this entire time without informing him about their pasts. He wanted to learn more about them all in his world but couldn't be due to All for One escaping from Tartarus, as well as Shigaraki's increasing threat level in Japan and the world. Nana, Daigoro, Yoichi and surprisingly Hikage were the only ones who were supportive of helping the boy separate their collective souls from one another. The main issue about this was how they were going to do that since they didn't know how to do something of that nature, because the question is, how does one pull not just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 but 8 souls away from the one who they are supporting? And from the last 2 Vestiges who were not supportive of this decision were just arguing on how that could be a very dangerous thing to do since it could kill the current host of One for All. All the fighting the two were doing was becoming so much for Izuku to handle that his entire form was trembling with barely restrained rage. The simple fact that these 2 people were not wanting to be released from Izuku's soul was so selfish and arrogant that Izuku just felt his anger slowly building up to its upper limit. Across from Izuku, Gohan had noticed something off about the kid. He was releasing so much killing intent that he had instinctively been entering his combat stance to prepare for a strong fight. Shaking his head, he took a closer look at Izuku as he noticed something off about his stance. It was extremely similar to how he and Trunks powered up as small gusts of wind were flowing around the boy. A smile was forming on his face as the boy in front of him was slowly being able to utilize ki. And when Izuku began to tremble even further, electricity that was actually blue in color this time had sparked around his entire frame as a surprisingly indigo blue color of ki surrounded the boy. And the boy's power was slowly rising from what Gohan could sense. It was stronger than Piccolo was when he died against the androids, and was steadily growing to the point that it was reaching his base form's full power. And once it finally tapered off and leveled out, he felt Izuku's power once again and was amazed with the amount of power that was hidden in his relatively short body. I's power was already around 6% of Frieza's full power on planet Namek and would have lasted far longer than Vegeta did when they were on the planet around 15 years ago. And as it leveled out, he found Izuku just growling to himself as he had lowered his body into a full-blown power-up stance, and he was beginning to believe that the boy had some much-needed venting to do. "Hey kid, do you think you can try and fight me now?" Gohan asked with a smirk on his face. "I got some shit to work out." Izuku grumbled as he rushed Gohan. It was a few months down the line as Gohan and Izuku had moved across the time chamber without even looking where they launched their attacks. They had been attacking one another for the last few hours today as they had been pushing themselves to the upper limits of their full powers, and the fact that Izuku's full power was around Gohan's full power in base was amazing for Gohan. The half-Saiyan hybrid had been ecstatic at when Izuku finally released his ki and finally managed to utilize it through the growing anger that was forming in his mind at whatever was going on with his quirk. For these last few months, the only Vestiges that Izuku had informed him he'd been talking to for a long while was Yuichi, Nana, Daigoro and En. He did talk to Hikage from time to time, but that was to talk about how their lifestyles could have been had Izuku moved out into the forest to train the quirk like the elderly man had done. But Izuku was clearly showing signs that he was rejecting one for all these last few months, and Gohan had known that if he continued like this it would probably kill him from here on out. So he set about trying to get the young man to try and utilize ki control at the same time of using one for all, and the boy was actually really receptive to that kind of training. He may have said some grumbles about how he really wanted to just get rid of the power, so he didn't have to talk to Vestiges second and third, but he'd much rather have Nana and the other good Vestiges stay was alarming. But it was a start, although Gohan wished he could see what the boy's mind held since he'd tried to read the boy's mind after their talk in the bath about closing in on 4 months prior to beginning their training. When asked about his mentor in the whole hatred of his own quirk, Gohan was surprised to hear that Izuku mentioned how the man was supportive of him but had actually agreed with the other two Vestiges, which left a very sour feeling in the boy's mind. Gohan could only hope and pray that everything was going all right on Trunks' side of things outside of the chamber, because from how Izuku was showing these new feelings he was holding back. It'd only be a matter of time before the boy himself would become a Super Saiyan had he been a Saiyan from B. Outside of the time chamber, it had only been a few hours since Izuku and Gohan had entered the time chamber as a whole. Trunks had left Mr. Popo after eating some food, that way he wouldn't be returning back to his mother's home and using the time machine to save the past. He flew over to West City as he saw the ruins of the city as a whole, and shook his head as he lowered himself down in the atmosphere towards Capsule Corporation. Landing just outside of the place, he entered the main building as he went into the basement of the place. Walking around in the dark, he activated Super Saiyan to see better and found his mother sleeping on a cot nearby. He smiled at her softly before pulling a blanket over her unconscious form. It appeared that her time of working on the time machine took a lot more of a toll on her than he originally thought. But this was his chance to change the future. He will be waiting for Gohan to exit the time chamber with Izuku, and if those two can defeat the androids before he gets back, then it will have been fate for his mentor to save the future. But at the same time, he could live with the fact that he saved the previous timeline from becoming like his own. He turned the time machine into a capsule as he prepared to leave when a voice called out to him. "Trunks, it seems like you've grown." Bulma's voice rang out in the room. "I trained in the time chamber with Gohan for a year, and I know that we're both strong enough to defeat the androids. But I still plan on going to the past to save Goku. We don't know if altering the past will change anything here. Might as well try, right? Trunks asked with a smile. You really take the best things from Gohan, you know that? I really wish that he was your father and not that stubborn man Vegeta, but what can I do? Make sure to save Goku and everyone else. Also see if there is an Izuku Midoriya in the past timeline as well. We can't be too sure that we're the only one with his assistance. Bulma encouraged before making the boy promise. I know, Mom, his presence here was not expected, but it's very much welcomed, Trunks said, leaving the building. Standing outside the corporation building, Trunks pulled out the time machine. As he climbed into it, he read the manual on how to utilize it to the best ability from his mother's notes and couldn't help but notice how Izuku was the one who wrote these notes down. He smiled at noticing how smart the boy was. Had he been someone who didn't wish to become a hero like that All Might guy, he could have been one of the smartest humans that his world could have ever seen. Hell, he could have been the first one to make time travel a thing. This is it, my chance to save the life of someone who mattered so much to Mother. Time to change the future, Trunks mumbled as he pressed a few buttons. The machine moved into the sky as the rotator blades around the ship itself had begun to spin in a counterclockwise formation. The young man watched on in awe as the machine slowly gained a small aura that was similar to Gohan's pure white aura before it disappeared from the sight of the future timeline. As he floated in between different dimensions, he found himself looking at the time-space around him as it was a mixture of blues, reds, blacks, whites, and many more colors. He smiled as the time machine appeared in the wasteland near Idiot Rock, and as he placed the machine inside a capsule once more. He felt the wind blow his hair around as he took in the previous timeline's wastelands. It was so appealing, much more so than his timeline's version of it. He noticed a high power level entering the Earth's atmosphere and immediately flew towards it. He was already close enough as he stood on a nearby plateau as he watched a massive ship land near Idiot Rock and couldn't help but wonder why it was called that. But as soon as the ship landed on the ground, a few dozen soldiers came out and lined up for their leaders. A metallic-looking Frieza came out of the ship with spare parts all over his body, as well as a taller individual who looked eerily similar to Frieza's second form from what Gohan informed him about his travels on Namek. But there was something odd about his energy. It wasn't being suppressed. It was as though this was the highest form of power he could utilize. And it was literally just a few numbers ahead of Frieza's own. Smirking to himself, he immediately landed on the ground in front of the two frost demons. And who are you? A metallic but very scratchy voice called out. Hello, Frieza, and I'm here to kill you, Trunks said, with a very cocky smirk on his face. Explosions were appearing all over the place inside the time chamber. Izuku was moving towards Gohan at high speeds as the man moved through them with great experience. Izuku landed in front of the mentor-like figure as he sent a ki blast into the man's chi that had launched him backwards. Landing on the ground, he would get back up before rushing Izuku as the two slammed their fists against one another, creating a quite large shockwave. As the two were blasted back from the shockwave sending them backwards, they skidded across the ground as they glared into one another's eyes. But before they could finish their stare down, Izuku felt something hurt in his mind as he fell to a knee. Placing a hand over his head, he felt a massive amount of pain coming from danger sense. It wasn't that it was inherently surrounding them, it was that danger sense was causing him to realize something bad was happening outside of it, and as he looked at Gohan, the man was giving him a worried expression. Are you alright, kid? Gohan asked, kneeling to help him up. I am fine. Well, no, I have a massive headache. And I feel as though danger sense is giving me a foreboding presence outside of this place, Izuku said, as he struggled to walk around. If that's true, then that means the androids have finally found the lookout. Come on, we have to go, Gohan called out as the two flew towards the door. By the time they reached the door, Gohan used his telekinetic abilities granted to him through ki control and pulled the door open. And as soon as they rushed through the door and rushed out to the top layer of the lookout, they found Mr. Popo being pierced through his eye by the man was letting out a soft gasp of air before all that remained of him was his clothes as they fell off the android's arm as the young man looked at them with confusion writ on his features. Izuku, looking at how he'd saved Popo only for the man to die literally a few hours later, felt a surge of fury and sadness take over his mind. With tears flowing from his eyes, he rushed the two androids with sad fury in his expression. Gohan followed after him as Izuku sent a powerful ki-enhanced quirk-charged kick into 17's face, blasting him off the lookout as Gohan slammed a fist into 18's face as she was sent in the same direction. As the two left the lookout, they moved towards their respective androids as they had flown towards the two and kept them apart. Izuku moved swift against 17 as the young android had sent a kick towards him that Izuku ducked and released BLACKWHIP out of his back, wrapping around the limb and pulling him in and sending an upward strike at his chin. The android was lifted into the air before Izuku pulled BLACKWHIP down, slamming 17 into the ground. Izuku then grabbed the young man before yanking him up in the air as he spun the android around faster and faster before releasing him from BLACKWHIP and launching 17 through multiple plateaus. As the rocks fell over the android, Izuku felt as though 17 would take a small amount of time to get out of the rubble and move to assist Gohan in taking down 18 in a way reminiscent of how they teamed up on Gohan. Appearing next to Gohan, they swiftly moved by 18's defenses as they sent a flurry of attacks her direction. She dodged and weaved through Izuku's attacks as though they were nothing, but kept getting hit by Gohan's attacks. With how the two were covering the weaknesses of the other, they had managed to back 18 into a corner as she tried to take Izuku out immediately. But before she could, Gohan had blocked her hit with his leg before he slammed his arm into her gut. As she coughed up spittle and leaned over, Gohan had then grabbed her arm and launched her into the sky. Pulling an arm back, he placed 2 fingers on his forehead as he began to charge an attack, with Izuku moving swiftly and kicking 18 in the face as she growled at him angrily. And before she could even do anything to attack, Izuku had wrapped BLACKWHIP around her body, constricting her to barely struggling to escape. As 17 finally escaped from the rubble, he looked over in the sky to find Izuku floating in the air holding his sister still. Unaware of what was happening, he flew at Izuku with speed that would have made Gohan about a few months ago completely shocked, and when he was closing in on Izuku, the young man took notice of him with his eyes. And before 17 could react in time, Izuku had him wrapped up in BLACKWHIP as well, pulling him in front of 18 as well. The two struggled a lot to escape from the black tendrils that wrapped around their form, keeping their CSTS open for an attack. And as they struggled, they heard a voice they thought was dead. "Special beam cannon," Gohan yelled as 17 and 18 looked down to the ground. A purple and red spiraling beam had rushed towards them as 17 tried to create an energy shield before Izuku squeezed BLACKWHIP tighter to stop him from creating it. And before the two androids could even escape from his hold, the special beam cannon pierced through their torsos as they let out screams of pain and anguish as the beam then went into the sky. Once Izuku let the two free from his hold, he pulled back his arms as green electricity had formed around his palms, a green energy forming in them as he charged as much power as he could. "Buster Flame," Izuku called out. And from his hands a flaming beam of energy blasted the androids, who were weaker than him due to their damage, were reduced to ashes. Gohan and Izuku fell to the ground as they stared at the remains of their opponents before looking at one another with what appeared to be not really shocked but apprehension. They waited for the androids to suddenly appear and say that they weren't even using their full power again, but nothing happened. In fact, they found the ascot that 17 had been wearing flit to the ground softly in the wind, showing that the two were in fact completely dead. "We did it. I can't believe we did it," Gohan said, as he placed a hand on his head. "Well, at least you don't need to worry about them anymore," Izuku said, reaching a hand out. Grabbing his hand, the two stood upright and looked at the clearing sky. The sun was rising off in the distance, as if to show that a new age was being shown to the world. An age without the androids there to prevent them from ever having peace. Taking to the sky, the two flew towards Capsule Corporation with smiles on their faces. Izuku couldn't wait to show off his new power to Bulma, as the woman had wanted to see his full power and record it with his quirk information. It was only a few minutes later that the two arrived at the corporation that housed Bulma. Entering through the main entrance, they walked through the halls as they came across Bulma sitting on a nearby couch. She looked at the two, seeing some scuff marks on their outfits as well as faces, but overall, the two were giving her happy smiles. And for once, Bulma decided to lower her guard and ask them a question. Is there a reason you're giving me a smile, you two? She asked, looking at the two. Yeah, the androids have finally been defeated, Izuku said, looking at the woman. Wait, really? But it's only been a day since Trunks had left, Bulma said, as Gohan smirked. We managed to defeat them, and it's all thanks to Izuku here. He managed to hold both androids in his BLACKWHIP thingy, allowing me the time to use Mr. Piccolo's ultimate move, Gohan informed the woman as Bulma placed a hand over her mouth. He would be extremely proud of you, Gohan, and I am sure your father would feel the same, Bulma said, placing a palm on his shoulder. Did you ever find out what happened to my mother? Gohan asked as he looked at her worriedly. Your mother didn't make it after you left. She died of heartbreak after losing your father. She went catatonic, at least from what Ox King told me on the phone. But she died due to heart complications, the same way your father did, Bulma said, breaking the bad news to him. Gohan didn't show any emotion on his face as he nodded. He had a feeling that his mother had died. He couldn't sense her energy on the earth after a few years, about 6 months before his supposed final battle against the androids before Izuku had rescued him. So the fact that she really was dead, it hurt him, but not as much as not being there to help her through the motions. Gohan left the room with small tears forming in his eyes as Bulma looked at him with a happy smile. So do you want to know what Trunks is currently doing? Bulma asked. Sure thing, Izuku replied as the two walked through the building. The next morning, Izuku woke up in a bed from Capsule Corporation. He took in his surroundings as he thought about his decisions with what to do with One for All. It wasn't that he didn't wish to give it to someone else. No, in fact he was just getting annoyed with how Second and Third have been so untrustful towards those around him, stating that he shouldn't trust them and that they could be trying to use his kind nature against him. And with how All Might hasn't been really helping matters when he asked Izuku multiple times why he isn't trying to get better with One for All, the boy had informed him many times that he just couldn't get stronger. The quirk was really holding him back. And wasn't that something to think about for Izuku? One for All was actually detrimental to his growth as a warrior, as Gohan put it in the time chamber, and this power he held onto was not really helping him in terms of his enemies. So he took a deep breath and entered Bulma's lab and found her working on a new project. Walking up behind her, he announced his presence by making his footsteps louder for the woman to hear. As soon as she heard his presence, she pulled out from under whatever contraption she was creating and looked at him, and she noticed how he looked as though he needed a lot of. So, you look like Sheet Kid, what's wrong? She asked. Did you think that you can make a portal that goes back to my dimension? Using my DNA? Izuku asked as Bulma just looked at him. I can, but what is the reason for this? Bulma asked as Izuku sighed. Bulma, I've told you about One for All, right? Izuku asked as Bulma nodded. Then you should know that One for All is becoming more of a detriment to my overall growth as a warrior and fighter. I know that I had wanted to become a hero in my world, but my home is already safe with hundreds if not millions of heroes protecting that world. And out of everyone there who supported my dreams of becoming a hero in that world, nobody even cared about it. I'm not even sure if my dad is really real in that world, since I've never met him before. My mother didn't really care for my existence during middle school since I kept getting in trouble with the school staff. My mentor, All Might, the man is the greatest hero in my dimension. But even he didn't think I could be a hero without a quirk. And now I have power without a quirk, but it's causing the Vestiges to fight amongst one another. I need to give One for All away to someone else, Izuku said, as Bulma just stared at him with a sad expression. How old are you again, Izuku? Bulma asked, as Izuku mentioned he was turning 17 in a few months. Well then, I think that you should know this. It doesn't matter whether you have power or not, it's not your quirk, power, race, or whatever that makes you a hero. It's the choices you make to get to that point that matter, not only that, but the heart, spirit and mind of that person that defines them as a hero, Bulma said, before standing up straight and cracking her back and other bones. But I think I can make a portal to your world. If I can make a time machine to go back in time, then I can definitely create a dimensional hopper machine to help you get home as well as a return device should you wish to come back here, Bulma said as she got right to work. She also used a needle to pull a good amount of BLD from Izuku in an attempt to make sure that she could make more of it later on. It also helped that his BLD type was O, meaning that it could be used all over the world to help those who needed BLD transfusions. With that all said and done, Izuku left the workshop and walked into the kitchen as he sat at the table there, only to see Trunks sitting there with a cup of tea in his hands as he was calming his raging heartbeat. Looking confused at the young man, Izuku waved the boy over as he walked near him and sat down next to him. "So what has you looking extremely nervous?" Izuku asked as Trunks laughed. "I just met my father a few hours ago. And needless to say, I have no idea how my mother even came to love that man. He's just so arrogant and prideful. It just doesn't even make sense at how he's my father somehow," Trunks said, feeling lost. "Hey, I never met my own father either, so we're in that same department. For all I know, my dad could be All Might's worst enemy," Izuku said, chuckling. "About that?" Yagi's voice rang in Izuku's mind. "Don't tell me." Izuku returned the retort to the man. "Yeah, he is your father." "Sorry, young Midoriya," All Might said with a sigh. "Man, today is just not either of our days." Izuku thought to the man. "You and me both. I'm sorry for having one for all essentially be a way for you to become a hero. I needed a successor when we met," Yagi said, as Izuku shook his head. "Don't worry, I chose to take one for all from you. It was my choice to use one for all after meeting you. You were my idol. And now I think I should personally live where I am staying at currently. I wish you could tell my friends that I'll miss them after visiting to give them the quirk," Izuku said, as Yagi gave a gruff sound before ending their connection. "So now that you've helped us save our future, what are your plans, Izuku?" Trunks asked. "I plan on staying around here. I asked your mom if she could create a portal back to my dimension, just so that I could give off one for all to one of them. My home world should be completely safe since I've been gone for so long," Izuku said as Trunks looked at him weirdly. "Didn't you come here when you were searching for this all-for-one guy?" Trunks asked. "I was, but I'm pretty sure that everyone there is safe. But if they're not, I will be far more capable of ending him swiftly," Izuku said, nodding his head. "That sounds arrogant," Trunks quipped as Izuku glared at him. "Far from it. Last I checked I was able to kill Shigaraki when I was searching for him. I had the power at the time in order to put the villain down, but I was just trying to save his soul. Something that I only recently found was just me seeing things," Izuku said as he looked at the wall. The two remained at the table as they thought about what to do from this point onward. For Trunks, he would have to return back to the past in about 3 years, and he couldn't turn the time machine forwards a few years so that he could arrive at the perfect time. No, he would have to wait 3 years before being capable of returning back there to help them out with the androids, but this provided the two of them the time to actually see if Izuku's timeline needed some assistance. Izuku had informed Trunks multiple times over in the last few months that they'd known one another, that Trunks and Gohan would probably become a threat in his world had they both been evil in nature. When asked why, Izuku had told him that the powers the two of them wield would be treated as though they were quirks. And with the simple fact that they are so focused on quirks and not the other powers one can gain with simple training, they were bound to lose to both Gohan and Trunks. But if they were to come across all for one, they would need to be extremely cautious and not take any chances. And for both Izuku and Trunks, the two kept up their training as Gohan had begun to get closer to Bulma, as the two were very lonely individuals. It wasn't until later on that year that Izuku found the two sitting in the living room talking to one another in hushed tones. Leaving the two to be alone in the room, Izuku went to find somewhere else to try and gather some peace in mind. Bulma had taken some time off for making the portal to his world. It wasn't something that he was too keen on returning to, since nobody even really cared about him, aside from the friends he'd made there in UA. He eventually made it outside and found Trunks walking around with a young woman with black hair and appeared to be around his own age. It was here that Izuku was feeling as though he'd be alone for some time, not that he really minded, he didn't belong in this world anyway. He sat outside taking in some of the heat from the sun as he began to meditate. He wanted to see if there was anything he could do to make sure that second and third could see his way of seeing things, but from what the last few months have shown for him, they were a very strong group to force to see reason. Sighing softly, he allowed himself to drift out of consciousness and enter the vestige world whilst he meditated. Standing up in the broken castle that housed the previous wielders of One for All, Izuku entered the main area of it as he found Yoichi, Nana, Hikage, Yagi, and Daigoro all sitting in their seats whilst second and third were still not sitting in their seats. Well, there goes that idea of getting the two of them to see reason, Izuku mumbled, catching their attention. Is there something wrong, Ninth? Yoichi asked, curiously. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you all wish to stay with me? And based entirely on me being the son of your brother as well as everyone's nemesis from the dawn of quirks? Izuku asked as he looked at each one. Young Midoriya, you already know the answer from me. I'm surprised to be sure, but I still believe in the fact that you'd never turn out like your father. Yagi said, looking at his successor. I wouldn't mind leaving, your world still needs someone wielding our power if All for One is still around. Hikage said, staying neutral. Our goal was to defeat All for One and prevent him from taking over the world. With us with you and you not wishing to return back home. It's probably best to pass One for All off to someone else. Your vestige will be deleted from One for All though. And said, as he looked at Izuku in sympathy. I'm fine with it, I would just prefer those of you to contact the 10th wielder of the quirk to teach them how to use the quirk itself. Izuku said as they all gave him grim nods. Second and third had their thoughts about Izuku, but they had glanced over at the boy as he looked at them now. It appeared most of the others had made their decisions to head into a different host. Second though, he was thinking about being harsher towards the 9th wielder, however. I'd be glad to be away from you. Your presence is revolting to me. Second growled. I'm sorry kid, but I'm with Chief on this. It's nothing personal from me, I kind of find you to be a very tactical fighter. Third said, saying pretty much the same as second but letting Izuku off softer. Well, that's a first, never had someone outright tell me to my face their reason for hating me. But I could care less. Izuku said as he was prepared to leave. There was one voice, however, that made sure everyone knew his stance on this whole affair. I will leave with you all, but I would rather do something for the young man, Daigoro said as he stood up from his seat. He walked over to where Izuku stood near the door to their broken castle. He raised a palm over to Izuku, who watched as a pure crimson-colored orb floated over to him, causing the others to stare at the man in shock. Izuku was more confused as to how Daigoro learned how to utilize ki inside the vestige world, but the man smirked at him with a smile on his face. You kid are one of the best users of this DMN quirk that I've ever seen. I wouldn't have put it past you to have become the strongest user of One for All in your world had you decided to stay. And because of the different ways you've used BLACKWHIP, I gave you a parting gift to remember me, from my perspective. You were like the son I never could have, Daigoro said, as Izuku looked at him weirdly. You're right, that's weird, you're like the nephew I never had. The successor I could have asked for to train myself, Daigoro said, rubbing the boy's head of hair. As soon as Izuku left the vestige world, second and third just growled at the man. What was your plan in doing that? Second growled. I just gave him a little gift for being the one person who had searched for All for One longer than even 8 did in a singular week. Not only that, but 9th managed to get more crime off the streets far better and faster than 8 did, Daigoro said with a smirk. What did you give him? Nan asked, curious. You stayed quiet during the whole spiel. You're like a second mother to the boy, I would have thought you'd have more to say to him, Daigoro said as Nana shrugged. I gave him my knowledge on how to create BLACKWHIP from ki energy, Daigoro said with a smirk. You gave him your quirk? Third called out incredulously. Of course, he will need to utilize that quirk through ki in the future. BLACKWHIP is an extremely versatile quirk that is really useful for him. Just from him being capable of utilizing it against Lady Nagant about a year ago for us, it made me think that he'd use BLACKWHIP far more than the other quirks. Well, maybe aside from FA Gene and Gear Shift when he'm stred the two eventually, Daigoro said with a smug expression. You better not regret this decision, we don't even know if it took your quirk out of One for All as a whole, Second said as he turned away from the group with Third. Geez, those two really need to get out of their gothic phases. Maybe people will like them more. Daigoro quipped as Third began to chase him around the castle. Izuku left his meditation. He was feeling lighter now that he knew that his predecessors wanted to leave as well. Minus whatever Banjo had decided to give him, and as he made his way inside Capsule Corp, he went into the training facility that was made originally for Vegeta earlier before he'd ever known about this place. As he trained on his lonesome, he was too focused on making sure that he was stronger that he'd never noticed someone new poking their face inside the room to see him training on his own. They kept staring at him for a long while as Izuku continued through the motions of shadowboxing as he sent moves of his fists and kicks in different directions that subtly had increased his power over time. By the time Izuku was feeling as though he was being watched, he began to turn around when he felt the presence leave. Looking to the doorway where he felt that he was being watched, he shook his head thinking it was nothing since danger sense didn't warn him about the presence being there in the first place. And as he continued to train by himself, he began to play around with the gravity room's gravity console as he used a higher level of gravity stronger than Earth's. When he felt the increase of pressure on his body, he worked through it, forcing his body to adjust at a faster rate and pushing himself to the upper limits. Him training like this would continue for weeks, Bulma's research on creating a portal into another dimension working wonders. Especially more so when he had resupplied her with more BLD that allowed him to save lives who needed his BLD to survive. She had just completed the massive portal and was working on a small watch that would allow him to return back home after he completes his mission. That was until she heard a massive explosion come from the other side of the building. Having flashbacks to a previous time that something exploded at her place of work, she rushed over to where the explosion had happened and slammed the door to the gravity room open. And inside she saw something that was so similar to Vegeta that she couldn't ever feel mad again. There on the ground, covered in some workout equipment, was Izuku as he'd blasted a hole in the training room just to get the bars of weights off his body to escape. His entire form was burnt, bruised as well as injured from head to toe. Rushing over to him whilst turning off the gravity in the room from its not-so-high level of around 100x Earth's gravity and walked over to him. Pulling the boy out of the rubble, she yanked him over to the resting area nearby as she bandaged his body up as much as she could. It wasn't much longer before Gohan and Trunks had come over to see what happened when they saw Izuku in such a display of injury that they looked to Bulma for information. He'd trained himself too strong in here. He tried to do some normal workouts with the gravity chamber activated. Seriously, you'd think he was smarter than this? Bulma muttered as she finished bandaging Izuku. Sorry, I just wanted to become as strong as possible. Izuku said, struggling to sit upright. Just stay down, kid, you need to get some rest. After surviving an explosion like this, you shouldn't be capable of standing. Gohan said, holding the boy still. And not the first explosion I taken before. Izuku growled out as he leaned upright. Sheet, not this again. Gohan grumbled. Gohan, what are you talking about? Trunks asked worriedly. This stupid talk about taking things like it was normal. Did you finish that portal to his world, Bulma? Gohan asked, as Izuku perked up at this. Actually, yes I did, just need to finish the watch to help him transfer himself back. After which we will be destroying the portal. Bulma said, as Izuku nodded. That's good, me and Trunks will be going with him in order to check his world out. Gohan said, without even mentioning that they will take no for an answer. With that, the two young men left the place and began to head to their training location that they were sparring at. With Izuku and Bulma, the woman had placed him in a bed just inside the lab where she had been working on her newest project. As he watched her complete the newest project in peace and quiet, he felt that the silence was calming for him. There was nothing forcing him to become stronger in this world. But now though he had to get stronger so that he could prove he could become a hero without a quirk at all, although from what he could test out, his power in base was not really that powerful compared to All for One. So whilst he kept to himself in the room, he heard the small sounds of Bulma welding and small clinging of using materials to make her newest creation. He watched as she finished the first watch that would allow him to move between dimensions without any problem at all, just that it would take a small bit of his BLD to complete. As he sat upright, his body finished its small amount of healing. He walked over to sit next to Bulma as the woman finished her small device before completing another one in just as much time. He stayed quiet as Bulma had glanced at him once or twice as she worked, and he couldn't understand what was wrong with the way he talked about things. It's not as though he'd been through explosions before, it was a constant when he grew up in his dimension, so he didn't see the problem in that department. It wasn't until Bulma had sighed and placed the third and final watch on the table as she pulled her goggles off and looked at the young man who was watching her completed project with awe. "All right, little guy, we need to have a talk," Bulma said as Izuku looked up at her. "What's wrong?" Izuku asked worriedly. "It's not what's wrong with me, it's what's wrong with you. Izuku, how many times have you suffered the effects of an explosion in your life?" Bulma asked. "Well, it started when I was 4. But it just got worse over time, and I hadn't experienced any kind of problems from it as I grew up," Izuku said, as Bulma took a slow but deep breath. "Izuku, as much as I hate to tell you this, a child, much less you, should have had to deal with being used as target practice with a power that allowed them to create explosions," Bulma said, as Izuku rubbed his left arm. "I know that, but the thought is that I've had to go through so many explosions that this one was barely anything in comparison," Izuku said, looking away. "Izuku, look at me, kid," Bulma said, forcing the boy to look at him, holding the sides of his face with her palms. "As a 4-year-old, you shouldn't have had to deal with those kinds of things. Much less explosions from that of a boy who was around your age," Bulma stated as Izuku looked down. "Izuku, I need you to listen to me. No matter what you think, you need to know that you shouldn't have suffered the way you did. You should have gotten help. Someone there to at least help you from all the bullying and suffering you had taken," Bulma had stated, pulling the boy into a hug. Izuku didn't know what was happening, the fact that Bulma had stated that his past shouldn't have ever happened, or the simple fact that she knew about the fact that from his comment of being used in explosions was definitely not a good way of stating that he was fine. And the final words she'd stated in her comment caused his heart to clench as his entire form began to tremble with barely restrained sadness as tears fell from his eyes. Bulma held him tight to her as Izuku slowly began to cry in her embrace as he trembled even more than when he had been sitting next to her. They stayed like this for a while, and by the time Gohan and Trunks arrived, the two young men found the two like this. Gohan had taken note of how emotional Izuku was appearing to be at the moment and held Trunks outside the room for these last few moments as Izuku and Bulma finished their talk. Once Bulma had stood up, leaving Izuku alone in the room once more, she entered the hallway where Gohan and Trunks were at. She held all 3 watches in her hand, knowing full well that if she left Izuku in there alone, he probably would have used one and left immediately without anyone else to assist him. "Did you break through to him?" Gohan asked quietly. "Yes, I did. He just needed someone who was more like a mother than the one he had in his dimension. The fact that his own mother didn't believe in his dreams infuriates me. As a mother myself, I allowed Trunks to fight the androids. Granted, it was so long as you were there, Gohan," Bulma said, as Gohan nodded. "I learned early on that I wasn't strong enough to fight the androids, though. This is a 16-year-old human boy, he wears his emotions on his sleeve. But I've never seen or heard him talk about his past. Not once since he first moved here, just small comments about what he's been through," Trunks said as Gohan nodded. "When I was in the time chamber with the kid, he didn't really talk all that much, but he did inform me about some of his past. And needless to say, it wasn't pretty. I told Bulma about it when we got back a month ago. I just didn't think she'd need the information this soon," Gohan said, grimacing. "Well, at least we can see what his timeline is like," Trunks said, trying to be happy. "Yeah, let's go," Gohan said, placing the watch on his wrist. "You want a cool robotic arm when you get back?" Bulma asked, calling out to the 2 men. Gohan looked at Trunks, before glancing at his missing limb before shaking his head. "I'd rather keep fighting with one arm. The more people who don't take me seriously will be a far easier fight in order to defeat them that much faster. An opponent who lowers their guard is a very horrible fighter," Gohan informed as he walked into the room with Trunks. Entering the room, the 2 young men found Izuku standing in the middle of the lab. He stared at the portal as well as the tech that was used in order to make such a thing possible for them to use right now. Gohan walked over and placed a palm on Izuku's left shoulder as he gave the boy a small smile when Bulma entered the room with her glasses covering her eyes. She began typing on the computer nearby as she looked at the information given to her by Izuku's BLD. Once she managed to find the location of which Izuku had been taken from his world and brought here, she placed them in. She turned to the young men behind her as she saw their muscular frames walking towards the now active portal as it rippled with use. She smiled at them as Izuku pressed a button on his watch to begin taking a large amount of his BLD to activate their part of the portal. And almost instantly they were pulled into the rippling power waves of the portal device and disappeared from the future timeline. She couldn't wait to see what they act like when they return. Appearing in the main area of Kamino Ward, Izuku stared at the melted statue of All Might. Looking around the area, he found that there appeared to have been a fight in this location after he'd left. And seeing the burn scuffs on the ground, it appeared as though he'd been taken away from this world for around at least a week at most. He stood upright and flew high into the sky as he flew towards the one place that would know what was going on at the moment. And as the trio were on their way over to UA, Gohan and Trunks were watching Izuku's body language. The fact that he hasn't said a word meant that something was off. For a few minutes the trio flew across the sky when they heard the sounds of fighting in the distance. Rushing over to assist in whatever was happening, everyone appeared on the battlefield as they found Bakugo fighting two people at once. All for One and Shigaraki Tamura were beating down Bakugo, who was having extreme trouble with his opponents. Izuku immediately flew in as he sent a kick at Shigaraki, blasting the villain away from Bakugo, who had looked up in shock and awe at how fast Izuku had appeared. "Deku?" he asked, confused and shocked. "Not now, Kaken. Deal with All for One. I will handle Shigaraki," Izuku replied tersely as he flew after Tamura. "You better not die again, Deku," Kaken called out as he continued his fight with the younger All for One. Off to the side, Gohan and Trunks stood on a nearby building as they watched the boy who had caused all of Izuku's pain fight against a villain. Gohan was staring at the boy, sensing his energy, and from what he could view, the boy had clearly changed his ways. But the fact that he still called Izuku by that derogatory nickname infuriated the man. He clenched his fist as he glared at the man in front of Bakugo, who was giving the young man a strong time. "Trunks, do you want to do the honors?" Gohan asked as Trunks smirked. "Will do, Gohan. How strong is the villain though?" Trunks asked as he stretched his limbs. "From what I can tell, he's far weaker than Izuku currently is. That Bakugo boy is stronger based on energy usage but has lost most of his stamina, so he'll need assistance," Gohan said, as Trunks launched himself at AFO with a nod. As Trunks rushed AFO, the man looked to his right this time and noticed the purple-haired young man pulling a fist back to slam it into his face. He dodged the attack as fast as he could, but felt a knee slam itself into his gut, causing him to let out a horrid cough of pain. Bakugo saw the young man's entrance as something of shock that he'd never seen this guy before as he called out to him. "Are you a hero from another country or something?" he called out. "Just an ally for the moment. Just charge up your strongest blast and kill this guy," Trunks called out as Bakugo didn't need to be told twice. As Gohan watched the fight, he sensed a power off in the distance slowly begin to fall. And flying in that direction, he found another battle nearing its end as he touched down near two young girls who were next to one another. The girl on the ground was being given BLD for the fatal blow the other one had dealt to her. Both girls took note of Gohan's appearance as they saw his singular muscular arm as he knelt down next to them. "Are you all right?" he asked, as the girl who looked exactly like the girl on the ground nodded. "See, can you get Ochako-chan to the hospital? I didn't mean to hurt her like this," the lookalike begged. "I can do something far better," Gohan said, as he pulled out a green bean. "What's a bean going to do?" "She's going to die," the lookalike growled. "This isn't just any bean, faker. This is a special one. It will heal her wounds and restore her strength," Gohan informed as Ochako stared at it. "It won't hurt, right?" "Just scared." "No, it will heal your wounds," he said as the girl had her body lifted. Gohan placed the bean in her mouth as she chewed it as much as possible before swallowing. The effect was instant as she stared at her body in awe. This caused Gohan to stand up and begin to walk away as Ochako ran over to him, placing a couple fingers on his large hand. Looking down at her, she gave him a look that questioned what he was doing. Do you know where Deku-kun is?" she asked, worry evident in her eyes. "Why do you call that boy a derogatory name? You know its meaning, right?" Gohan asked, looking at her with a very unamused expression. "I helped Deku-kun think that it could mean you can do it," It means that in Kansai? Ochako said as Gohan stood still. His face was covered in shadows, but from what Izuku mentioned about this girl, she was one to be nice to him. Same with a boy with engines in his legs as well as a boy with red and white colored hair. So as he nodded at the girl, he took to the skies as he flew off in the direction of where Izuku's power was increasing by the second. Not only that, but the energy of Shigaraki Tamura was lowering swiftly. He smiled to himself as the young man he helped train was actually defeating a dangerous enemy and making sure the man wouldn't come back. With Izuku, the young man was pummeling Shigaraki Tamura without any kind of mercy. The man was being blasted across the vast landscape before Izuku kicked the man into the air as he ragdolled through the wind as he caught himself in the air as Izuku slammed another fist into his chin, blasting him up again. It would remain like this until Izuku managed to lower the man's regeneration factor before punching a hole in his ST without any kind of mercy as he coughed up BLD as well as spittle. I thought you wanted T to save me? Shigaraki questioned as Izuku growled. I did. But the best way to save someone is by killing them. You wanted to be stopped, but the only way to do that is not by talking, but by ending your life. If you were a kinder person after activating your quirk Tamura, you probably could have been an excellent rescue hero. But you used your power for nothing but your own gain and the needless killing of others, Izuku said, before he pulled back a hand. Shigaraki watched with morbid fascination as the palm began to glow with a power that definitely wasn't a quirk that one for all could utilize. He reached a hand over to try and disintegrate Izuku, but the young man had pulled the hand in front of his face before his own hand touched the energy, creating a burning sensation. Before Shigaraki could understand what was about to happen, however, Izuku blasted him into ashes, preventing him from coming back from the brink of death. Izuku looked over his shoulder, seeing another blast of energy go into the sky with the scream of AFO as the man was blasted into the upper atmosphere. As soon as Izuku flew over to Bakugo, Izuku touched down to ask him a singular question. Looking around, he found what he was looking for, or rather who. Laying on the ground not even a few feet away from Bakugo was All Might, his entire torso completely torn in half as he looked at the sky with nothing but a smile on his face, a complete contrast to the gruesome scene in front of himself. The clouds had moved out of the way to reveal that he had his eyes wide open when he looked high, and Izuku knelt down next to the body. Covering the man's eyes and closing the eyelids, he looked back at Katsuki, who was just letting tears flow out of his eyes now. He knelt next to Izuku as he placed a palm on the man's shoulder as he pulled out a trading card that he'd gotten when he was a child. Looking at Izuku, he gave the card to him before standing up and leaving. When Izuku looked over his shoulder, he found Bakugo sitting on a nearby car and waiting for him to walk over to him. So standing up and moving to him, the two boys sat on the car, their backs at one another as they waited for something to say to the other. Bakugo spoke up first. "Where did you go? We couldn't find you for a whole week." Bakugo asked. "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you, Kaken," Izuku said as he shook his head. "Yeah, you're right about that. Round Face had been worried sick. She cares for you. You know that?" Bakugo asked as Izuku sighed. "I look at her as someone who is a great friend. Nothing more," Izuku said as he took a deep breath. "See, can you look after her and Mom?" Izuku asked, shadows covering his eyes. "I can, but are you sure that you want her with me? I know that you had a thing for Round Face and don't lie about it," Katsuki said, as he glared over his shoulders, seeing the tears falling. "I may have had a crush on her, but I know for a fact that she doesn't like me back. She cares for me like a friend, nothing more," Izuku replied as he gave the card back. "What are you going to do now?" Bakugo asked, as Izuku looked off into the distance. "I'm going to have someone else take one for all," Izuku said as Bakugo looked at him. "What are you talking about? You can become the #1 hero with that quirk," Bakugo said, looking at Izuku now. "That's the reason why I am doing this, Bakugo. I became the hero I am now because I was given this quirk. I may have worked strong to get it, but I didn't become a hero with my own strong work. I didn't even train to become stronger to actually become a quirkless hero. Once I give off one for all, I will return to the place I was at." "I'm sorry," Izuku said as he flew off into the sky. "Deku, don't leave us." Katsuki called out as he tried to run after Izuku. Don't go after him, you've done enough to him from your past. Trunks said as Bakugo looked at him. I wanted to apologize to him for all that, but I never got the chance. Katsuki said as Trunks scoffed. Well, maybe, next time you make a friend. You don't tell them to commit suicide, that's a surefire way to get rid of one. Trunks said, flying after Izuku flanked by Gohan. The trio landed on Ai Island, and they moved around the place in search of Izuku's successor. When they came across the person of Izuku's decision, they found the girl staring at him in both shock and confusion. That was when they saw the boy pull a needle out of his backpack and stick it in his arm, pulling out a small bit of it and handing it off to her. The girl looked at Izuku in confusion as Izuku spoke to her in a quiet but soft tone. Take one for all from me, please. I don't want it anymore. Izuku said as he walked away. What about Ochako? I know you had feelings for her. Melissa called out as Izuku looked at him. I may have had feelings for Ochako, but she only cared for me as a friend. Izuku said, with a slumped form as he flew off. Melissa stared at the needle and Izuku's BLD inside as she walked over to her labs. After some time researching the BLD, she found the entire quirk factor of 1 for all inside. Izuku was really giving it away to her of all people, as much as he didn't wish to give it away due to it being a gift. He gave it to her of all people. Another quirkless person, allowing her to have the power to attain her dreams of becoming a hero for herself and all other quirkless people of the world. She pulled the needle and pushed it into her own skin as she pushed the BLD into her own bloodstream. Her eyes glowed a sky blue color as a small flicker of electricity moved across her face for all but a moment before we moved back to Izuku. He and Gohan were now standing near the edge of Ai Island as they stared at the entire world from where they stood. Trunks was next to them eating some chili dogs as he happily liked up some chili from the hot dog itself as Izuku spoke up for them both to hear. I gave it to Melissa, she will be able to utilize the power far better than I ever will. Izuku said as he stared off into the distance. How long do you have until you lose 1 for all as a whole? Trunks asked, concerned. About a week at best. Izuku said as he tightened his fist. Well then, let's make the most of it. I think it's high time we return to the past and save everyone from the android threat, Gohan said, as he pressed the buttons on all 3 of their watches, forcing them to return back to Gohan and Trunks' timeline. Izuku took the longest to leave the place as he watched the sun lower in the distance. He heard footsteps coming up behind him as he found Melissa staring at him, his form slowly covered head to toe in blue light. She rushed to him and gave him a hug, something that he did back for her as she pulled back and stared into his eyes. You're leaving, she said sadly. Yeah, this world hasn't done much to really want me here. So I'm making sure that they won't ever see me again. Izuku said, as Melissa chewed her lip. Well, did you know that Ochako really liked you? She asked as Izuku thought about it. She only likes me as a friend, Melissa. That is all, she wouldn't have liked me if I was quirkless. Izuku said, reinstating the whole problem with this world. If you were born with a quirk, do you think you'd treat me the same way? Melissa asked, shadows covering her eyes. I'm not sure, there are many timelines where things are different, the same for dimensions. But personally, I've always been raised to treat everyone equally no matter if they had a quirk or not. Izuku said, staring at Melissa as his form became transparent. Well, I might as well have you leave with a parting gift then, Melissa said as Izuku tilted his head. What are you talking about? Izuku asked, confused. Before he could react, Melissa pushed her face into his own, pulling his slowly unforming body into her own as though to make the moment last longer. Izuku's eyes were wide open, his entire body rigid and stock still. He couldn't understand why Melissa was doing this. But when she finally pulled away, she smirked at him. You were actually someone I really liked ever since Uncle Mike brought you here. Gave me hope that being a quirkless hero was possible in the sports festival for Japan. Thank you for that, Melissa said, before Izuku disappeared from his home dimension. Izuku slowly appeared back in the timeline where Gohan and Trunks originate. He stood with a few tears falling from his face as he remembered what Melissa told him before he had disappeared from his dimension and couldn't help but think about both her and Uraraka. Could the two of them have been in love with him had he just paid more attention to that instead of focusing on saving the world from All for One? Surely, they didn't show any kind of attraction to him before today, right? Melissa he could understand since she was very close to him when he arrived at Island for the first time with All Might, as their interaction allowed them to become very quick friends. Looking at both the young man and Bulma, who were looking at him with a confused expression, Izuku raised a hand to his face as he rubbed his eye and found some water on his hand. Clenching it tight before looking at Gohan and Trunks, he tried to activate One for All when he noticed something very odd. He couldn't even feel One for All. He had thought he'd have at least a week before he'd lose the power completely, since he didn't complete One for All entirely up to 100%. He shook his head, having already said his goodbye when telling the previous users that he'd be giving the power away. Although he was sad to find All Might dead in such a gruesome way. Shaking his head, he glanced over at Bulma as the woman looked at him worriedly as he spoke. "Don't worry, just had a last-minute talk with Melissa," Izuku said, sniffling. "That's not what we're worried about," Bulma said, as Izuku looked at her confusedly. "What is?" Izuku asked, confused. "Why is there something on your arm?" Bulma asked, pointing at his right arm. Looking down at the offending limb, Izuku found a small piece of paper on his sleeve. Picking the paper up, he found that it was a letter from Melissa before he'd left his dimension, and reading it brought him to tears once more. It spoke about how for a long while after he'd saved both her and her father at Island in the past that she had fallen in love with him ever since, and was why she worked well with Hatsum in order to create the full gauntlets to near perfection. The fact that Melissa didn't even shy away from telling him her feelings caused his heart to clench from the fact that someone could show that love through a letter of all things. He just walked out of the room as Bulma spoke to Gohan and Trunks about leaving him alone for some time. Not only that, but Izuku overheard about how Bulma was going to upgrade the TM in order to make sure that it can seat 3 people without any issues with space. Walking through the halls of Capsule Corporation, Izuku slowly made his way to the training room as he sat down on a chair before he slowly took in the fact that the voices of the previous users wouldn't ever be capable of returning to him. Some part of him should have felt happy that he didn't have to make himself appear crazy when talking to them, but at the same time, he really was beginning to miss their voices since they helped him in a dark part of his life. As he struggled to hold in the tears, he knelt on the ground holding a hand over his iti as his hand clenched his shirt. The pain in his iti becoming more and more worse as he felt the pain and suffering that he'd suffered for years due to One for All coming finally to a close, as well as the fact that he didn't need to hold that secret in anymore. But it came at a great cost to wield the quirk in the first place. He couldn't confide in anyone about the power of the quirk to help him train it. He couldn't tell his friends. He pseudo-told Bakugo, but that was during a moment of high emotion. He really hadn't meant to tell him that his quirk was given to him. So now here he sat on the ground, as he pulled his legs into his knees, staring off into the distance. The fact that he now had nobody left in his life really hitting strong on him, no matter how much bad things he'd told Gohan about his mother and All Might. He still thought of them as parental figures in his life. Although his father could really go screw a demon for all he cared. But aside from that father who never existed in his life, All Might and his mother were the only things grounding him to his path of heroism. Without his mother, he couldn't have ever lasted as long as he did when he lived with her. Even if she didn't really give him that much attention or treated him like glass. All Might, however, the man was a father figure to him. So to see that the man had been torn in two, with his entrails laying on the ground, was very gruesome to see, which allowed him the thought that he was glad that his biological father was disintegrated. But the fact that the man had treated Izuku as a son to the point that he believed in everything he did up until the point he had decided to go rogue really hurt him mentally. And now that part of his life was over. He could now move on in a world that didn't know who he really was, who didn't know that he came from an alternate dimension of heroes who had become so corrupt that they didn't care for the civilians aside from getting a simple paycheck or fame. Shaking his head, Izuku turned on the training machine, preparing to do some light training when the door behind him opened up. Pausing in his movement, he turned his head around and was met with a very appealing woman with dark brown hair, blue eyes that looked similar to the androids that he'd fought a few days prior. But her figure was downright making him blush from how she strutted into the room looking around as though searching for something. Or someone. "Oh, sorry. I didn't know you were in here. I can just leave and allow you to do what you were planning on doing, the woman said, as Izuku shook his head. But I was just about to T-train. What were you about to do? Izuku asked, covering his emotions again. Oh, I was going to just fix the training room. To project an area where you could fight people who had been seen in the past. The woman said, pushing her glasses up, blocking her appealing blue orbs. Okay, you can do that. I can wait, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his neck. It shouldn't take more than a few hours. And once that is done, I will be out of your hair, the woman said, as Izuku took a closer look at the woman. She wore small heels, but at the same time wore a red and blue checkered undershirt underneath her lab coat. Her hair was frazzled in all directions as though it were curly hair, and her figure was something he'd never seen a mature woman to have in his life. Sure, he'd fought Lady Nagant, but her figure was that of a very voluptuous hitwoman who had years under her belt for seducing men who were of high status. This was a mere scientist who had been thinking about upgrading the training facility to make sure that Izuku had a far better time training himself to the upper limit. As he began to focus more on her figure, a fact that was causing him to blush even more, the woman had moved some parts of the gravity machine aside so she could implement the whole past villain modules. And since she was leaning over, her rear was moving side to side, enticing the young man to just keep watching as though he were watching a porno. Her thick thighs that were being held tight in her tight stockings caused him to swallow strong as he turned around to leave the room to get a drink of water. Once the door was opened and closed, the woman let out a sigh of relief before getting back to work. She'd never had someone keep that close an eye on her before. Returning from his water break to rejuvenate himself from all the fluids lost earlier in his emotional breakdown. Izuku had found the woman was nowhere to be seen as he walked over to the completed and readjusted gravity chamber. Tilting his head at the controls, he pushed a button that changed the environment in the room. Gone was the massive display of the gravity room, now replaced with a wasteland that was covered to the brim with destructible surfaces. Off in the distance, he could hear the sound of something or someone coming closer to his location, and as he looked up, he found the person who was giving him these bad vibes. Standing across from him was a man who appeared to have long spiky hair and wore some weird kind of armor. His tail was wrapped around his waist as he glared at Izuku with intent to kill, and as he charged a key blast in his hand to throw at Izuku, he overheard the man speak. So you are the strongest on this planet, let's see how you handle my double Sunday, he called out, blasting two purple spiral beams at him. Knocking one away and blocking the other, his surrounding area was covered with smoke. He shook his head from being disorientated like that before he forced the smoke away by releasing his aura. Feeling the power under his skin allowed him to gauge himself against this opponent. They were extremely powerful compared to himself. If he had to guess, he'd lost around 90% of his full power when he'd given up one for all. So as he entered a combat stance, he prepared to fight this guy as the man entered a stance of his own. The wind created by the chamber allowed his hair to flow before Izuku rushed at the scion opponent. Izuku flew fast enough to catch the man off guard as he sent a right hook at his face that he barely caught, and Izuku sent a kick that caused him to bend over his knee. Izuku then twirled around in the air and sent another kick at his head, slamming him downward to the ground as Izuku charged a large blast of ki in his hand. The man turned around and launched a beam of energy at him as Izuku did the same, with his energy being charged for the attack. Izuku's beam of energy overpowered it completely. To be honest, this guy wasn't even powering up to a higher level of power. He was feeling as though he could take Gohan in his base form on right now and get a better challenge now that he didn't have the whole one-for-all problem of holding his potential growth of power back. Shaking his head, he created a ki blade and rushed towards his opponent and sliced him clean in half from the waist, and once he ended the ki blade, the man fell apart in two pieces. As Izuku was preparing to end the training session for now, he heard a voice coming from all around himself. Ending battle simulation. Huh? Izuku asked, as the area around himself suddenly disappeared. Looking around himself, he found that he was in the air and lowered himself back to the ground. Looking at the gravity number that was applied, he was appalled at how much gravity he had withstood without even realizing it. He had withstood around 100x gravity in that fight, and nothing really happened to him. Shaking his head, he walked over to the seated area before he heard the door to the room open once more. Only this time the woman from before entered. She looked around the area and found Izuku sitting on a nearby chair as she glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. "You're still here?" she asked, confused. "I came back whilst you were gone. I tried out that new program you implemented. It was nice. Although the first enemy I came across was dreadfully weak compared to Gohan and Trunks," Izuku said as the woman laughed. "Heh, that's because his name is Raditz, a low-class warrior of the Scion kind. From what information I could glean from Bulma, the man was a total pushover compared to the other villains I have placed in there," the woman said, as Izuku found that he liked her laugh. "What's your name?" Izuku asked, curiously. "My name is Vomi Strata," she said, reaching a hand out. "Midoriya Izuku, I'm not sure if Bulma-san had informed you of this, but I'm from a different dimension," Izuku said as Vomi smiled. The two shook their hands as Izuku felt nothing short of a small electric shock as he twitched slightly before shaking his head softly. Vomi just giggled at how he was hit with a static shock and shook it off as though it were nothing, and she went to work on fixing the rest of the machine. Izuku took this time to leave the room, allowing Vomi to complete the training room's upgrades, and made his way to where Bulma was located. Once he entered her office, he found the woman working strong on the time machine's seating arrangements as she glanced over her shoulder to find Izuku leaning over the doorframe. "You know, if I had known any better, I'd say you were trying to hit on me from that far away," Bulma teased as Izuku became a blushing mess. Please don't do that. I already know about why your relationship right now," Izuku said, looking in all directions and sensing Gohan's energy. "You do? Since when?" Bulma asked, looking at Izuku confusedly. "About yesterday per se. I saw you and Gohan sitting next to one another and decided to give you both your space when you were in the middle of creating the portal to my dimension," Izuku explained as Bulma nodded. "Well, the time machine will take a few days before we can finally head back and save Goku and the others fully. Want to help me really quick?" she asked as Izuku nodded. The two looked at the machine as they provided different answers on how to upgrade the vehicle, and for the rest of the day the two would remain at it for the entirety of the day. Once they were nearing completion on the blueprints to complete the seating arrangements for the time machine, they both decided it was time to rest for the day. Entering the kitchen, they found Trunks and Gohan sitting at the table eating something light before taking note of the two who had bags under their eyes. "I'd ask if you both got sleep, but from what it appears you didn't," Gohan quipped as Bulma lightly smacked his right arm. Yeah, drink it all up, Gohan," Bulma growled as she began to make dinner. As Bulma and Gohan were talking to one another, Trunks looked at Izuku's troubled expression as the young man appeared to be thinking about something. Opening his mouth to ask what was wrong, Izuku did it before anyone else could do so. "Hey Bulma? Did you allow someone to work here before I arrived?" Izuku asked, concerned. "Yes, why do you ask?" she asked, confused. "Because I met a woman in the training room today," Izuku said, as Trunks gained a knowing glint in his eyes. "Oh, did you fall for her that easily?" Trunks quipped as Izuku just deadpanned at him, which then grew into a deadpanning blush. "Her name is Vomi Strata. Is she the new person to your crew?" Izuku asked as Bulma thought about it. "As a matter of fact, yeah. She was hired just a few months before you came here. Crazy how things just align, right?" Bulma asked as Izuku thought about it more closely. "Yeah, how long will it take for the whole time machine to be ready for another use?" Gohan asked. "That should take another day, Gohan. But by tomorrow you all should be able to head to the past," Bulma said with a smirk. The next day Bulma was shown working on the time machine far faster than she was beforehand. She had a fire in her soul that willed her to complete her task, since by now it must have been around 3 years since Trunks had last met the people who lived back then. Once she had managed to get the seating arranged, she called Izuku, Gohan and Trunks over so that they all could be prepared for heading into the past. She had even refueled the time machine so it could be used once more. She watched as Trunks turned the machine on and the ship flew high into the air as the small parts on the side of the dome began to twist around it counterclockwise. Bulma let out a smile as she watched the time machine disappear from the future as she looked behind her to find Vomi looking at what she was doing. The young woman was staring at what she created in awe as Bulma brought the woman along with her to make a new project for the two of them to make together just so that they can prepare for the future. With the boys they were watching as time looped around them all. Blue lights as well as stars moved past them as they made their way into the past to begin their hunt for the androids. Within minutes they arrived in the past, 3 years having been passed as they landed in the wasteland. Taking in the area, they found that nothing seemed to be amiss, but felt a key dramatically fall in the distance. Gohan, however, knew whose key it was that he sensed as he rushed towards the area. Izuku and Trunks weren't far behind as they flew over to where the multitude of keys were gathering as the key they initially felt falling quickly increased just as fast as it had when it was dropping. 5 minutes had passed and they all arrived at the location for where a group of people had been standing around. They looked slightly miffed and angry about what had happened previously, but as soon as they all landed nearby, Gohan and Trunks had looked at an old guy who was nearby with confusion. "Who is that guy?" Gohan asked, as a green man looked at him in question. "What are you talking about?" "He's the android," the green man stated as Gohan shook his head. "Sorry, but he's not the android that attacked us," Gohan called out as the green man looked at him confused. "But you told us that 2 androids were going to attack," the green man said, as a 3-eyed man entered the conversation. "And we've been fighting too," he said, entering the conversation. "Yes, I know I said 2 androids, but he's not one of them," Trunks called out, as Izuku touched down next to a young boy whose key was similar to Gohan. "I hope you all know that the androids that you were supposed to go after was Android 17 and 18, Izuku said, to the boy who looked at him with a confused expression. "I'm sorry, what?" the boy called out as everyone looked at him. "What's wrong, Gohan?" a small bald man questioned. "What?" both Gohans asked as the bald man looked between the two. "I was referring to Gohan," he said, confused. "I am Gohan," the two said, as everyone stared at them in shock. "Anyway, the androids are Android 17 and 18, this guy is definitely not one of the ones that you were supposed to prepare for," Izuku said as the old guy spoke up. "So you know about those androids. But you will have to stop me from activating them. Sayonara beaches," he called out, rushing off towards the northern mountains. "Demenit. We need to stop him from activating the real androids," Gohan called out, rushing off in Super Saiyan. As soon as future Gohan had left the area, Izuku followed after him with Trunks and the others following not far behind. Flying as fast as they could, they finally arrived at the northern mountains, and as far as the eye could see there was nothing but forestry and snow everywhere. Looking with their eyes wasn't doing much to help them, so they split up to search for the elderly android as Izuku flew around the area of an old red ribbon base, something that he'd learned from Bulma during his time resting. As he explored the decrepit base, he found certain things that led to Dr. Gero, the man they were apparently searching for, to wishing for Goku to be dead. And as much as Izuku would rather the man stay alive, he couldn't help but think that everything that happens to the Red Ribbon Army being destroyed by Goku led to the future timeline being so screwed up. He continued to fly around the area searching for the elderly man android, but couldn't find anything. It wasn't until he came close to an entry area to a cave that he met up with the elderly android of a man as he entered a combat stance. The elderly man rushed him, Izuku using his experience as a vigilante to dodge and weave through the man's attacks that he threw with one arm as well as throwing kicks his direction. Before the elderly android began to worry for his own safety, Izuku managed to grapple him and send him to the ground with a BLACKWHIP tendril that he could have sworn that he didn't have before. "Just call this a gift for all the work you've done for us. I can't wait to see how you can use this quirk in your arsenal of key attacks," Gero called out to him in a memory. "Okay, I can still use BLACKWHIP only as a key attack this time," Izuku muttered before he rose his key as much as possible. The elderly android immediately broke free of his bindings and rushed towards the cave he'd been protecting. Izuku following not long after as he rushed towards the entrance, as it closed behind the elderly android, but he couldn't make it past the door as it closed all the way just in the nick of time. Izuku started to charge a key blast to break the door as the others began to arrive at the location. Izuku could hear mumblings inside the place, but he blasted the door down just as he and everyone watched as the elderly android / Dr. Gero was decapitated by another younger man. Izuku was staring at the two young adults inside the room with complete confusion as well as worry, as they were the androids from the future that caused Gohan so much pain and misery, same with Trunks. Almost as fast as he had arrived, Gohan and Trunks immediately let out a blast of power that destroyed the entire cave and hidden lab area, just as they had seen the two androids in their sight. As the smoke and debris cleared up, they saw the androids having been capable of dodging the attack and floating in the air with another pod that had a number on it. Izuku looked at Gohan and Trunks as they glared at the two androids that caused them so much grief and pain in the future, as they landed on a nearby mountain and opened the pod. As the pod opened up, a new android came out, although from what Izuku could see, he was far more mechanical than the others. He glanced around the area with his cerulean, blue eyes taking in the entire snowy mountain they were on. He appeared to be scanning everyone as he glanced at each person in the known area. Although, his gaze landed on both Gohan's with confusion writ on his features before he schooled them almost as fast as he had confusion showing on it. He turned to the two who had begun to talk to him, and Izuku felt as though something was off about these androids. They were too mellow. "Hey 16, how are you doing?" the black-haired android questioned. 16 made no reply. "Strong and silent type? I never knew that Dr. Gero would ever create someone who looked like a ginger and was mute." 18 quipped as she prepared to leave the area. "You got a name other than Android 16, big guy?" 17 questioned with a light tone. "I do not have any other name aside from being designated as Android 16, the android said. "So do you have any kind of directive that the old man told you to do?" Android 17 asked, curious. "My sole purpose in life was to kill the person known as Son Goku. If I cannot do that, I will be incapable of completing my objective. So I would appreciate being given the chance to kill the one known as Son Goku," Android 16 said, as he looked in all directions. "All right, let's go do that," 17 said with a shrug. As Izuku watched the trio fly away in a different direction, he took note of how mellow they were compared to the future. They were more like completing an objective rather than wanting to destroy because they had wished to do so. Not only that, but it didn't appear as though they wished to kill all of humanity. Izuku looked at future Gohan as the man was looking as though he were massively confused, astonished as well as very, very worried. Izuku knew the man didn't want his father killed in the past. That would mean that the timeline they were currently in would be placed in a timetable for when the other fighters would be killed early on. "That is it. I am sick and tired of being ignored," Vegeta called out, in Super Saiyan form and blasting off after the two. Do you all know where the Dragonballs are?" Izuku asked as the green man glared at him. "Why do you wish to know?" the man questioned. "I mean, don't you guys want someone who can actually help in the fight against the androids?" "I was going to wish to become a Saiyan. That means I could become strong enough to help out," Izuku retorted as the green man looked at the others. "Are you wanting to use them for other nefarious deeds?" the green man asked. "No, why would I? I'm only here to help, not destroy anything," Izuku said as the three-eyed man placed a palm on his head. "Don't resist, I'm just seeing if you are telling the truth," he said, as Izuku nodded. Whilst everyone was heading off to fight the androids, Izuku stayed behind with the three-eyed man as he checked all his memories. When he pulled back, he stared at Izuku with a new kind of expression. Pride in how strong he'd become without needing a power of his own in such little time. He then prepared to leave when the man called out to him from the sky. "If you want the Dragon Balls, go to Capsule Corporation. Bulma should have the Dragon Radar prepared to search for them, but you should probably do it fast. We don't know if Piccolo will survive this fight," the man said as he left. Izuku stood there staring at where the three-eyed man flew off to. Before shaking his head and blasting off towards Capsule Corporation to get the Dragon Radar, if he was to become a Saiyan, then he would need to do it fast if they weren't capable of overcoming the androids. Arriving at Capsule Corporation, Izuku found Bulma and the smaller Gohan arrive at the same time as him. The trio stared at one another before Izuku spoke to Bulma in a tone that asked kindly for her cooperation. "Bulma-san, can you get the Dragon Radar from inside, please? I need to use the Dragon Balls right now," Izuku said, as Bulma nodded. "I can get that for you. What kind of wish are you going to use the dragon for?" Bulma asked as she got off of Gohan. I am going to use the wish to become a scion, Izuku said, as Gohan looked at him like he was crazy. What? Does that mean that you're not one? Gohan asked curiously. That's correct, I'm a 100% born human. Although I come from a different dimension, I just saved that reality from being destroyed by villains similar to the androids in their cruelty though, Izuku said, as Gohan looked excited. If you're from a parallel universe, then that means multiverse theory is a real thing, he said excitedly. Sure if you want to think of it like that, Izuku said, chuckling. Whilst the two were talking to one another, Bulma had entered Capsule Corporation in order to find the dragon radar. And within minutes of leaving the two to talk to one another, she had returned with the dragon radar in hand as she looked at Izuku before going back to Gohan. It would be best if you two search for the Dragon Balls, we don't know when they will become inert again, Bulma said, as Izuku nodded, Gohan following after him. For the remainder portion of the morning the two explored the vast planet and searched for each of the 7 Dragon Balls. And once they had been able to collect them entirely, they summoned the dragon, something that Izuku had yet to see in the future timeline, and needless to say, Izuku was very impressed with how large the dragon was. Shenron came out of the Dragon Balls with a massive golden glow surrounding him as he stretched as far as the eye could see in the wasteland, and he looked down at the two who summoned him. You who have collected the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish and I shall grant it, Shenron called out as Gohan looked to Izuku. Okay, so I just ask him? Izuku asked, as Gohan nodded happily. Alright, dragon. Can you turn my body into that of a scion? Izuku called out to the dragon who looked at his form. Transform you into a scion. Are you aware that if you do this you can no longer return to the reality that you once called home? Shenron said, in a warning tone. I didn't wish to return back to my home world anyway, it's just not a place I'd rather live, Izuku said, as Shenron gave a glow in his red eyes. I have read your memories from a mere glance. I will transform you into a scion from this universe. But I will add a little extra just this once, because of your bravery in defeating a threat that was able to destroy your world so quickly after you left it, Shenron called out, his eyes glowing for a moment. Gohan watched as Izuku's body glowed ominously as his hair went from being a black and green color when highlighted in the sun. His stature was slightly shorter this time as he was just a bit taller than Gohan right now, and his musculature was now even more pronounced because of all the training he'd done in the past. But to go along with the wish to turn into a scion, Izuku felt something pushing itself to come out of himself as he felt the tingly feeling on his lower back as he looked behind himself. A green and black tail was shown fluttering about behind him as he stared at it in awe. He even felt his features harden slightly. Once the transformation was completed, the glow around the young man had changed and revealed his now scion body. It wasn't as different from what he looked like before, just with more spiky hair, a tail and a larger pool of power to use at the moment. Izuku though could feel the power coursing through his veins. He looked up at the dragon who was looking at Izuku with a small smile on his face as Izuku called out to the dragon itself. Thank you Shenron for this, I hope you have a great rest now, Izuku called out as the dragon gave an OK symbol. Your wish has been granted, farewell, Shenron yelled before glowing ominously as the Dragon Balls rose into the air and blasted into different directions. As Izuku set himself up to see how powerful he really was, he glanced over at Gohan who was admiring his new form. Izuku clenched and unclenched his fists as he stared at his new body and fully turned to look at the young scion hybrid with a smirk on his face. Gohan immediately understood what the young man wanted to do as he entered a combat stance that he'd learned from both his father and Piccolo from the years of training under the Namek. The wind around them blew their hair a bit as they stayed still, staring at the other. Izuku waited until his tail flicked around behind himself before he launched himself at Gohan as the boy immediately did the same towards him, and they clashed in the air. The two slammed their arms on one another as they glared into the other's eyes before bouncing off of their wrists and rushed at one another, sending a flurry of attacks at one another. Izuku was just testing the waters of his newfound body as he did what came to mind when it came to fighting the young boy. Gohan didn't disappoint as well as he countered each strike that Izuku threw with surprising power as well as precision as Izuku continued to try and overwhelm the boy. Their fight was causing shockwaves to blast apart some of the ground from the two moving across the sky and attacking the other. Although it was meant to be a spar, Izuku wanted to test his power against the boy who had become a Super Saiyan in the future against the androids, and it showed that the boy was really strong as a kid. The two sent punches and kicks at one another as they sped up their attacks in each other's space. Gohan had thrown a punch towards Izuku's face as he ducked under it and grabbed onto the limb before swing the boy around in the air before launching him towards the ground. Moving like lightning, he appeared behind the boy as he was about to ready himself to get back in the air as Izuku moved a leg in the air to kick him back upwards. But as Gohan felt the immediate danger behind himself, he vanished from sight. Izuku did the same as massive explosions happened in the air as the two moved across the field back to where they had originally begun their sparring session together. Breathing at the other, they stopped their sparring session as they felt a dramatic increase of energy in the direction of Kami's lookout, and it felt familiar to both of them but at the same time different. Stopping their sparring session, the two flew off towards Kami's lookout to see what had happened, and as soon as they got close, a large key signature had zoomed past them, causing them to dodge out of the way of the forces of wind blasting them apart. Gohan at this point in time had begun to laugh in pure elation at what he was feeling now. That's Mr. Piccolo. He's definitely as strong as a Super Saiyan now, but I wonder why he's going to Ginger Town. Gohan asked, curiously as Izuku felt a memory come up for him. Small flashback. Izuku appeared in the new place as he shook his head from the quirk that was used against him. Looking off in the distance, he heard someone crying out for help and assisting them out of the nearby rubble of a building. He asked them where the city he's in was, only to get a fearful reply of them stating that it was Ginger Town. Before an explosion happened off in the distance deep in the city as Izuku rushed off after getting the civilian out of the way of harm. Arriving at the scene, he saw what he now knows as Gohan looking down at the two androids who gave him so much trouble. Flashback over. Do you think there's someone there that has caused Piccolo-san to head in that direction? Izuku asked as Gohan thought about it. I don't know, I've noticed certain energies dying off there over the last few days. But I thought that they were of old age. Gohan said, as the two finally arrived at Kami's lookout. They found Mr. Popo standing still holding a small staff in his left arm with a very distraught expression on his face. Landing nearby, Mr. Popo heard the two rush over to him with worry and concern writ on their features before he spoke to them as they attempted to speak to him to ask what happened. Kami has been fused together with Piccolo. They have become the nameless Namekian once more. Popo said, as Izuku stared at him in confusion. What do you mean by that? Izuku asked, looking at Gohan who had no clue as well. Kami and Piccolo have merged together, their powers becoming one. Together they were as powerful as a Super Saiyan, but they had split apart with Demon King Piccolo taking most of the power before he became old and decrepit. But because of the fact that Demon King Piccolo never training, he lost all the power he held. The same went for Kami, who was the personification of good in the nameless Namekian. Demon King Piccolo was the personification of evil in the nameless Namekian. Now the two have merged together again, with Piccolo's body being the primary one to be used. Popo explained as Izuku sat down. That's a lot to take in. Izuku muttered. Yeah, does that mean Piccolo isn't, himself anymore? Gohan asked worriedly. He asked to still be called Piccolo. But I'm not sure if I should continue like that anymore. I certainly hope that we get a new guardian soon. The Dragon Balls are now inert. Popo said, as Izuku and Gohan felt their minds freeze at that thought. They're inert? Izuku asked, concerned. Mr. Popo took note of Izuku's appearance as he looked closely at the boy. That was when he realized that the boy used the Dragon Balls before they had gone inert and is now realizing that he had made his wish just in the nick of time. Shaking his head at Izuku, he walked over and grabbed onto the boy's tail and yanked it off, causing Izuku to yelp out in agony as he rubbed the lower portion of his back with tears comically falling from his eyes. What was that for? He called out. I will not have another gigantic ape rampaging across the planet. Not like what happened a few years ago. Popo said grumpily. I didn't even know that Scions could do that. Izuku mumbled. Oh yeah, Scions get 10 times stronger when they go Great Ape. Although it doesn't really last that long, but at least it gives a power and speed boost. Gohan supplied as Izuku pushed his face into his hands. Well, it's already done, let's go search for the others. I can sense them moving someone over to a small island, Izuku said, as Gohan nodded. They must be moving Dad, the boy said, as Izuku looked at Gohan. Who are they moving? Izuku asked as the two leaped from the lookout. My dad. His name is Son Goku, by the way, Gohan said, as Izuku nodded. Wait, what? He called out as the two flew across the sky. Izuku and Gohan were seen flying across the sky as they made their way to Kame House. They had sensed the various energies of their allies making their ways over to that place and needed to get there to meet them before the androids would. The two would talk to one another about how the world worked in the past, and Gohan began to tell Izuku about all his problems with how his mother wanted him to study more than train, considering he wanted to be like his father. Izuku understood the reasons that Gohan's mother wanted the boy to be safe but could also see it from his perspective. The boy wanted to be similar to his own father whilst also being his own person with his own ideals, but he kept quiet since he knew nothing about this Gohan or his lifestyle. By the time they both arrived at Kame House, they found the ship holding Goku inside as Izuku assisted those on board with moving the man inside. As Izuku helped the man who looked similar to Goku in only outward appearance, the young now scion had then sat down in the living room of the old MSDR's house. He watched the news before hearing about some disappearances coming from Ginger Town, the place where Izuku knew that Piccolo was heading before he passed by them both. Looking to Gohan, the boy shook his head as Izuku nodded and just sat still where he was before, thinking about something far different. Hey Gohan, do you want to do some sparring outside? Izuku asked, curiously. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure that I'm not as strong as you when it comes to training, Gohan asked before Izuku shook his head. I know what I want, and I want to try and get you as strong as possible with me. The stronger we can be, the less foes who will show up to try and take over the world, Izuku said as Gohan thought about it before nodding. Moving outside, the two stared down at one another before they both rushed at their opposition. Izuku threw a wide haymaker as Gohan ducked under it before throwing a gut punch that Izuku countered with a kick to the boy's legs, knocking his feet out from under him. As soon as Gohan was falling to the ground, Izuku pressed his advantage as he sent another kick at the boy, who twirled around the offending limb before grabbing it and spinning Izuku around as the young man smashed through the ground enough times to create a divot in it before being thrown into the sky. Following after Izuku, Gohan blasted into the sky as he sent a flurry of attacks on Izuku, who was still trying to recuperate from being spun around at least 50 times and regaining his bearings. But as soon as he felt the pain of being attacked by Gohan, that pushed him to be focused back as he vanished from Gohan's sight as he turned around immediately and blocked a punch to his back. As the two smirked at the other, the Scion BLD in them getting fired up from the small amount of training that they were getting, even if it was minuscule, they bounced away from one another in the air. Powering up to their maximum output, they both launched at one another, creating small shockwaves in the air from the two just duking it out to their heart's content. As they clashed in the middle, throwing attacks at one another whilst spinning around, they landed a final attack on one another before bouncing backwards in a backflip. Izuku then pulled back a hand as he charged a green ball of energy, with Gohan reciprocating the action with a yellow ball of energy being charged from his forehead as they launched beams of energy at one another. The beams clashed in the air as they both pushed back and forth against one another as both boys were putting their all into this kind of an attack. But just as it was about to reach the most they could do, it was dispelled by an outside source. Standing in front of the two now was Piccolo as the Namekian looked at the two with disappointment. Looking at Izuku first, though he noticed the boy looked especially guilty as he looked down at him with scrutiny for what he had done in order to make a ruckus near Emperorashi's island. With that amount of intimidation shown to the two, he spoke to them in a tone that demanded attention. Do you know what you are doing right now? Piccolo questioned. I just wanted to get some training in with Gohan. I'm the one to blame, sir, Izuku said with a bow. Well, at least you own up to it. Just make sure that your power levels don't get too high. We've got a new threat out there, one who wishes to absorb the androids that we are trying to stop, Piccolo said, as Gohan spoke up. Does this have anything to do with what happened at Ginger Town? Gohan asked as Piccolo nodded. Just letting you and Izuku know that there is a new threat out there, possibly stronger than the two androids that we are trying to stop. And his goal is to absorb them in order to attain his perfect form. Make sure to keep a lookout for if he arrives near the island. Piccolo said, flying off as the two boys landed on the ground. Just as Izuku went inside to get a nap in order to rest up for another set of training, Gohan had received a call from Bulma asking him to head over to the outskirts of Ginger Town and to bring along Trunks with him, unaware of the horror they were about to come up upon. As for Izuku, he remained at Kame House in the event that whoever this monstrosity is, comes for Goku instead of the androids for a little snack, although he didn't know how long he himself would hold out for. But he would make sure that Goku is protected from any and all threats to his recovering health and make sure that he recovers from his injury. As Gohan left Kame House, Izuku was in the kitchen making something for those who were sleeping in the living room as Piccolo grunted at the television. It talked about how certain cities were losing all its inhabitants except for the clothing that remained of those who used to live in those specific cities, as if it were a mere ghost town. As Izuku was preparing to make dinner for a while longer, they heard movement outside and walked over towards it before seeing Goku actually standing around and looking extremely healthy. Izuku pulled out his lunch for Goku, who stared at it with a surprising amount of restraint as he ate it in front of everyone before speaking to them all. "Hey guys. I hope you all haven't been worrying about me for too long. Just don't mind me, I'm going to take Izuku and get Gohan," Goku said, as Izuku looked at Goku confusingly before a palm rested on his head. And literally a moment later, Izuku had disappeared from the area with Goku as everyone just watched in exasperation. They kept forgetting that Goku can instantaneously teleport to wherever he wishes ever since he came back from planet Yardrat, but they wouldn't have it any other way as the man was one of the strongest fighters on the planet currently. And as Izuku and Goku appeared on a ship nearby, Izuku was looking even more confused before Goku grabbed future Gohan as well as present Gohan as Izuku pressed his palm on Goku's back as they teleported away again. This time in the wasteland as Vegeta was staring off into the distance, with Trunks not too far behind the man just pleading his father to just train with him. But there was literally no kind of headway in that department as Izuku just decided to stay near future Gohan as he had no idea what was happening and decided to not voice it. Future Gohan did the same as he waited for Goku to finish what he was planning on doing over near Vegeta as the two conversed in quiet without anyone hearing a thing about what was being stated between the two Scions. Izuku looked at future Trunks with confusion as the young man stood up and moved near them before Goku and Vegeta made their way over to the small group of Gohans, Izuku and Trunks. "Alright everyone, I know where we can get a year's worth of training in a day. Let's head to the," Goku said, before teleporting everyone to the lookout. "The hyperbolic time chamber," Popo said as Goku looked at him weirdly. "Really? I thought it was called the Room of Spirit and Time?" Goku asked as Popo spoke again. "That was because you kept getting the name of it wrong," Popo retorted as Goku spoke back. "Nah, I'm sure that I can get it," Goku said, before speaking. "Hyperbolic Rims Chamber," Goku called out. "Nope," Popo said, as Goku started again. "Hyperglycemic Crime Chamber," Goku said with a smile. "You get one more," Popo said, in a warning tone. "Hyperbolic Lion's Chamber," Goku said, with a satisfied tone. Anyway, each hour you spend in there is the equivalent of around at least 2.764 days. Or in Goku terms, 1 day out here is 1 year in there," Popo said, as Vegeta spoke up. "I'll go first with the brat. Come on Trunks, we need to show our power to Kakarot and the brats," Vegeta growled as Trunks moved forwards. "I can't wait to begin training with you, father. I won't let you down," Trunks said with ecstatic joy on his face. Everyone waited as the door closed for a bit outside the room, just wanting to be sure that Vegeta and Trunks couldn't hear what they were about to question as Izuku managed to ask a question that was on all of their minds first. "So, how long do you all think he'll last with Vegeta as a sparring partner?" Izuku asked as Goku laughed. "I don't know, but all I know is that Trunks is in for one hell of a training session," Goku said with a smile on his face. "I don't know about that, Dad. Trunks is a Super Saiyan as well. So if anything he might give Vegeta a run for his money," future Gohan said, as Goku looked at him. "What happened to your arm, Gohan?" Goku asked, looking worriedly at his son from the future. I lost it in a fight against the androids. It was in the future. Back when we didn't have a time machine ready. If it weren't for Izuku, however, I would have died in Ginger Town in the future, leaving Trunks as the last fighter for the future timeline. I owe the boy my life, and I will do everything in my power to make sure that he's as strong as all of us by the time our turn in there is done and over with. Future Gohan spoke. With a determined smile. By the way, how did he appear in your world? Goku asked, as Future Gohan looked at Izuku. I come from a different dimension, Goku-san. I actually hail from a world where there was no Z fighters or androids. The world I come from, everyone except for around 20% of the human population have an ability called a quirk. Although I was a part of that minority, Izuku said, scratching the back of his head. I can see where you hold all your resentment for that world then. Goku said, suddenly as Izuku looked at him confused. What are you talking about? Izuku asked, as Goku looked at him with a serious expression. Izuku, have you ever had an outlet for your hidden anger deep within you? I've noticed it a few times whilst I was talking to Vegeta. We could see the amount of anger being held down within your soul. Goku said, kneeling down to Izuku's height. And not really. I always just held it in because in my world, the wants of a quirkless individual don't meet the needs of those who are quirked. Izuku said, brushing it off. That's not good, kid. You need an outlet to center that anger on. But I believe that if you were to draw that anger out, you could become a Super Saiyan easily. Goku said, as Izuku nodded. Is there a way to go beyond a Super Saiyan though? From what I can see, Vegeta thought that Super Saiyan was all there was. Is there more beyond that? Izuku asked as Goku smirked. That's what the time chamber is for us to find out. Goku said with a smirk. Over at Kame House, Piccolo was standing guard when the androids finally arrived, walking towards the door. He found 16, 17, and 18 standing outside as the short black-haired androids smirked at him with a wave, with 16 and 18 not even glancing at him as Piccolo stood outside and closed the door. Staring at the trio, he took note that 16 definitely wasn't happy as he was glaring at the Namekian with hatred deeply ingrained into his facial features as he spoke out loud for them all to hear. Son Goku. He is not here. Somehow, Son Goku has left the area. Android 16 said as he scanned the house. That's right, Goku isn't here right now, but I can take you all somewhere if you want to fight. Piccolo said as he pointed at some nearby islands. Sure, that's fine. I just want to punch something right about now. I've been searching for Son Goku all day, and I'm starting to get mad. Android 17 said as he, Piccolo, 16 and 18 had flown over to a nearby island that wouldn't blow up Kame House. As the small group flew away, moving over the waters nearby was a cicada bug-like humanoid being. He was searching for the androids as he had amassed enough power to take down both of them at the same time without having himself get killed for just trying to attack and absorb them. As he was about to leave the area near Kame House, he sensed a very high power level nearby on some islands off to the south of his position. Sensing the power for specifics, he noticed that it was Piccolo. But it didn't appear as though he were fighting anyone. Unless they didn't have a power level to sense, and that got the Bugman chuckling. Ha ho ho ho. I see Piccolo is getting himself into trouble. I wonder how he would find me arriving just in the nick of time. Intimidating? RSNG? Or maybe he would feel some kind of fear of the power I have absorbed from this worthless planet of dirt and water. Ha ha ha. The monstrosity spoke before cackling as he flew in Piccolo's direction. Izuku waited next to future Gohan as the young man was meditating in front of the time chamber's doors. He had been feeling the power of Cell grow exponentially every moment of the entire day that they could sense him, and it was beginning to get worrying. His power had already far exceeded that of Piccolo. So there was no telling how powerful the bioandroid from the future could get by absorbing those of this timeline in order to amass power for himself to take them on. It was here that they all noticed Piccolo's power level skyrocket higher than it was previously just to take on. Nothing? That wasn't right. He wouldn't have his power level skyrocket like this unless he was fighting one of the 3 androids that were searching for Goku. Glancing over at future Gohan, the man showed no signs of acknowledging the fact that his mentor could die here again. But the fact that his face was twitching every now and again meant that the man was definitely conflicted with whether or not he should go and save his mentor from certain death. And as soon as future Gohan opened his eyes and exited his meditative state, he glanced over at Izuku, who was definitely not showing any kind of neutral stance as he stretched his limbs and bolted towards the edge of the lookout. Goku had appeared in front of Izuku as soon as the boy bolted in a bid to stop Izuku from taking off by throwing a punch, but Izuku, after years of learning to fight whilst he had danger sense activated, had dodged the attack and flew off. As Izuku flew down towards the surface of the earth, he felt the power of future Gohan following after him. He wasn't speeding up to catch him, he was staying back as though he was going to overwatch his rescuing of Piccolo from the death that might happen. Within minutes, Izuku had flown across the planet and met up at the island that Piccolo was supposedly fighting the androids on. Floating high in the air, Izuku watched on as Piccolo and 17 fought to their heart's content, and as they continued to fight, Izuku took note of another presence coming closer to the island whilst keeping their power low. As much as Izuku would rather stay and watch Piccolo and 17 fight it out to see who would win between the two, he really needed to buy Piccolo some time to finish his fight. So flying towards where the presence was coming from, Izuku landed near a smaller part of the island where a giant bug monster stood who was watching the fight with a very sadistic smile on his face. Touching down behind the creature, Izuku watched as it took note of his presence, turning around to meet him. Holding his arms out with a widespread length, Izuku took in the creature for what he was worth. "Who are you? I've never seen you in Dr. Gero's data. But no matter, what brings you to this small little island? Come to watch the fight between my brother and Piccolo?" The creature questioned with a mirth in his slitted eyes. "I sensed your presence coming in, and I am going to buy Piccolo enough time to survive his fight," Izuku said, powering up. "I see that. But you are no stronger than Piccolo was before he fused with Kami, and I have far surpassed him in that regard," the creature said as he chuckled. "Doesn't matter, even if I have to give my life to do it. I will prevent you from interfering with that fight," Izuku said, powering up even more. "I can feel your potential, it has enough to put even the mighty Goku at pause. No matter, I will make sure you regret fighting me," the creature said, rushing Izuku. As Izuku entered a combat stance, the creature had appeared very large in comparison to the smaller boy who had his tail extended in preparation. As the creature threw the first attack, Izuku ducked under it, before sending an attack of his own towards the creature's vulnerable stomach, who had expertly dodged out of the way with a twirl before sending a kick into the boy's face. As Izuku flew through the ground as he rag-dolled across it, he recovered from the attack before sending a ki blast into the creature's face, who just walked right through it as though it were morning brunch. Jumping into the air, Izuku sent a flurry of ki blasts towards the creature as he chuckled at the admirable attempt as he jumped through the attacks. By the time he got up in Izuku's face, he went to dodge out of the way when his ki seemingly acted on its own and created a black whip based on his quirk from his arms that wrapped around the creature. Inevitably, Izuku wasn't going to last very much longer with the newfound ability in his arsenal, but he threw the creature away from himself as he pushed the creature to its weaker limits. Within minutes, Izuku was thrown on the ground deeply injured and feeling as though he really should have trained harder. And as he was kicked through a part of the plateau that was behind the creature, it gained the attention of both Piccolo and 17 as they stared at the young scion boy as though he wasn't supposed to be here. Piccolo, however, took note of the boy's heavily injured state before glancing over where the boy had come from and began to tremble in both shock as well as fear. The creature that had sent Izuku through the plateau had begun to walk over to the two with a sadistic grin on their face before speaking. "Ho ho! An admirable attempt to stop me from getting what I want, but a sad attempt at that. Come back at me in the future when you are far stronger than you are now, and maybe then I might take you at a serious thought process," the creature said before looking to Piccolo. "Oh, it seems that I've revealed myself, and now it's time for me to attain true perfection. It's so nice to see my brothers and sister. Give me about 5 to 10 minutes to deal with the rubbish around here," the creature said, chuckling. How many people?" Piccolo growled out. "Enough. But I have a new question. What's that thing on your face?" the creature asked, curiously. "What are you dash?" Piccolo went to talk before being cut off by the creature's fist in his face, rag-dolling him across the ground. "What the F is that thing?" 17 asked as Piccolo picked himself up from the ground with a groan. "He's a walking patronage of the galaxy's strongest fighters. His name is Cell, and he wants to absorb both you and 18 in order to become perfect, and we've been trying to stop him. Piccolo called out, standing tall. Okay, but that doesn't tell me what he wants with me, and like what reason other than attaining perfection does he need to absorb me and 18? 17 asked, clearly confused. All in due time, little brother. But now that we've been reunited, I can now become one with my family. Cell said, as he chuckled even more. All was quiet as a stray energy beam smacked Cell right in the face as his head tilted to the side slightly, and as everyone looked to see who it belonged to, they found Izuku leaning over on the ground breathing heavily. He glared at Cell with a burning passion before he passed out from complete exhaustion as Piccolo and future Gohan had rushed Cell in a bid to stop him from attaining perfection. As the two fought Cell with Android 17 with them, 16 began to step forward, catching 18's attention as she stared at the much taller android who was purely mechanical in nature. 16, what are you doing? She asked as the android glared at Cell. This Cell must not be allowed to achieve his perfection. Because of that, I will eliminate this, Cell? 16 said as he walked forwards. Are you sure? I thought you were programmed to kill Son Goku? 18 asked again. This Cell is a being comprised of around 10.87% of Son Goku's DNA. These parameters are acceptable, he said, moving forwards once more. It was about 30 minutes later that Izuku woke up on the tile flooring of the lookout, Piccolo and future Gohan nearby as they cracked their necks. Izuku took in his surroundings before hearing about how Goku had to step in and stop semi-perfect Cell from killing both Piccolo and Gohan, although he was deeply confused when Cell took an interest in Izuku's survival. Getting up from the ground, he was given a senzu bean to heal his injuries. And after gathering everything he knew about the situation, he heard the doors to the time chamber opening up and glanced over to see who was exiting from the room of spirit and time. Vegeta and Trunks were exiting from the chamber, and from the amount of power Izuku could vaguely sense from the two, he knew for a fact that both of them were far stronger than the imperfect Cell he'd faced off earlier, as well as what Piccolo and future Gohan informed him about earlier about semi-perfect Cell's new form. From what it appeared, Vegeta alone could be strong enough to destroy Cell from the face of the earth if he decided to not go easy on the creature as well as allow him to achieve perfection. Shaking his head at those bad thoughts, Izuku moved over to future Gohan as the man was openly speaking to Piccolo about the fact that the future was not all good since the defeat of the androids. The two remained in their talkative mood as they thought about their next moves since they both couldn't handle semi-perfect Cell now. So as Vegeta and Trunks flew off with everyone else using the updated Saiyan armor that Bulma had created and put on, Izuku found himself becoming slowly more and more self-conscious about the scars on his body as he changed. Piccolo took note of his reaction to everyone taking a look at all the burned scars on his back and torso, but what got him more was how Piccolo stared at the scars on his lower body. What happened to you, kid? Piccolo asked, concerned. And nothing that already happened in the past. Izuku muttered, looking away whilst putting the armor on. Well, you should probably get a lid on that anger deep within you. The training in the time chamber ought to do that for you. But if you want any more assistance with mental fighting, I'm your guy. Piccolo said with a suggestion. Sure thing, Piccolo-san. Izuku said, sitting down next to future Gohan. They said nothing as they meditated in silence as they sensed the energies of Vegeta and Trunks moving across the planet in order to find Cell. When a fight broke out, Izuku couldn't fathom the amount of power that Vegeta and Trunks held within their bodies. It was unnatural to him since he came from a world where you have a set limit. But in this world, you are meant to break through the limits that life gives you and surpass them, creating a new height to surpass for yourself. Taking a deep breath, Izuku decided to pull out on his anger and try and release some of it in a way to see if he could transform with that power alone. But the problem was, how was he going to do that? As Izuku was having issues keeping his mental thoughts to himself, Gohan had taken notice of Izuku's growing antsiness. Looking to Piccolo from the corner of his eyes, the two nodded at one another and grabbed the boy as he just looked like a small kitten being held by the two as they flew to the bottom of Korin's tower. Once at the bottom, the two stared at the boy as he looked as though he was guilty for having them sense his inner turmoil before both sighed and Gohan spoke to him with the authority of a, "All right, kid, I can sense what you were trying to do. And it's not going to work like how you thought. In order to become a Super Saiyan, you need to experience the pain of loss and get angry enough to wish pain on the person who took someone from you, Gohan said, as Piccolo nodded. Yes, I saw Goku transform into a Super Saiyan on Namek. He lost his best friend in order to become a Super Saiyan. How did you become a Super Saiyan, Gohan? Piccolo said, whilst questioning his fellow MSTR. I transformed after feeling your energy leave the living plane in the future timeline. I was so sad and angry at the same time that I couldn't hold it all in anymore and it exploded, Gohan said with a sad sigh. Alright, so you need to imagine losing someone close to you, someone who you would have done everything in your power to protect. Piccolo said, as Izuku thought about someone. Well, there is my mom. Even if she wasn't around as much as she could in my life. With work and all, Izuku said, as Piccolo nodded. Now imagine her being in a situation where death was the only thing that could happen unless you gained enough power to defeat an opponent who was massively stronger than you were at the time. Once you get a feel for that kind of opponent, then try your hardest to power up, Piccolo stated. As Izuku imagined a situation with his biological mother where he was the only one protecting her, and she was in a life-or-death situation, as well as an opponent who was massively more powerful than he was, such as Shigaraki Tamura or All for One, hell, even Cell, he thought about the many ways for her to die and that it would be all his fault. But for some reason nothing was happening, he couldn't feel any anger or sadness even begin to enter his mind. It was as though he didn't really care for her. Looking at the two, he just shook his head as though it would inform them about the problem he was having. That was when Gohan stated something different. Alright, if your biological mother is not a way for you to become stronger, then how about Bulma? Gohan questioned as the effect was immediate. Izuku's eyes narrowed and became much more feral as a flicker of a yellow aura had spread around Izuku. Piccolo and Gohan were watching the scene in front of themselves with a small smile on their faces, but as the two were about to say something different, someone else came by and spoke up. What would happen to those friends of yours in your original world? What would happen if you weren't there in the past for them? Think about what could have happened to those friends of yours who had been saved by your action to rescue them. Imagine you failing to protect them in all but transforming into a Super Saiyan. A familiar voice rang out, causing Piccolo and Gohan to look at who spoke. It was Yajirobe, who was holding a couple of senzu beans as they all watched as Izuku's pupils become pinpricks. The yellow aura surrounded his body as his hair stood up on end before he watched the many ways his classmates and friends could have died had it not been for his interference with a fight. Ida being killed by the hero killer, Azui from Shigaraki's hand early on in their school life, Uraraka and Toga in the wild pussycat's forest. Bakugo when he pushed him out of the way of Shigaraki's attack that would have pierced through his body. Each and every single one of them were shown in flashes across Izuku's mind as their dead bodies laid on the ground. BLD splattered around them for most, and for Uraraka. Her BLD being SED out of her body until her eyes glazed over dead on the ground, and as green sparks of electricity sparked around him, Piccolo and Gohan pulled an arm in front of their eyes. Izuku screamed as his hair turned yellow. He stood slightly taller now as a yellow-teal-colored aura surrounded him. His hair was a golden yellow hue as it stood in a slightly curled spiky way. His musculature had increased in size as it filled out the armor far more than it did without his transformation, and his power continued to soar higher and higher all the way until it finally reached the point of which Izuku was at maximum output. As Izuku continued to stay like that, his anger and sadness had blinded him in the moment as he just stood there breathing heavily from not taking another breath of air before he stared at Piccolo and Gohan. The two were staring at the boy in awe as they sensed his power. Surprisingly, it was far stronger than Goku was on Namek. Especially considering the fact that the boy was only slightly more powerful than Goku's base power on Namek when he fought Final Form Frieza until he tried to blow up the planet itself. Izuku glared at the two before rushing at them both. Yajirobe immediately scuttled up the tower in order to escape the fight that was going to happen between the trio. Throwing a wild haymaker at Gohan, the young adult had dodged under the extended arm before grabbing onto it and disturbing him around in a circle and tossing him off into the distance. Piccolo was completely confused as to why Izuku was just straight up attacking them, but they didn't have time to question it further as he arrived again. He sent a kick this time at the two, who dodged the attack swiftly and sent a harsh attack into his stomach, causing him to cough up some spittle and stumble backwards as Piccolo appeared behind him and used a karate chop on his neck. The effect immediate as Izuku dropped out of Super Saiyan as he fell to the ground unconscious as Gohan and Piccolo stared at one another in confusion and shock. That was more than just anger and sadness, that was pure fear. Gohan stated as he stared at the boy on the ground. Well, it looks like I will be needed in both of your training sessions. Because if his mind is this screwed, then we will need to find a way to increase its fortitude before it's too late for him to defend himself mentally. He's got the strength and spirit down pat, but when it comes down to his mentality, he will need some help. Piccolo surmised as the two flew up to the lookout. As Gohan, Piccolo, and Izuku returned back to the lookout, they touch down when they feel a massive power enter the planet's surface. And rushing over towards the edge of the lookout, they feel the power of this new threat and quickly find out that it is Cell. And the monster had managed to absorb Android 18 and had finally become perfect, with him actually managing to defeat both Vegeta and Trunks as their ascended Super Saiyan transformations failed to put down the threat, along with their very questionable choices on the way. Looking at one another, they could only hope that Cell doesn't decide to destroy the planet with the amount of power he holds now. They rushed over back to where Popo stood as the door to the time chamber opened up as Goku and the present-day Gohan exit through the door, although there is something off about the two. They are standing in their Super Saiyan forms, not even struggling to keep it up or on at all. As if they had completely mastered the form without any kind of issues. When Piccolo senses the power of Goku, he is completely confused as to why Goku is so powerful when only a day had passed. Even with a full year of training, he'd never gained this much power. But the one with an even more higher power boost was the present Gohan. From what future Gohan could sense, his past self's power far exceeded that of Goku's. So much that when he compared the two, it was as though a massive gap between the two was formed during the year of training, which brought up a question for the future variant. How much stronger did his past self get in order to become so strong that his father would have a problem in fighting him for the entire fight? Izuku, however, chose this moment to wake up from his impromptu knockout session from Piccolo as he took in the forms of Goku and Gohan. Hey, you've managed to control Super Saiyan. I didn't think that was possible, Izuku said, as present Gohan smiled. Yeah, Dad managed to make sure that I was trained to become a Super Saiyan. Then we spent the rest of the time just training to maintain the form from being lost. Now we can use it for however long we wish without any loss in stamina, Gohan called out happily. As the two boys nerded out together, Goku walked over to Piccolo and future Gohan, who were accompanied by Vegeta and Trunks on the lookout. They stared at one another before giving each other a questionary glance, although Vegeta was merely being moody in the corner for not even thinking about that whilst he was training in the time chamber himself. Goku was prepared to head home when future Gohan and Piccolo looked at one another as Piccolo spoke for the two of them as they gave Goku a serious expression that demanded to be listened to. Goku, since you have finally left the time chamber, do you think that you can defeat Cell? Piccolo questioned, trepidation hidden behind his cold exterior. Well, I don't know. For as long as I know I'm not sure that I can beat him, how about I go check? Goku said, as he instantly disappeared from their location with a resounding fuck. The group waited for a small amount of time, all of like 15 minutes before Goku returned with nothing more than a smile on his face. He gave a glance at everyone before calling Gohan over, who quickly rushed towards his father and stood by his side as he gave everyone a cursory glance before finally landing on Izuku. He could sense the boy had transformed into a Super Saiyan and was smiling even more than he was before as he chuckled at Izuku before giving a look to Piccolo. Yeah, I'm not as strong as Cell currently is. For all I know, he is probably hiding around 80% of his full power from me at the moment. I won't know until I'm fighting him, Goku said before tilting his head. Did he say when he was going to fight anyone? Goku asked, as the television turned on at that perfect moment. On the television, Cell appeared in a news station as he smirked at them all with nothing more than a sadistic smirk on his face. Everyone in the station was screaming at him in fear that they'd die from his appearance when he began to speak towards those who were recording the event of the evening news. Hello citizens of the Earth, as you may have realized. I am Cell. You have probably remembered me from the cities that had disappeared over time over the past week and a half as I had gone to those cities and absorbed them into my biomass to increase my power. But that is beside the point, because I am here to make an announcement to the whole world. I am holding a tournament in order to decide the fate of your pitiful world. Have your strongest fighters come over to these coordinates that will be shown after this message is given and have them fight me to the fullest extent. However, if none of your planet's pitiful fighters cannot defeat me, I will literally destroy the planet and move on to destroy the entire solar system present in the known galaxy, Cell said as he stared at the camera before taking a deep breath. So if you all want a small piece of a demonstration, then here it is, Cell said, pointing his hand at a representation of the Earth behind him. As soon as a small blast of ki formed in his hands, the screaming became far worse as Cell destroyed the representation of the planet as well as a major portion of the city behind himself. And as he chuckled at the camera, he merely spoke in an even and calm tone towards those watching at their homes around the world. Now, keep that in mind and I hope you all have a great 7 days. The Cell games will officially begin on Sunday of next week, and feel free to pray to your God. But spoilers, I won't be listening, Cell said, with a chuckle before flying off in the direction of which he destroyed the city. Damn it. He just destroyed an entire city of people. He will pay for that. Izuku growled angrily as he subconsciously transformed into a Super Saiyan. Izuku, calm down. You need to rein in your anger at the moment, it will not get you anywhere, Gohan said, as he placed his only palm on Izuku's shoulder. Sorry, that was just an unnecessary number of lost lives, Izuku said, looking down. Don't worry, our turn is next in the time chamber. Now that you know how to transform into a Super Saiyan, all we need to do is learn how to utilize it completely without any kind of worry. Let's go, Piccolo, future Gohan said, whilst walking down the hall with Izuku and Piccolo following suit. Entering the room for quite literally the second time in his life since appearing in this universe/timeline, Izuku began to do some breathing exercises. All before he looked at Gohan and Piccolo, who were looking at one another as though they were preparing for something big to do with Izuku. He was about to ask them what they were thinking about when Piccolo spoke up and began to inform him about what they plan on doing with him and what he should prepare for mentally in the future. Alright kid, you will need to focus your time on increasing your mental fortitude. While we are doing that, you will need to get used to your Saiyan genetics, because face it, you will begin to look at fights as something to relish soon. And we need to beat that mentality away from you so that you can prevent enemies from attaining more power to hopefully defeat you and anyone you care for in the future, Piccolo said as he sat down in front of Izuku. So what are we going to do? Izuku asked, sitting across from the man. We are going to delve into your mind, see what makes you angry the most, and expel it from your body. Our mission is to make sure that you can never be taken advantage of mentally in a potential fight in the future. Not only that, but our other mission is to make you powerful enough that if Gohan here dies in the original timeline that you both live in, you and Trunks will be capable of defending the future without his presence, Piccolo said, as Gohan interjected. Not that I'd give the enemy that kills me the chance to do that. But anyway, me and Piccolo are going to need your permission to root around in your memories, see what we can tell can anger you to beyond anything we can ever imagine, and try and take those memories and turn them into something that you can use to draw out your power. You fight defensively from what I can tell, and I intend on making sure that even if you are fighting on the defensive side of things, you can still be on the offensive, Gohan said as the two meditated. Izuku entered a meditative stance as well as he sat cross-legged on the floor of the time chamber. He relinquished all his memories that had been held back due to the life he was forced to live in his world, one where Gohan and Trunks never existed. As he felt future Gohan and Piccolo pry into his mind, he willingly allowed them entrance into his mindscape as he formed a vestige world of his own as Piccolo and Gohan's forms appeared there. Izuku stood in front of them as a mere 4-year-old boy, something that Piccolo and Gohan took immediate notice of as they moved closer to him as Izuku sat on the ground with his legs to his knee. This was not something the two men had seen from Izuku from all the interactions they've had with the boy. Looking behind him, however, brought them to see why he was acting in this manner, as floating behind him was a memory that changed everything in his life forever. Ranging from the life he lived as a quirkless individual for 14 years of his life all the way until he reached into Yui High School, Izuku's life had not been too kind towards him, even if there were a lot of peaceful times. Piccolo and Gohan looked at the little boy as they both stepped into the memory that Izuku kept hidden from everything and everyone. Walking through the flimsy walls of his deepest-rooted memory, they found themselves within a doctor's office, something that threw them off completely for a horrible memory that Izuku could recall. What about a doctor's visit makes this a horrible memory, especially for a kid? Piccolo questioned as Gohan shrugged. I don't know, but whatever it is, it's important. Let's see what happens, Gohan said, as Piccolo could only nod. They didn't have to wait long as a portly, slightly elderly man entered the room with a bushy mustache and had goggles that covered what his eyes were. He entered the room before sitting down in a roller chair as he stared at what appeared to be Izuku's mother, as she was far younger than what Izuku mentioned from the last time he'd seen the woman. As Inko Midoriya stared at the doctor in worry, the man spoke in a tone that denied any kind of hope for her son and his potential future that was not to pass based on what Gohan knew. Mrs. Midoriya, I'm afraid to say that your son is quirkless. There's no hope for him to ever get a quirk in his life, the elderly man said, with a nonchalant attitude. But why? Both his father and I are fourth-generation quirk users. There can't be a way that my son is physically and medically quirkless, Inko said in a very concerned tone. Ma'am, I've been a doctor for well over 100 years. I've got a longevity quirk, by the way, and in all my time of studying quirks, I've noticed one glaring fact about those who are quirkless in this day and age. You see this extra appendage on the boy's pinky toe? The doctor questioned, using a small poking stick to point at a glaring additional piece of bone protruding from the boy's pinky toe. I can see that. But what does it have to do with Izuku being quirkless? Inko asked, very deeply concerned. From all my life of studying quirks, you get to learn a few tells about a child's potential ability to wield a quirk. And the lack of an extra joint in one's pinky toe is one glaring fact of those who gain a quirk. Those who have this extra appendage in the bone, then it is a surefire way of making sure that one cannot get a quirk, nor can one ever even manifest one through any kind of trauma, no matter how daring. Not only that, but in order to have the ability to manifest a quirk, even at a later date, is with a quirk genome hidden within one's own DNA. I haven't found anything of the sort, the doctor said before looking at the woman tiredly. I have spent years on learning about quirks, just know this. There is no way your son can ever gain a quirk. But can you please leave? I need to get on with the next appointment, the doctor said as he left. Piccolo and Gohan could only stare on in shock at how the doctor had been portrayed in this memory. And not only did the doctor not even seem to care about the family he just ruined the lives of, but it appears as though Izuku was not the person at the top of his list of people he needed to take care of that day. As they prepared to ask the little boy, who had just now appeared in front of them, if he would like to stop, they found themselves in a small room filled to the brim with all might merchandise. Piccolo just stared with a deadpan expression as well as a sweat drop falling down his face until they saw the boy sitting in a better rolling chair as the door behind them opened up. Nothing was stated as Inko walked into the bedroom with a fearful expression taking over her facial features. The little boy that was Izuku appeared next to them now as he stared at the scene with an uncaring expression as a stray tear fell from his eye as his mother got ready to ask him about dinner. Only to be interrupted by his past self turning around in the chair and staring at his mother with large amounts of tears falling from his eyes as he spoke in a tone that was on the brink of giving up. He's so cool. I want to become a hero like him. Did you think that? I can be a hero too? Izuku's childlike voice asked, as Gohan looked at Inko. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry, Inko called out, sobbing as she pulled the boy into her embrace. Gohan and Piccolo watched as the smaller Izuku stood in front of them staring at the scene that had them taken aback. His mother never even believed in the fact that her son could become a hero like the man in the video was, not even a single ounce of faith in her son to at least try and become a hero. That was a new low when it came to learning about the boy in front of them, and Izuku turned around to stare into both of their eyes as he spoke to them. This is the deepest memory I have, between you and me. It's not that bad compared to the rest of them, although. This is what set me down the path for heroism even more. To at least prove it to her that even without a quirk, I could still be similar in some kind of way to All Might. The hero I idolized for my entire childhood. Izuku said, staring at the scene as it changed. Is that my life gets worse after this somewhat bad memory? Izuku said, as Piccolo took note of the tone. The trio were now in a park as they saw a slightly taller Izuku walking around the park with a calm exterior expression on his face. That was until an explosion had sounded off in the distance that the Izuku in the memory took note of and rushed over to the scene that made both Piccolo and Gohan smile at how Izuku took stock of the situation. The blonde-haired boy, who Gohan supplied, was Bakugo Katsuki. A boy who would be seen a lot later on in these memories apparently. They watched as the toddler Izuku ran in front of a boy in a maroon-colored shirt and blue shorts, sitting on the ground holding their arm in pain as Izuku pushed his arms out in a protective stance not unfamiliar to Piccolo. That's the same pose I used to protect you when you were a mere 6-year-old. Piccolo mused as Gohan chuckled. Yeah, and you also died using it? Gohan retorted before they heard a small scuffle. The blonde boy had angrily slammed a palm over a fist, creating a small explosion causing the clearly smaller Izuku to tremble slightly before assuming a fighting stance. Kaken, you shouldn't do that. He didn't mean it. Izuku called out, his childlike voice scratchy and a bit high. What are you going to do about it, Deku? You're quirkless, there's no way a quirkless can beat me. Are you looking down on me? The blonde boy questioned angrily. I am not looking down on you at all. I am protecting this guy from you. What you are doing. I won't forgive you. If you don't stop, then I'll stop you myself. Izuku called back at the boy. Oh really? But who will protect you? Katsuki grinned as both Piccolo and Gohan watched in horror as the trio of boys teamed up on Izuku. The memory flashed a bit to the end of the fight as Izuku's body lay on the ground, scuffed and burned badly. The boy cringed as he tried to get up before sitting upright before a couple of tears fell from his eyes before he wiped them away before he muttered to himself, which appeared to be something that he told himself a lot. He won't win. Just because I am quirkless, doesn't mean that I can't become a hero. I just have to try harder. The boy mumbled before standing up with a slight limp and walking. But the scene changed to another day, as Izuku appeared much older than before. He stood at 4 feet 11 inches and he was laying on the ground in this memory, and the boy was looking up with half-lidded eyes at the boy who stood over him who was glaring down at him with a sadistic smile. He spoke in a muffled tone, but Piccolo and Gohan could clearly hear it as the boy spoke to Izuku in a very malicious tone. You know, I've loved taking my anger out on you. You are just the perfect punching bag, and the best part. You don't break as easily as everyone else does. Katsuki cackled before walking away. Good luck surviving another day, Deku. I might need to use you again. Katsuki said as he left the area. Yeah, make sure to not cross his path again, Deku. Remember, this is his turf. A lackey said, kicking the boy's stomach. Izuku groaned as he held his stomach. Piccolo and Gohan watched this memory further as they couldn't help but notice that Katsuki's actions towards Izuku had worsened over the years. He went from what appeared to be mere slanderous words to more of a beatdown based on the number of injuries Izuku in this memory was holding under his clothing as he stood up slightly. That was when a hero took notice of the boy as he rushed on the scene before taking in his appearance. Once giving the boy a checkup, they watched as the man asked for Izuku's identification. And once the boy gave it, the demeanor of the hero had changed almost as fast as he had gone to assist Izuku to get up from the ground. His unusual smile had changed into a sneer before he placed the card back in Izuku's palm as the boy looked up at him with half-lidded eyes, clearly battling the feeling of falling unconscious. Sorry, kid, but I need to spend my time elsewhere. I can't be seen supporting a quirkless, he said, before rushing off. The next few memories had heroes of similar nature stating the same thing but a different way. Sometimes they were extremely blunt and informed the boy that if they see him in their area again that they wouldn't hesitate to mark him off as a villain for how he looked. Gohan and Piccolo could now see why the boy was so naive in his heroic nature. He had ingrained it himself into his mind that if he did anything he could at least be of help to at least one person. It didn't matter if the person particularly liked him, just as long as he bought them enough time to escape without them either dying or being taken, it was worth it. They exited the mindscape of memories within Izuku as they now stood in his vestige world. Izuku was back in his young adult form as he looked at his two mentors before looking at his palm. The two left the whole mindscape before Izuku opened his eyes as everyone looked at one another as Piccolo spoke up. I think that is enough mental prying. We need to get right into training, Piccolo said as he stood up taking off his weighted clothing. I am of the same thoughts, Gohan said as he cracked his neck. So what am I supposed to do? Izuku asked as Piccolo looked at him. You need to reveal to me your full power once more and we can go from there. After that, keep Super Saiyan up for as long as possible, Piccolo said as he looked at Gohan. You are going to be training with him, Piccolo stated as the two Saiyans stood across from one another. The two stared at one another in Super Saiyan, the non-existent wind blowing around in the room. Then all of a sudden, the two disappeared from sight and reappeared in the sky, clashing in the air with their arms clashing, creating a shockwave. Outside the time chamber, everyone waited for Piccolo, future Gohan and Izuku to exit it. They had noticed that the days were down to a whole week before the battle against Perfect Cell would begin and mostly Vegeta wanted to get another turn in the place. But by the time the doors opened, it hadn't even been a full day inside the room as Izuku, Piccolo and future Gohan had exited the room with nothing more than a serious expression taking place on their faces. Izuku, however, was showing that he wasn't as soft-looking as he originally did when present Gohan had last seen him when he entered the time chamber. Izuku was slightly taller and was around 18 years of age. His musculature was far more than it was originally, and his hair was spikier than it was when he entered the room, with the exception of it being a slightly lighter color of lime green to represent his Super Saiyan form. Once the trio stood in front of everyone else, Trunks came by and sensed the power of his mentor and Piccolo. All before sensing the power that Izuku held and was completely confused as to why Izuku was holding back. When he was about to question it, Izuku rose a hand and shook his head, as he walked over to the edge of the lookout before his face became green in color and threw up over the edge. Everyone looked at him in morbid confusion as the young man had continuously let out a stream of bile down the side of the lookout. Piccolo walked over and rubbed the boy's back before glancing at the tail just above the boy's lower abdomen before shaking his head at the decision to keep such a thing with him. Vegeta on the other hand just smirked from the side. The boy was keeping something of their race to himself and not allowing it to be taken off of him, sure it'd allow him to control his power more to have it gone. But as a Saiyan himself, he knew that having a tail would allow him to transform into an Oozer should the extra power be needed. So, is there a reason why Gohan is still in Super Saiyan and Izuku is currently retching over the edge of the lookout? Trunks asked, as Gohan chuckled on the side. Well, he wasn't exactly ready for the training we gave him. But he has gotten stronger from it, so I think it worked out. Future Gohan said with a nervous chuckle. What did you two do to him? Goku asked, confused. What didn't we do to him is the question. Piccolo said, before finishing the boy off from his retching. I couldn't last much longer in that gravity. It was my first time experiencing it. Izuku said, as everyone sighed in exasperation. What? I thought you used 500x gravity in the chamber back in the future? Trunks questioned with a very confused expression on his face. I'd rather not think about it. Izuku stuttered out, a flash of what happened in the chamber coming to mind. Author note. Izuku kept getting kicked in the stomach, which happened after he had eaten. So yeah, that. Once Piccolo and future Gohan moved to fly away, Trunks looked at Izuku and realized the boy hadn't even grown any higher in terms of height. He grew a few inches at least, but Izuku didn't gain a single amount of height at all. Something wasn't right here. Is there a reason as to why you haven't even grown in height then? Trunks asked, as Izuku looked away with a blush. I'm just naturally short? Izuku mumbled. With that moment out of the way, Goku, who had disappeared to get the Earth a new guardian, had reappeared with a familiar face to everyone else besides Izuku. It was a small Namekian child who also had future Gohan and present Gohan staring at them with a completely surprised expression on their faces. Hell, even the bald man wearing a similar GI to Goku had a surprised expression on their face as the small Namekian spoke up. It's a pleasure to meet you all again. I hope that my presence here doesn't burden anyone. The young Namek said with a bow. Don't worry, kid, you'll do just fine here. Piccolo said as he stood off to the side. Izuku sat at the edge of the lookout as he watched the planet from where he was. It was serene and appealing at the same time. He wished he could view the Earth from his original home world like the way he was now. It was calming his raging mind at the moment. Flashing back into the time chamber, he remembered what future Gohan and Piccolo warned him about when it came to Scion biology. If he has the enemy at his foot basically begging for him to spare them, he should really not listen to them, as they could potentially come back later on and become an enemy for him once more. They had quite literally beat it into his head each time they had themselves at his feet, essentially groveling. He shook his head at the memory as he focused on meditation. If he was to make himself someone who couldn't be taken advantage of when it came to his mind, he would need to be calm and slowly move through his memories without fail and come to peace with them. They are in the past, and nothing can come of them now that he lives in a world that is far different from his own, a smile appearing on his face as he moved through the good memories he'd made in the past. Letting the good memories flash by really fast, Izuku focused on the bad memories that would be the main driving force for him to become a Super Saiyan without needing to suffer the pain of loss. When his meditation was complete, he looked over at Goku and present Gohan as the two conversed as though they were a family. Izuku smiled at them sadly as he turned to look at the planet once again, his mind moving back to the horrible memories he'd had of his own family. The way they both emotionally, and literally for his biological father, had abandoned him in a mental aspect. His mother was there physically, just not mentally for him whenever he needed her. And the times he didn't need her presence there, she filled it entirely. But treated him like glass. Taking a deep breath in and letting it out, he felt the wind brush against his hair, causing it to flutter. Opening his eyes, he stared off into the distance as he felt the energies of the civilians on Earth and allowed their energies to flow within his mind, showing him what they were doing. BLACKWHIP had also come and anchored him to the lookout as he rose into the air for fear that he'd be pushed away from the ground should he not have done that. And as he sensed the one person who would be their enemy, Izuku took in a deep breath as he felt out the man's energy. It was shrouded in darkness as though he didn't wish to reveal all of it as of that moment. But Izuku pressed onwards as he pried into the bugman's power and sensed for its entirety. Finally getting past Cell's mental defenses for sensing his power, Izuku watched as the energy flowing around him had done so in a way that was unnatural, artificial. As though he shouldn't have existed in the first place. Releasing his hold on BLACKWHIP, Izuku floated down to the ground before taking in the expression of the person who sat next to him. It was future Gohan who had noticed Izuku sensing the energies of everyone around the planet. Is there something wrong? He asked. Do you think that we can win? Izuku asked, looking in the direction of Cell. I don't know, I haven't been able to get a handle on all the power he shields from our view. Gohan said, as Izuku thought about his own retort. I think I should fight him first. Izuku spoke aloud as Gohan glanced at him. Is this some kind of arrogance thing? Because if it is, I might have to beat it out of you. Gohan said, as Izuku shook his own head. Not that well. Maybe a little. I want to personally test my power against Cell on my own. I've shown you and Piccolo the limits that I had been able to access with the full power of Super Saiyan. And I feel as though there is something blocking my ability to power up beyond that. Izuku said, clenching his fist. So you think that you can unlock the power you are speaking of in a fight against Cell? Someone who will not think twice about killing you should the time arise? Gohan asked, as Izuku nodded. That's the plan, but I personally think Goku should know about this. I may not be as powerful as your present counterpart, but I think that I can unlock the same amount of power that is hidden behind a certain blockage preventing him from utilizing it. Izuku said, as future Gohan thought about it. I can go ask him, you stay here. Meditate further, I can still sense some conflict in you. Gohan said as he stood up and walked away. Entering back into his meditative stance, Izuku took another deep breath in and let it out through his nose. All before hearing a voice in his head that sounded distinctly familiar to him. So you were the one rooting around for my exact power. I should have known it was you, What were you looking for exactly? Cell's baritone voice questioned in his head. I just was sensing your power, that's all. Izuku muttered as Cell chuckled on the other end. That's good, at least someone managed to see the full unbridled power that I hold within my body. True perfection. Cell spoke with a chuckle. Any power can be surpassed, it doesn't matter how strong you are. You will be defeated on the day the Cell games begin. Izuku taunted as Cell let out a laugh in his head. I will see the day when that happens, which is in a week's time. Make sure that you are far stronger than what you were when we first met. Izuku Midoriya, Cell said, cutting off their connection. Opening his eyes, a new determination set in his expression. Goku had come over with future Gohan as he looked at the boy, who had suddenly become much more mellow from how he first met him. So what did you wish to talk to me about, kid? Goku asked as Izuku glanced at him. If you don't mind, I'd like a chance to take a shot at Cell first. Izuku spoke as Goku sensed Izuku's power. Are you sure? You're not as powerful as him at his full power, you know that right? Goku questioned, expression serious. I know, but you felt the power present Gohan held within him, right? Izuku asked as Goku nodded. I saw it in the time chamber personally. What does that have to do with you? Goku asked curiously. Can you sense and see if my power has a cap ready to be blown off right now? Izuku asked, looking at Goku with a concerned expression. I can sense that you're withholding a lot of power. But at the same time, you are so close to the next stage of Super Saiyan, so yeah. You and my son from this timeline are neck and neck it seems in terms of overall power. Goku surmised as Izuku nodded. But I'm just slightly weaker than him, correct? Izuku asked as Goku nodded. What was this all about? Goku asked as Izuku stared at the man. I want to test myself against Cell, see how far I have to go until I can surpass both you, Gohan, Trunks and everyone here. I'm going to be the next line of defense for the future timeline should Trunks and future Gohan die. I will not allow their deaths to be in vain should it happen. Izuku said with surprising wisdom. Well, I don't see why I can't allow you your chance to defeat Cell before me. Although I'm just going to show Gohan how much power Cell is holding back and have him fight, but I guess you can have a turn before me. Goku said, rubbing his nose with a smirk. Thank you for this, Goku, Izuku said with a sad smile. As the week passed by, Izuku was training with Piccolo and future Gohan outside of the time chamber. The two had it in their minds that if Izuku was going to fight Cell first, he was going to have all the strength and power he could utilize building up to the battle that was within a week. So they spent that time giving Izuku a lot of physical training as well as mental training to go with it, mostly just having him do shadow battling within their mindscapes. They also spent that time learning what Izuku loved about heroism and why he wanted to become a hero in the first place, what with All Might having been the one to inspire him to help others, no matter their situation or if they wanted to be saved in the first place. The trio were standing in the wasteland as they looked off into the distance, the last hours building up to the Cell games beginning coming fast. Izuku was meditating in between Gohan and Piccolo as he was preparing himself for the massive battle that was ahead of himself. The fact that he was going to fight Cell once more, even without his hideous form beforehand, was very scary for the young man. The last time he'd fought Cell, the bug had nearly ended him and future Gohan from what he told him after Cell knocked him out. But the fact that the bug man had taken a liking to him was very concerning. Alright, so you have a plan in your head on how you're going to fight Cell? You haven't seen him fight after you fought him in his imperfect form, Piccolo questioned as Izuku opened his eyes. If anything, I'm just going to try and counter any moves he throws at me. I will be testing his power to start since I don't know the full extent of it. But overall, I will just be trying my best in order to take Cell down as fast as possible. We can't allow him to stay alive for much longer than he already has, Izuku said, as Piccolo nodded. Between you and Gohan, I would have to say that you are the one who was more serious when it came to defeating the opponent. But in terms of overall prodigal prowess when it comes to training, it has to be Gohan, Piccolo said, as Izuku chuckled. I hadn't trained a day in my life before I became All Might's successor. I had tried beforehand, but I was bullied out of it. Since they would just make the pain worse, Izuku said as Piccolo just shook his head. One of these days we will meet the people who made your life a living hell, and we will make them see justice. Even if I have to special beam cannon them into Ichi. Piccolo grunted as Izuku looked away. Do you think that you can defeat Cell? Gohan asked, interjecting their conversation. No. I don't think I will be able to unless I transform into the next state of Super Saiyan after the full-powered version. Izuku said, shaking his head. Well, let's make sure that if Cell thinks about ending your life, we step in to prevent it from happening. Gohan stated as Piccolo gave a nod of approval. I can see why you've appreciated his presence, Gohan. He doesn't even try to state that he can win. Piccolo said as he stood up. Yeah, I appreciate his presence. He did save my life in the future after all, Gohan said with a smile. How did he do that anyway? Piccolo questioned. I was literally about to die. The androids were blasting me to oblivion. I felt as though I was going to pass out from the amount of pain I could feel all over my body. But in the last moment before I lost consciousness, I felt his ability. BLACKWHIP, if I can remember, grabbed me and yanked me out of their fatal attack on my body. I had taken about a full month to heal from my injuries. I have Izuku to thank for you being capable of seeing me now. Future Gohan said, with a satisfied smile on his face. As they stood there, they could feel the cold disappear as the sun rose off in the distance, signaling the end to another night. It was soon time for the Cell games to begin, and everyone was going to head to the lookout first to meet up with the others so they could fly over to the Cell games arena to begin their fight for the planet. By the time they reached the lookout itself, they were waiting for Goku and Gohan as the two were the last two people left to arrive in order to head out as Tien and Yamcha had already left. Vegeta's energy could already be felt at the arena itself along with Cell, who appeared to be having a fun time aggravating the prince. Once Goku and Gohan had arrived, they all took off towards the Cell Games arena. Izuku flew at the head of the pack as he prepared for his fight against the Bugman first. He knew that of all the fights he'd had in the past, that this would be the hardest fight he'd ever been a part of. For a few minutes the group flew as a team before coming up upon Tien and Yamcha, who had been floating around waiting for Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo. Once they joined up with the group, Tien and Yamcha noticed how tense Izuku was as they glanced over at Goku and the others, searching for a reason as to why the boy was very tense before the fight even began. When receiving no answer from Goku and the others, they sighed before flying with silence. They all arrived at the arena as they saw a recording crew and a man who appeared to be very out of his depth standing in the arena across from Cell himself. Landing on the ground, Cell took note of everyone and smirked. Well, it appears that everyone is finally here. I can finally have my fated battle, but it appears as though I am needed to take out the trash, Cell said, as the human rushed up to him to fight. The man's form was near perfect himself as he tried to land a devastating blow on Cell. Although without much kind of fit. The man pulled back an arm as he prepared to finally end this fight with a finisher as he called out the name of his final attack towards Cell. Dynamite kick. The man called out, before Cell merely slapped him into a nearby plateau. I swear he wouldn't stop talking about how much hype he held. It was very annoying. I'm surprised that he survived that heavily suppressed slap towards his face. I was aiming to kill him, Cell mused as he looked at the BLD stain on the nearby plateau. Now that the trash has been dealt with, who's the first one to step onto this stage? Tenshinhan? Yamcha? Piccolo? Maybe even the prince wants a second chance at beating me? Cell questioned with mock childlike glee. Yeah, who's going first, Goku? Tien questioned, curiously. I wanted to know that as well, Kakarot. Vegeta questioned. None of them watched as Izuku took off his armored clothing and moved into the stage whilst Cell watched him with intrigue. As soon as Izuku stood across from the giant Bugman, Izuku began to power up, garnering the attention of everyone present at the stage as they watched his power soar higher and higher. Some of them had become fearful of the power that Izuku was releasing in the arena as Cell looked far more intrigued than before as he had a very battle-lusted smirk on his face. Once Izuku fully reached his full power, he entered a combat stance, glaring at Cell with nothing more than hatred in his eyes as he mentally prepared himself for a fight for his life. So it seems like you are my opponent first. I can't wait to see how much stronger you've gotten since we last met. Izuku Midoriya, Cell said with a smirk. Just don't let out your Vegeta and Frieza, Cell, Izuku said as he sped towards the Bugman. Just what I like. Cell called out, speeding towards the boy as well. Izuku and Cell met one another in the middle of the ring as they clashed their arms together, creating a shockwave. Izuku sent a kick towards Cell's face that he bent backwards to dodge before being grabbed by his leg when Izuku reached out and spun around before letting him fly into one of the pillars near them. Flying after Cell with a very quick speed, Izuku appeared behind the Bugman as he shook his confusion away from his face before Izuku kicked him in his rear, launching him high into the air. Following after Cell, Izuku appeared above the bug as he prepared a double axe-handed slam from above, but as he slammed his fists down, Cell used an afterimage to dodge the attack as he sent a kick towards Izuku, who had done the same. Disappearing and reappearing behind one another, the two moved across the sky before they clashed in the air again. Izuku used BLACKWHIP to grab onto Cell, greatly confusing him as he gave Izuku a confused expression on his face as he let out a yelp before being pulled down towards the ground. Izuku wrapped Cell around completely with BLACKWHIP as he flew towards the ground as fast as he could before landing softly on the stage and pulling BLACKWHIP down and slamming Cell into the ground. Lifting BLACKWHIP up again, he repeated this process as he slammed Cell around him, breaking up the arena stage as he then released Cell, who was looking highly unamused from being grabbed by BLACKWHIP, before he launched at Izuku. His first attack landed on Izuku's face, who powered through the pain that shot through his nose as he sent a gut punch into Cell's sternum. As the man let out a cough of pain, he bent over slightly before Izuku pulled the man's face into his knee and broke the bug's nose before kicking him in the chin, launching him high into the air. Pulling back an arm, Izuku prepared to blast Cell to finish his combo as Cell stopped himself and glared down at Izuku as he charged a key blast in his hand as the bug smirked at him. He pulled back his arms and began to charge a key blast himself as the two charged up as much as they needed to begin this beam struggle. Galaxia. Finisher. Izuku screamed as he threw his relatively small blast of energy towards Cell. Kamehameha. Cell called out, a very large blast coming down. As the two beams of energy blasted towards one another, they clashed in the air as Cell watched as the relatively small beam of energy was actually pushing him back. Putting a bit more power into his own Kamehameha, he watched as it increased in size, causing Izuku on the ground to crack the ground beneath him as a smile grew on Cell's face. Izuku pushed as strong as he could against Cell's Kamehameha, but it appeared as though he wouldn't surpass the blast for a while before Izuku decided to leap towards the beam himself. This greatly confused everyone as they watched the young man as he dispelled his Galaxia finisher and pressed his hands into the Kamehameha itself as it pushed him down slowly from the sky. Goku and the others were prepared to leap in to help Izuku as Piccolo and future Gohan watched with rapt attention. They had no idea if Izuku could actually push this beam back, but their time in the time chamber with Izuku forced them to watch whether or not the boy could actually be capable of using a power beyond that of a full power Super Saiyan form. As Izuku pushed strong against the beam of energy, Izuku thought about what would happen if he didn't stop this beam from hitting the planet. Everyone and everything on this planet would be destroyed. Gohan's family, all the people who protect this planet would die, all except Cell, who would attack other planets. As Izuku began to power up to increase his strength to push the beam back, Cell was watching the boy from where he stood in the air with a very happy smile. The fight might not have been too long, but what he did know was that this kid had a lot of spunk, and he liked how the boy didn't even care about his own life to protect this world. Pushing a bit further to see what else the boy could do, he was unaware of how the moon was slowly coming up behind him as it started to be seen by everyone else with confusion. They shouldn't have had a moon nearby since the last time they had one it was destroyed by Piccolo before the Scions had arrived on Earth about 10 years ago. As for Izuku, he looked over to his right and took note of the moon sitting right in the sky. He felt something thump in his heart as he stared at it, foregoing everything and fighting the beam of energy that had completely consumed him as his eyes gained a completely red tint in them. Growling inside the beam of energy, fur began to form on his arms as his tail came out from being wrapped around his waist as Izuku growled even more, causing his voice to become distorted. The Kamehameha had then exploded around Izuku, creating a dust cloud as Izuku's form was covered head to toe inside as Cell landed on the ground looking over at Piccolo and future Gohan, who were glaring at the bug man. It appears as though the first fighter can't fight anymore. Now, who is going to be my next fighter? Cell questioned with a very satisfied smirk on his face. Cell, I don't think you know what you're doing. Goku called out worried. Goku, since you spoke up, how about you come down here and fight me? I wanted to test my mettle against you for a long while now, and now that I am perfect myself I can finally test my full power against you, Cell said, smiling. Cell, if I were you I'd turn around. Piccolo called out as Cell looked at Piccolo confused. What in the hell are you? Cell questioned before he felt a presence behind himself. As the smoke cleared a little, a glowing pair of red eyes glared at Cell from high in the air. Cell looked confused at this before he noticed something wrong with this figure. It particularly looked fairly familiar to him before he used his ki to blast the smoke away from the area, revealing a green gigantic ape standing before him. It grabbed him far faster than Cell could react and began to squeeze him within its grasp as it roared in his face before Cell attempted to escape from its grasp. Cell grunted as he felt certain parts of his body begin to break and fall apart as Izuku in his great ape form had pulled him all the way in front of his face as it smirked at him. Don't you do it? Cell growled as the great ape opened its mouth. Don't do what? He growled back before opening his mouth further. Don't you swallow me because it won't end well for you. Cell growled as he struggled further. That's not what I was planning on doing. The great ape growled out before a green energy began to build at the back of his throat. Cell stared at the light for a moment before increasing his efforts to escape from the paws of the great ape holding him. By the time he'd managed to jump out of the grabbing hands, the beam had already been blasted towards him as Cell screamed out in both terror and pain as he was blasted off into the distance. A massive green explosion happened in the distance as Cell's screams of pain and apparently pleasure roared off in the distance. Once the explosion died down, Izuku moved over towards the area which Cell was in order to confirm the kill on him before seeing that Cell was on the ground broken in pieces before he began to heal up. Pulling his face back and charging a new blast, Izuku launched a new weaker version of the first one to blast the remains of Cell away as much as he could. Once the beam had completely engulfed Cell, everyone was basically cheering as they'd watched Cell's energy signature seemingly dissipate as they could no longer sense his energy. Once Izuku let the beam go as it blasted off into the galaxy/universe. As Izuku stomped backwards towards the rest of the Z-fighters, Izuku kept his eyes on the location that he last felt Cell's energy. And from his experience in fighting opponents who could regenerate, he needed to keep his eye out for the person in question. He may not sense Cell's energy. That doesn't mean that Cell didn't survive the attack and is regenerating somewhere else. Sensing around for Cell's presence, Izuku still couldn't sense where the Bugman was before the artificial moon was destroyed, causing him to lose the 10 times amp to his overall power. As he shrunk down to the ground, revealing him in just shorts that were torn in certain places, Izuku breathed slightly before transforming back into a Super Saiyan and wrapping his tail around his waist again. Forcing his head to look up, he found Cell sitting there fully formed and looking quite happy with how the fight seemingly ended. You know, I'm surprised that you were clearly capable of almost defeating me. I had lowered my guard in the moment you blasted me, and I have to say thank you for your generous fight. But I think it's time to end this fight, because personally I would like to fight Goku, Cell said, as he shot a beam so fast that it detonated as soon as it stopped in front of Izuku's face. Due to the proximity of the blast, Izuku was blasted into the nearby plateaus. As he grunted from each and every rock slamming into his back, Izuku let out a pained yelp when he got stuck into a certain part of the plateau before a multitude of beams came flying down on his position from above. As he was freed from his makeshift prison, Izuku dodged and weaved through as many blasts as possible in order to keep himself from getting killed by such an attack. All before Cell appeared behind him, pulling an arm back and slamming it through his back and out of his abdomen, causing him to cough up multiple large amounts of BLD before the creature had thrown him over towards the others. Bouncing across the field, Izuku felt his body in more pain than he'd ever felt before in his life. Once he finally stopped bouncing, Izuku felt as though he couldn't feel any of his limbs before someone landed next to him and pulled him from the fight. Glancing up from where he laid on the ground, he found that it was Gohan and Trunks. The two were looking at him with so much worry and fear that when his eyes were fluttering closed, they had forced a senzu bean down his throat to prevent him from passing out. Once the bean was chewed and swallowed, Izuku laid on the ground still as he tried to gather his breath. Well, it seems as though the boy survived. That's good. Now then, How about we fight Goku? Cell questioned. Izuku may have lost, but it wasn't in vain, Goku said, touching down on the ground below. The two stared off against one another as they waited for the other to make the first move. But then, faster than some of the other Scions could see, the two rushed at one another and clashed in the air. With those two fighting, future Gohan spoke to Izuku as he held worry in his tone. What the hell was that last part of the fight? Why did you transform into a great ape? Gohan questioned, slightly worried. I wanted to see if I could kill Cell with the great ape transformation. I just couldn't get Super Saiyan to activate for it, Izuku said as he stayed laying on the ground. While you provided a good fight for Goku to learn how Cell fights, the BSRD may not have been going at full power against you. But that doesn't mean that he will do the same for Goku, Piccolo said as he stood nearby. Let's just hope that Goku can find a way to defeat this guy, Krillin said as he helped Izuku up. He's hiding his full power. He was doing so against me, Izuku muttered, catching Piccolo's attention. Looking back at the fight, everyone watched with bated breath as they watched Goku fight for his life. This wasn't going to be a fight where they could easily win, it would be something that would almost cost them everything, and it wouldn't be quick. Hours had passed since Izuku had suched out with Goku, as the man was now fighting Cell on his own with everyone watching him. Izuku was still collecting his strength from his fight against Cell earlier in the day, as the others did nothing more than watch the man fight against the villainous being. Everyone was watching the fight happen, as through the time of the day, Goku had finally seemingly decided to go full power and throw a literal full power Kamehameha at Cell through instantaneous teleportation, blowing up the top part of Cell's body and causing his lower half to hit the ground as though he'd been killed from the attack itself. Although sensing his growing power, they didn't move. Cell's upper torso then began to bulge and began to regenerate as he came out with weird green BLD flowing around him. As he stared at Goku, nothing appeared to be stated before he rose into the air and prepared to do another attack on the man. As he breathed in heavy exhaustion, it appeared as though Goku wasn't strong enough to defeat Cell, even with the information of how he fights. Izuku let out a sigh as he glanced over at present Gohan, who was looking at this kind of situation with nothing more than a confused expression on his face, as he muttered about how his father should have more energy than this. In fact, he states that Cell was even holding back more so against Goku than Izuku himself. When hearing this information, Izuku feels as though a small amount of pride builds up, which he promptly pushes down in the heat of the moment. The fact he forced Cell to use far more power than Goku was surprising, but it wasn't something he should lord over Goku in this kind of situation, since the fate of the Earth hung in the balance. As everyone prepared for Goku to continue the fight until he died or managed to pull out a win out from under his rear, he stated something that caused everyone to wonder if he got brain damage. I give up, Goku called out as everyone just stared at him in shock. I'm sorry, I'm a little high up here. But did I just hear you say that you give up? Because that isn't true, it can't be true. Cell questioned, angrily shocked. It's true, Cell. I give up. I know that I can't beat you, not unless I gave myself some more time to train, Goku replied with a flippant attitude. Every single word you have stated has made me violently angry, Cell and surprisingly Vegeta called out, before growling at one another. Oh great, now I'm a greenless / brain-dead Cell / Vegeta. Look at what you made me do. The two yelled out towards Goku. You win, Cell, it was a great fight. Don't get me wrong, but this was only a fight to test my strength against yours, and you won fair and square, Goku said, stretching his limbs. This must be some kind of prank, because there is no way you would willingly give up your chance to die in a fight against a powerful opponent. So, who else is strong enough to fight me, Ichim? Is it Midoriya? Because as from what we've all seen, he had actually done a better job at fighting me than you did. Is it Piccolo, because I am dying to get a run back with him? Or maybe is it the prince? Oh, maybe it's Tenshinhan, please tell me it's him, Cell said, annoyingly animated at the last part. Nope. The person who's as strong as you are and potentially far stronger than anyone here, the one who will take you down, is Gohan, Goku called out as both Gohans looked at one another. Is he talking about you or me? Future Gohan asked, confused. I think he's referring to me, present Gohan stated as his future counterpart nodded along. Wait, why would he refer to me? Present Gohan said, again even more confused. Gohan? The pacifist? He wasn't even on the list? Huh? Who was on the list? Cell screamed out in anger. Wait, why was I on the list? Yamcha questioned offhandedly to the side. Halftime entertainment. Cell sternly spoke as he continued. If you don't come back up and fight me then, I'll just blow up the planet like I just said. Cell warned as Goku sternly spoke to Cell. Cell, you knew what this was. A fight, nothing more. Now I need to get Gohan prepared for this fight, Goku said as he moved off the battlefield. You beach. Cell muttered to the side, pouting like an indignant child. Once Goku had arrived at the plateau where everyone stood at, he landed on the ground in front of his present-day son. The boy looked at his father with confusion as the future counterpart had stared at Goku with concern as Goku spoke aloud about how much potential present Gohan and future Gohan had together. But most importantly, the fact that they both needed to believe in their strength, and they would be unstoppable. Izuku listened to Goku's words as he thought about it himself. Did he even believe that he could defeat Cell in the first place? Was the reason why he didn't defeat Cell in his fight all because he just didn't fully believe in his own power to defeat Cell in the first place? As those questions were plaguing his mind, Izuku was unaware of how present Gohan had acknowledged his father's words and leaped down to face off against Cell on his own without anyone to help. It wasn't until Izuku overheard Piccolo growling behind him that he took note that present Gohan was down there and preparing to fight off against Cell, and that was when Gohan had powered up. The power the boy held was amazing to Izuku's eyes. It brought him back to the moment before he, Piccolo, and future Gohan had entered the time chamber and how he first transformed into the Super Saiyan form himself. The flash of memories of his friends and family being put up on the chopping block for death coming through like a sweet haze in his mind. It was blocking his full view of the fight between present Gohan and Cell as it had begun swiftly with Cell taking the initiative and fighting the boy without him even fighting back. The fact that he dodged and weaved through most of his attacks was surprising to most of everyone, but it surprised them all even more when he matched Cell's power and speed, even after Goku had given Cell a Senzu-bean. Izuku was still reliving the moment he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his eyes glazed over. It was not until he felt something about to slip but kept itself locked tight that he snapped out of his funk and took note that Gohan was now on the ground struggling to stand up. And that is when he heard it, Cell's voice speaking up over everything else in the known area. Well, if I can't get you to snap, then I shall do something that will most definitely force you to do it. I will bring each and every single person up there down and kill them in front of you slowly, all until you lose what little defense in your mind that your pacifism gets you, Cell remarked before looking in everyone's direction. Making a head count of each fighter, Cell began to open his water wings and reveal a small tube hanging out from his back. It was here that it opened up and started to spit out multiple small globs of blue-tinted short people that looked very eerily similar to his perfect form only in childlike size. Izuku then took note of how each and every single one of those little fighters were as strong as Cell himself was as they all stood up with a very sinister aura surrounding them as well as smirks. Cell then spoke up again, getting their attention as everyone prepared for a fight, even Izuku. Well, then if you won't snap, I will let my children take care of them since I don't even want to do it myself. I'm too lazy to do that right now. So play with your food and don't steal each other's opponents. But most importantly, have fun, Cell said as the small cells had rushed the group. Cell Jr.'s incoming, Goku called out, as Vegeta let out a small retort. We are not calling them that, he growled. As soon as each and every Cell Jr. appeared in front of each fighter, they initiated a new fight. Izuku was forced to take on two Cell Juniors since the bug monster had actually been paying far more attention to the boy's fluctuating power before he even created his children. He knew that Izuku would be the next largest threat after future Gohan and Trunks before Goku and Vegeta, and lastly the humans and Piccolo were the least threatening to him. He began to speak to Gohan just out of earshot of Izuku to hear what he was even telling the boy, and as Izuku fought strong against the two opponents, BLACKWHIP was a very good help in this. They were quickly overwhelming him. Izuku would also be launched through the ground multiple times as he was tossed around like a rag doll. Each time he'd land a hit on one of the little BSTRDS, the other would come in from behind, preventing him from capitalizing on the attack and force his attention away from them. This created a very tiring situation for the boy as his energy reserves were being pushed to the very limit and stopping him from going full power from the get-go, especially since that human and their motley crew were still here. Izuku was blasted through multiple plateaus in the area before sliding across the ground as he came to a sudden stop. Breathing heavily, he charged his energy around his body as the Cell Juniors began to close in on him from two sides. Okay, I need a moment to take a breather. So I will be doing something now. Izuku muttered as he pushed his arms out in a wide arc explosive wave. Izuku screamed as a massive ball of energy converging on his location blasted out. As the blast took over a major portion of the battlefield, Cell watched on in awe as the boy who he called the third largest threat to his life had managed to take out two of his children. This left him in a slight furious rage as he glared at the boy. Before taking stock of his situation, he'd already stolen the senzu beans from Krillin earlier and now stared at the boy as he was heavily damaged and on death's door now. He breathed heavily from the exertion of power being used as the boy fell out of Super Saiyan and took a knee on the ground as he regathered his stamina to recover his lost strength. Smirking maliciously, Cell began to walk over to the further weakened Izuku before a ki blast was smashed into his face. Looking over, he found Gohan had been giving him a death glare for a long while, all before Cell immediately turned to see that Gohan was closing in on the teetering edge of his emotions taking over. Everything that happened was soon interrupted when a head bounced across the ground near them, and it was revealed to be Android 16 who had tried to kill Cell earlier with a self-destructive device implanted in his CST that was taken out by Bulma. Sorry. Bulma's voice rang out in the distance. Gohan, let it go. 16 stated, stern and soft. Huh? Gohan asked intelligently. You are gentle, you do not like to hurt. But it is because you cherish life that you must protect it. I felt the amount of power being held back within your mind, all because you fear the power that you hold. Do not let your anger consume you, it cannot control you. Just let it go. 16 said, as Cell's voice rang out behind the talking head. The sentimental downpour is killing me. It's so nice of you to try and help, but I plan on doing things my way. Cell said, preparing to stomp on the head. Please, drop your restraints. Protect the life I love. Protect the animals, the birds, your friends. Just let it go. 16 said, before Cell began to lower his foot to the ground. All eyes were seemingly staring at 16 before Cell felt something growing behind him as he was kicked in the back of his head. His guard was lowered when he prepared to end Android 16's pitiful existence, and as he turned his head around, after shaking it a few times to get the pain out of his mind, he found Izuku standing there. He was breathing raggedly, as though he ran as fast as he could whilst being incapable of utilizing all of his energy. Not one person will die here. Not a single one. Izuku growled, grabbing the head and launching it back towards the human that threw it. Just as Izuku threw the head, Cell rushed the boy as he had beaten him within an inch of his life. As the boy hung in his arms limply, future Gohan watched the scene as he was held onto the ground by one of the Cell Juniors. And he tried his very best in order to prevent the death of his latest student. But all seemed lost as Cell all but pulled the boy into a massive choke hold as Izuku didn't even struggle in it, just relinquishing his breathing altogether as present Gohan watched in utter disbelief. Flashes of the boy crossed Gohan's mind from the small amount of times the two had trained together. Izuku showing that someone with pacifistic ideals, but still fighting to protect life came to his mind. Was it truly possible to keep his ideals of not liking to fight, but training to make sure that nobody would have to worry about the world anymore? If so, how could he use that kind of strength to win a fight against Cell? Jigo. Gohan. Izuku chalked out, his face blue. Huh? Gohan asked, incredulously. Just let your power. Free. Save the world. Izuku called out before biting down on Cell's hand. Graya. Cell screamed in pain before punching Izuku in the face so strong it snapped to the right. There was no sound of a neck snapping, but Izuku was launched over to a nearby plateau, again, and was covered in the rubble. Gohan tried to feel for the boy's energy, hoping beyond anything that Izuku's familiar energy could still be felt. But no matter how strong he tried, nothing came of it. His energy was non-responsive. That was when Gohan let it all go and transformed in front of Cell, coincidentally taking the rubble of his body as future Gohan had managed to pull his student out of the rubble. Once he was freed from the rubble, Gohan had felt for Izuku's pulse. It was extremely faint, but it was there. Present Gohan, in his new transformation, moved across the battlefield with a speed that was unmatched by anyone. He killed all the remaining Cell Juniors before taking the Senzu beans and giving them to his future self, believing the man to not be as stupid as most of the other Scions in their family. And within mere moments, began to beat down on Cell as the monster was reduced to a bleeding mess over and over again as Gohan had torn into his body and allowed it to regenerate. Only for Cell to fly high into the air and launch an extremely powerful and massive Kamehameha at the Earth, and Gohan merely countered it with a smaller, more condensed Kamehameha. It was overpowered and Gohan had managed to bring Cell to his knees. The monster had lost the fight altogether, but Gohan was now playing with his food. As he willingly tossed Cell around the battlefield without any kind of mercy, he had Cell dead to rights, right in front of himself. He had punched Android 18 out of Cell's body, and the monster was in his semi-perfect form now as Cell was angrily glaring at the boy as though he were the devil himself. And he then decided that if he wasn't going to win the Cell games, then nobody would, as he began to blow himself up like a water balloon. Goku had then teleported himself over to Gohan, but not before some final words to everyone else as he went. You know, it's funny. I was supposed to die earlier this year, but you know what isn't funny? Goku questioned ominously. Goku, what are you talking about? Krillin asked. The fact that nobody ever thought of killing Cell before it reached this point? Goku stated with stern words and teleported over to his son. What was stated between the two would stay with them as their conversation was quiet but at the same time quick. And as soon as Goku had finished stating his words to Gohan, he pressed his palm on Cell's body and the two suddenly vanished from thin air, causing everyone to be completely confused. Izuku was watching the scene with great awe before he sensed Goku's energy seemingly disappear from the living world. All was quiet on the battlefield as Krillin tried to console Gohan as the boy was on his hands and knees pounding the ground in complete self-hatred. Nothing seemed to be off until a gust of wind caught everyone's attention as a smoke cloud covered everyone's vision. And everything moved in slow motion for Izuku as the entire world came into sound as Cell's voice was heard once more. P is for priceless, the looks of all your faces. E is for extinction, all your puny races. R for revolution, which has been televised. F is for how effed you are, now allow me to reprise, Cell's voice rang out. And as that came out, a sight of Cell's hand came from the smoke, clearly charging up a blast in his finger. And as soon as it pointed at its selected target, it blasted forwards, with Izuku watching in slow motion as it moved towards Trunks. Rushing towards the young man, Izuku pushed Trunks down to the ground as the boy turned around to see what had happened and who pushed him only to see a sight that was very strong to see. Once again, Izuku had his CST pierced through not by an arm this time, but by a piercing beam of energy that blasted through his psyche and out his back. Stumbling forwards, Izuku coughed up BLD before he stared at Cell, who was just staring at the scene with complete and utter bafflement. Of all the things I prepared for, you taking the hit for Trunks was not it, Cell stated amusedly. As Izuku's body fell forwards, it landed on the ground with a very guilt-ridden expression on his face. And as the color faded from his eyes, future Gohan could hear the scream of agony that left Trunks' mouth as he rushed over to the seemingly lifeless Izuku's body as it laid on the ground. As Trunks tried his best to shake the boy awake, there was nothing he could do to keep him awake as his eyes were now fluttering shut, his eyes dull and void of all life. And future Gohan was looking on in complete and utter shock and sadness. His aura started to flow around him as anger and fury took place over his mind. You are going to pay for this, Cell? Future Gohan screamed in fury. As his aura blasted out from around him, everyone was surprised to see him in the ascended Super Saiyan form. He glared at Cell as his present counterpart had done the same as their power increased even further. Cell could only look on in horror as he not only had to deal with Gohan as an ascended Super Saiyan, but two Gohans with practically the same level of power between the two of them. And there was only one thing he could think of in that moment that perfectly summarized what was about to happen with two eternally set-off Gohans. Well, I'm in danger. Cell chuckled nervously. But that doesn't mean that I won't try and take one of you with me. He growled out, pulling his arms back to use a Kamehameha. Izuku groaned in slight soreness as he felt everywhere on his body was in pain. Well, except for the middle of his ichi, and as he looked down at it, he found a deep scar there replacing the pale skin that had once been there before he was pierced by Cell's attack. Cursing himself internally for actually getting himself killed, he turned his attention to his surroundings as he took in the place he felt was completely unnatural to him as well as his meager existence. Taking in a deep breath, he let it out as a sigh as he stood up from his prone position on the ground, all before looking down the pathway that led to a giant building in the distance. Well, I guess I should head in that direction. Not like anything good will happen if I just stand here doing nothing, Izuku muttered, as he took off running in the particular direction of the building in the distance. Running for what felt like ages, Izuku had remembered that he could fly. Then he flew the rest of the distance as he found himself in a line leading to the building, and like the good boy he was, he waited in line until he finally made it into the building itself. Looking around the place, he found weird Oni people who were setting certain souls around the place on their ways to specific locations. Wait, there was a higher heaven? Shaking his head once more, he walked up to the weird desk and the giant pink-looking Oni who had a black beard. Alright, so let's see. You're not from this timeline and dimension, so I can't read what your soul is giving me. But from what I can see of your exploits in this timeline, you've assisted in the fight against Cell and the androids of the future. What is your name, kid? The pink Oni questioned, tone very gruff. Midoriya Izuku, sir. I originally came from a world similar to this one. But the world was separated into over 100 countries. The country I originate from is Japan, sir. Specifically, Mizudafu. Izuku replied as the pink Oni nodded softly. I see, from these things it states that you've only done good things so far. And because of that I can easily send you to higher heaven, but those BSTRDs are always taking away what I can do with souls like it was Taco Tuesday. Demon Dragon Balls? The pink Oni said, as he glared at Izuku. Before you ask me another question, sir. Where am I exactly? Izuku asked, completely confused about his surroundings. I can take over from here, King Yema. A voice called out, very scratchy and high-pitched. Turning around to see who had arrived, Izuku found Goku and a blue alien-looking guy floating in front of him. That was when King Yema glared at the two before talking to the two in front of them. I'm in the middle of doing my job, King Kai, and I think it would be prudent of you to take away from what I'm doing. Not to mention a question brewing up in my mind. Such as, how in the hell did you die? King Yema growled out. As King Kai and Yema just began to scream at one another, Goku brought Izuku out of the building as they looked down towards the earth. Future Gohan and present Gohan were now in a Kamehameha battle with the drastic Cell, as the Bug Man was pushing the two to their upper limits with what their ascended Super Saiyan forms could handle. Chancing a glance over at Goku, the man was very pensive when sensing the power of Cell. And as Goku caught Izuku looking up at him with concern as well as worry written in his features, Goku let out a chuckle before speaking to him. Don't worry about what I'm doing. I'm just watching both of my sons taking care of a threat that I created, Goku said with a small chuckle. You know, it's alright to let out things you don't want anyone else finding out, Izuku said, as Goku shook his head. All my life I had fought to get what I had. Although, I will say that Gohan fighting for his chance to become a scholar. It wasn't something that I wanted to think about when training Gohan in the first place. The simple fact that I sensed his power that had far more potential than I ever did was astounding, and I worked strong to make sure that Gohan could utilize that kind of power. But to hear that Gohan just didn't like to fight, it really caused me to rethink everything that I've done with my son, Goku stated as he sat down looking off the edge of the platform they stood on. Izuku joined the man as they both watched the energy clash against one another as both Gohans took on Cell at their maximum power. From what it appeared, Cell was actually able to keep up with both of them in terms of raw power, but in terms of skill in using that power he was severely lacking. And as the power battle between the two forces had reached a climax, They both watched as both Gohans let out a furious roar as they defeated Cell with a combined future/past Kamehameha that completely obliterated Cell. As the two Gohans fell from their positions in the sky, they had let out a yell of accomplishment before future Gohan flew as fast as he could towards the lookout. Izuku then looked at Goku as the man, who still had a weird halo over his head, gave Izuku a pat on the back. Izuku took in the man's expression as it was one of pure happiness as well as hope for another timeline that could be saved with the minor presence Izuku had in it. That was when Goku spoke to Izuku once more as the man gave Izuku some encouragement for the future. Hey, don't think that you're not powerful in your own right. As a fighter yourself, I can sense the potential that is very well hidden within your body. Even if you manage to change your body into that of a scion, I could still feel as though you could have reached those same heights with enough training and experience in your life, Goku said, as Izuku felt his body change slightly. I guess, this means they've summoned the dragon? Izuku asked as Goku nodded. They're returning you back to the land of the living. You don't belong in here, wait until you've reached the ripe age of an elder like Arashi, Goku said with a smirk. I hope to see you guys again, Goku, Izuku said, holding a hand out for the scion to shake. I'm not sure if I will be capable of returning back to the land of the living. But I hope to meet you again as well, Izuku. Safe travels? Goku said, as Izuku disappeared from Otherworld. As Izuku opened his eyes on the lookout, he found himself pulled into a one-armed hug by future Gohan. The man was simply crying over the boy's shoulder as he thanked everything above that Izuku had been able to be revived in this timeline as well as dimension. Once the waterworks was over, Izuku had given the man a pat on the back to help console him. He was pulled aside from Gohan by Trunks, the young man looking inextricably guilty. He gave Izuku a look in his eyes before taking a deep breath. The question that was on his mind ever since the boy had saved his life. Can you tell me why you even saved my life in the first place? Trunks asked, guilt-rid on his face. Because my life was not something I really liked, Trunks. Growing up I had a lot of pain to sort through on a daily basis. Sure, you have the same thing with how you were raised in a timeline where nobody but you and Gohan survived your fights with the androids. But none of it was like mine. I felt as though that if I died in saving you, then it would at least make me a hero. But now is not the time to talk about the other part of my reasoning. We should stick around and celebrate a bit more, Izuku said with a soft smile. This caused Trunks to smile as well, since the young man wanted to make sure that he could make it up to Izuku. The boy saved his life, and it was apparently because it was what a hero would do in that moment. Because saving someone who doesn't fully know you is the greatest thing one can do in their life. At least according to what Izuku told him in the past, and as they were all celebrating on the lookout for Cell's defeat, Izuku found himself standing at the edge of the lookout. He had been glancing over at the party behind him that had been done in the defeat of Cell, and everyone was getting plastered due to the alcohol content in their drinks. Thankfully present Gohan didn't drink anything. As Izuku paid close attention to everyone and how they were partying, he looked off into the distance, smiling to himself as he thought about the next threat that could come in the future timeline, and how he would need to learn how to transform into the ascended Super Saiyan form that present Gohan and future Gohan had access to. And as he kept to himself on the lookout, he heard movement behind himself as he turned around to look at who was coming up behind him, only to find Piccolo standing there with a concerned expression. Are you alright, kid? Dying like how you did probably isn't the best way to be introduced to Otherworld, Piccolo questioned. I'm fine, just a bit concerned about the next threat in the future. I'm not sure whether or not what will happen in the future timeline now that we've saved the past. For all we know, Karma could come after us and kill the us three when we return to the future. So all I'm thinking about is how I can become as strong as Gohan. My Gohan, and help him protect the future, Izuku said, as he gave Piccolo a very sad expression. You fear being unable to protect the future, of not being strong enough to protect the ones you will come to love, is that correct? Piccolo questioned. Got it in one. I just don't know if I can be capable of saving everyone like I've always dreamed of doing. In my dimension I became a hero because of my idol in All Might, a man who saved just about everyone just by being himself. And in trying to become similar to him, I've moved in a way to become a hero of my own. But each and every time I've fought someone, I've lost. I wasn't strong enough to protect those I care about, even if I had been taken before I could recover in my own dimension. Izuku said sadly. I see. Well then the best you can do is train with Gohan in order to attain this power for yourself. Just make sure that it doesn't get to your head and block you from making the right decision. Piccolo warned. I will always remember those words. It will be one of the many things that I take to heart from your teachings, Izuku said with a small smile. Piccolo had placed a palm on the boy's shoulder as he smiled down at him, before he walked back to the party happening behind them all. Soon enough the time came for future Gohan, Trunks, and Izuku to return back to the future timeline, in a way to protect it from further threats that might come for it in the future. No pun intended. And as they climbed into the time machine they waved at the others as they all smiled at the trio leaving Back to the Future, and with their disappearance from the past, they traveled through time back to the future. By the time they came out of the time stream, they found themselves in the ruins of Capsule Corporation. Standing outside of the corporation itself were Bulma and Vomi as the two smiled at the time machine itself as it landed just in their front lawn. Climbing out of the time machine, the trio jumped down as Trunks and Gohan hugged Bulma, and Izuku walked over to Vomi, who had given the boy a small smile as he stood in front of her with a small blush. That was when Bulma spoke to the trio without much of a doubt in her mind about what was going to happen between the trio. So, I take it that you guys saved the past? Bulma questioned with a smile. You could say that, future Gohan said with a smile. Still came at the cost of a single life between us three. Trunks grumbled. Which one of you died? Bulma asked, concerned. That was me. Izuku said, slowly raising his hand into the air. Vomi and Bulma glanced over at the meek boy as he looked away from both of them. Guilt writ on his face as he tried to make himself as small as possible, and Bulma let out a sigh before walking over to the boy and pulling him into a hug, something that Vomi had done as well. Izuku kept himself in a small ball as the two women gave him a hug, for some reason not really liking the attention being placed on him, as they made sure that they projected the love they had for him onto him. Although Vomi was far more embarrassed about it. You died? Why? Bulma called out, pulling herself away from the boy. C-Cell was going to kill Trunks. If I didn't do it, he would have died, Izuku said, as Bulma looked at Trunks, who looked away with a small blush. I see, so Trunks had lowered his guard against Cell. And because of his inattention to everything around himself, he wasn't capable of defending himself. Vomi stated as she pulled out a notebook. Cell did get stronger after blowing himself up with Goku next to him. Izuku mumbled, as Bulma just sighed in exasperation. As Vomi and Bulma just left the boy alone and turned their attention on Trunks, Izuku let out a sigh of relief. He then glanced over at Gohan as the man took note of the boy's questionary expression and walked over to him, and then knelt to the boy's height alone and then spoke to him. Are you okay, kid? I know that you probably would have had more friends had you stayed in the past, but I'd like to know what that expression you're giving me is for. Gohan questioned. I want to become as strong as you. See, can you teach me the power you gained when fighting Cell? Izuku asked, looking at the man. I'm sure that I can do that. We have all the time in the world to do this. So we can take it slow at first before seeking a way to surpass that kind of power, Gohan said, smiling at Izuku and placing a palm on the boy's shoulder. 7 long years had passed since future Gohan and Trunks went to the past, with Izuku tagging along for the ride. For the last near decade the trio had been training together in order to attain the power that Gohan and his past self had managed to gain during their fight with Cell, and the only one who was strong enough to get it being Izuku. The boy having gotten it within about 2 years of training under Gohan, as the man pushed him to his limits during the peacetime they had gotten since Izuku had arrived in the timeline. Izuku was seen training in the gravity chamber as he was pushing the limits of his Super Saiyan 2 power as he tried to find a power further beyond that. Gohan had been in and out of the gravity chamber with Izuku since Trunks was spending most of his time helping his mother with the reconstruction of the future timeline. They had come across Cell about 9 months after they had returned after Perfect Cell's defeat at the hands of both Gohans in the past, and Izuku had killed him before the bug could even try to go to the past. There's a saying about those who wish to kill in order to attain power, and that if you attempt to go after those who appear to be weaker than you, You will wish that you had never fought them. At this current time, however, Izuku is at the ripe age of, and he was spending some of his time aside from training himself with Vomi, who had shown to be a very cuddly person when the two began to date one another. It was during this year that Bulma had announced that she was PRGNT to everyone as well with Gohan's child, and the man was very ecstatic to hear it from the woman as she smiled at Gohan herself. Izuku, however, knew that Gohan's time would be spent trying to make sure that his child grew up in a time where peace was always a good moment for them to live their life without any kind of threat. He had also managed to create multiple moves that combined Black WHP with his ki-based attacks. Something that Izuku constantly looked back at Daigoro in his mind and mentally thanking the man for allowing him to use the knowledge of what his quirk was made up of in order to utilize it in battle. With the hundreds if not thousands of ways that BLACKWHIP could be utilized against his foes, Izuku was prepared for any kind of opponent he would come across in the future. Not only that, but he would be mentally prepared as well as he'd managed to conquer his demons during the long 7 years of peace for the future. Hey Vomi, what do you think the future will be like if we continue to live like this? Izuku asked in his bed, Vomi at his side. Our future, you mean? Vomi asked curiously. Yeah. I've always known everyone in my past to have expected that I'd never meet someone like you. Much less have someone feel the same way I do for you, Izuku said, glancing at the woman. She giggled at his words before pulling the young man into a hug and pressing her lips to his own. Before moving her face away from his own, her cerulean eyes looking into his emerald black. Well then, you've proved them wrong. I love you the same way you've lusted after me ever since we first met. Vomi giggled as she hugged Izuku's arm. Not to mention that the tail of yours is constantly rubbing itself on my thigh, Vomi said, as Izuku turned his head and nervously chuckled. Sorry, it just has a mind of its own. Izuku apologized. Don't apologize, it actually feels good to have your tail rub itself over my thigh. Makes me calm knowing that you're around to protect the future when Trunks and Gohan eventually pass on, Vomi said as Izuku smiled at the ceiling. He got up from his bed as he gave Vomi one last look as he pulled her up with his ki and brought her into his hugging the woman who he'd fallen in love with the moment he'd first met and embracing her on the lips he couldn't help but be reminded of when they first asked the other out. It was actually hilarious since when he and Gohan had returned from a 2-day sparring session, Vomi was asking if he was alright and already was telling Gohan off for hurting him too badly. When she defended him from Gohan's training regimen, Izuku had informed her that it was all his decision because he wanted to become stronger, which brought her to tell him about a new training program she'd placed in the gravity chamber. The ability to fight foes at the same level of power as they were based on information that was given to her. Not only that, but their opponents would be capable of transforming to meet their power should they reach a realm of power that surpassed them, just to make the training far harder for them to complete. It was when he first tried the whole training room for the first time that he'd actually felt that he should tell her he loved her, which is what he did at the time after a training session was completed. He had used it ever since with Gohan's presence nearby to assist if something went wrong, which it never did, and allowed Izuku to reach the realms of power Gohan held himself. Now though, Izuku brought himself away from that memory as he went to train again in the specified room, he remembered thinking about. Walking down the halls of Capsule Corporation, Izuku heard the patter of little feet rushing around the place as he turned around to find a small girl with light blue hair with a fringe of black rushing down the hall. And not a moment later, a man rushing down the hall with a ki aura around him, Gohan, was chasing the little girl as she laughed and giggled with joy. So how's it going training your daughter, Gohan? Izuku asked with a tilt of his head. It's going far worse than I imagined. She's got far more potential than I've ever felt within a fighter. She'll be a very strong woman, that's for sure. I just wish my mother was alive to see her. Her granddaughter. Pen, Gohan said, as a stray tear fell from his eye. Hey, don't feel bad right now. Eventually she might get the chance to visit for a day, just hope for that day when it arrives, Izuku said, rubbing the man's back. Thanks kid. Anyway, you heading to the training room? Gohan asked, as Izuku gave a nod. Yeah, I just want to see if there's something further beyond that of an ascended Super Saiyan, Izuku said, as Gohan let out a chuckle. When are you going to call it Super Saiyan 2? He asked with a mirth in his eyes. When I feel it's the right time. Izuku muttered, a blush rising on his face. Good morning, Mr. Midoriya. Pan's small voice called out from below. Good morning to you too, Pan-chan. Izuku said with a happy smile. Daddy helped me fight my first opponent. It was Uncle Piccolo, Pan said, happily. I'm sure that Daddy has a few more things to show you, Izuku said, with a chuckle as the two rushed off towards where Bulma was located. Entering the training room himself, Izuku found himself picking an opponent who was the perfect match for him. From what he learned about his version of Super Saiyan 2, he had noticed that it was equally matched with Perfect Cell's full power before he became Super Perfect Cell. Not an original name, but that was what the bug called himself, and Izuku will not judge the bug man on his choice of a name for his form, but it wasn't that different with the added addition of lightning flaring across his form. Izuku stared at his opponent as the bug glared strong at him. The two rushed at one another as Izuku powered up to Super Saiyan 2 right away and used max power right from the start, forcing his opponent to do the same. Clashing across the sky of the training facility, Izuku had constantly reached out with BLACKWHIP and blocked Cell's way of escape from damage before he landed a finishing blow to the bug's head, causing the little gem on top of his head to crack. That was before it regenerated back to normal, as though nothing bad had happened before the attack landed, though from what Izuku could see of the bugman's movements, they were more lethargic than normal. He did some kind of brain damage with that last attack and took advantage of it. Within mere minutes, Izuku had Cell on his metaphorical knees and Izuku finished the bugman off right then and there. With his training complete for the time being, Izuku had left the training room and walked out into the hall as he ran into Vomi along the way, who blushed at his sweating form and rushed off. It wasn't much longer that Izuku ran into Trunks, who was going to be taking over from his mother's position as the head of Capsule Corporation, as he stood before Izuku in a suit and tie. You know, if I didn't already find out about you taking your mother's position as the leader of Capsule Corporation, I would think you look ridiculous, Izuku said, with a chuckle as Trunks retorted at him. And I never thought that you'd get it on with a woman who's at least twice your age, Trunks retorted. I mean, what can I say? She's really nice, Izuku said, looking away with a nervous expression. What about you and Mai? Izuku asked as Trunks shook his head. She's trying to find her friends Shu and Pilaf. How they managed to use the Dragonballs before the androids showed up, I will never know. Apparently, she's supposed to be around 80 years old by now, but as of this moment, she looks like she's in her early 20s. I really like her, Trunks said, his attraction very evident. I say go for it. It'll be nice for everyone to have someone they care about, Izuku said, as Trunks nodded. They walked out of the building and stared at the rebuilt West City and stared at it in awe. In the past it didn't look like this, just a dystopia that was ruined beyond belief due to the androids' presence in the future, as they made sure everyone's lives were a living hell. Izuku, however, smiled at how it looked now, since nobody had to worry about any kind of threats at the moment. That was until the two noticed two figures standing near them, one being a short purple man with sharp-pointed ears and wearing a very regal outfit, his partner a much taller pink-skinned man with the same-looking appearance as the short one, but far more serious. Which one of you is Trunks or Midoriya, Izuku? The purple-skinned person questioned. 0W0. Izuku stood forwards as he glared at what could be a threat. He bared his teeth as he powered up to his Super Saiyan 2 form. The two people in front of them had immediately pulled back their arms before turning their gazes on Izuku and Trunks once more, taking in the power they held. If you're looking for trouble, we will make sure that you aren't sent back to where you came from, Izuku growled. We're not here to harm anyone. We just need your help, the purple-skinned male said. We wouldn't come to you if we didn't have any choice, the pink-skinned one said with a bow. You better start talking. Who are you, and why are you here? Izuku demanded. Izuku, you're kind of scaring the new guys, Trunks quipped, as Izuku shook his head. You can't keep your guard lowered forever, Trunks. We need to make sure that we're prepared for any threat, Izuku said, glaring at Trunks. My name is Shin, and I am the Supreme Kai within this universe. This is my attendant Kibito, and he is kind of like a stand-in for another Supreme Kai. The purple-skinned man spoke. Alright, thank you for telling us your names. Now, what reason do you need our help? Izuku questioned. We've come to ask to train one of you to become our champion to stop the resurrection of Majin Buu, Shin said, with a very concerned expression on his face. Majin Buu? Who's that? Izuku asked, leaving his ascended Super Saiyan form. Majin Buu is a creature created by a monster named Bib-Edi. He was supposed to be the one to destroy the universe when he was created, but Bib-Edi managed to find a way to control him. He had Majin Buu attack the sacred land of the Kais, just so that he could take our power out of the equation. But Bib-Edi had come here but found nobody strong enough to power up Majin Buu, so he sent his son out to this planet to gather energy for Majin Buu's resurrection, Shin informed. Okay, so you want us to come with you, train our hearts out so that we can defeat this Majin Buu and/or prevent his resurrection? Izuku asked, as Trunks looked downright confused. Yes. Majin Buu is said to have enough power to destroy the entire universe itself if left unchecked. We need to hurry up on your training if you are to ever hope to compete against him. Shin practically begged. Well, I need to make sure that Vomi knows where I'm going. Not to mention she needs to know about a new threat that is coming to this timeline. How many threats are just going to appear in this timeline? Izuku growled to himself as he walked away. You've got yourself a deal. I need to get Gohan over here to help out, Trunks said, as Kibito shook his head. That man is not required for the defeat of Majin Buu. We only require you and Midoriya, Kibito said, as Trunks looked highly offended. If I'm going to be fighting a threat that could quite possibly destroy the universe, I will make sure that the man who taught me everything I know is there to fight that BSTRD with me. With or without your permission, Trunks growled at Kibito as he walked away. Kibito, are you actually trying to get yourself killed? They are many times stronger than both of us combined. Shin grumbled to his student as the man merely fumbled around with his words. When Izuku returned to Capsule Corporation, the pensive expression on his face gave way to his real emotions. Could there really not be a chance to have any kind of peace after the defeat of Cell? Could he really just be forced into fighting forever until he eventually slips up and gets killed himself? So many questions about his future, and he has no clue about what to do at this point in time. It wasn't until a soft hand clasped itself on his shoulder that he was brought out of his self-muttering conversation. Are you all right, Izuku? You looked like you were having quite the conversation with yourself, Vomi asked, concerned. A new threat has made itself known to us. And these guys, Supreme Kais or whatever, need me and Trunks to fight off this threat. When is all this fighting going to stop? I know that I need to stay trained up in order to defeat any threat that comes to the Earth, but this is ridiculous, Izuku said with a sigh. You should protect the Earth like you've always done since you first showed up here. I know that you're not of this dimension, so the fact that you grew in power so quickly is only showing the amount of time you put into making sure that wherever you are at is safe. So make sure that this timeline is protected once more, and make sure that this Majin Buu is defeated. If you manage to make sure he is either defeated and/or prevented from being revived, I might have a little surprise for you when you return, Vomi said, with a husky voice at the end as she embraced his cheek. I will try and appease your mission, Vomi. All right, I don't know how long I'll be gone. So just make sure that if anything happens, protect Pan from any and all harm, Izuku said, as Vomi nodded. Once Izuku left the area, Vomi looked down at her watch as she saw the timer displayed on it as a pink cloud covered her entire form, revealing a pink-skinned female who liked her lips at seeing Izuku run off in the distance before she giggled slightly before shaking her head. Will he even like my true form? She muttered to herself. 0W0. Izuku and Trunks were on the land of the Kais with Gohan watching over their training alongside Shin and Kibito. The trio of MSDRs were watching the two fight it out to see who was the stronger of the two of them, considering Shin had originally thought that Izuku was the weaker opponent of the two. They were all pleasantly surprised by the boy's overwhelming power as well as strategic thinking when it came to this kind of fight to see who was stronger. Trunks may have far more potential to grow than Izuku does as a hybrid Saiyan, but Izuku's strategic thinking allowed him to stay caught up to Trunks in just their Super Saiyan transformations. With Trunks having taken a back seat in terms of training since he was focusing on taking over his mother's place in Capsule Corp, he had been slacking off so that he could focus on meetings with the higher-ups. and that allowed Izuku's Super Saiyan form's power to eclipse the young man's as he slammed Trunks into the ground with BLACKWHIP wrapping around the boy as he struggled to escape from the bindings. Although Trunks had slacked off in his training, the boy had more than made up for it in the fight as he regained his battle instincts that he'd slowed on for the last 7 years. The two were now appearing across the world as they created shockwaves with their overwhelming power. They landed on the ground just a few feet away from Shin and Kibito as they breathed heavily battered and bruised as Izuku was the one standing upright still as Trunks sat on the ground holding his arm. "Din, since when did you surpass me in power?" Trunks asked in confusion. "When you stopped training, one of us had to continue training so that we could take on more powerful threats. Should they come?" Izuku said with a scowl on his face. "You don't seem all that happy with how Trunks' power is at Izuku." Shin said, more as a statement than anything. "That's because back when we fought Cell in the past, he was almost as strong as Vegeta in that time PRD. Now though it appears as if he'd lost most of his power since then, and it's really grinding my gears on why he stopped training. I know he has to deal with meetings and sheet, but that doesn't mean that he should slack off." Izuku grunted out before sitting down and meditating. "Well, far be it from me to scold him, but you should always be prepared for a new threat should they come to your planet. You never know when the added power you have at that point will come in handy," Shin said, as he helped heal the two's injuries. "I never knew that a Super Saiyan form could be so powerful. How strong would you two say you are? Compared to someone like Frieza?" Kibito questioned, seriously. "That guy's basically stir-fry in an oven. He wouldn't last long unless we let him cook." Izuku muttered as he thought about the wording in that last sentence. "I mean, unless we allow him to power up and do something very dramatic?" Izuku said, as Gohan chuckled. For the next few hours, Trunks is shown training with the Z-Sword as Izuku and Gohan spar with one another. The two's increased power had shown off that Izuku had hidden far more power than Shin and Kibito had originally thought and were glad there was at least 3 fighters of great strength on Earth. Especially since Majin Buu should be sought out by Babidi and his henchmen in order to revive him from his slumber. They were nearing the completion of their training for the day when Shin took note of multiple energy signatures entering the Earth's surface. He gave the fighters a look of serious grim solemnity as he nodded at the trio of fighters before they all took off with Shin's new ability of Kai Kai to teleport to Earth very quickly. They landed in one of the Earth's many wastelands as they looked off into the distance. Izuku, however, had a bad feeling building up in his gut as though something will go very horribly in this upcoming fight. Clenching his fist as he stared at it, he could only take a deep breath before letting it go as he flew after the others as they flew in the direction of the multiple key signatures were located. For a few hours the group had made plans of how to take on their foes, when they were approached by 2 people. One was a creature with weird scythe-like arms, whilst the other appeared to be a humanoid alien in nature, but their power were what caused Izuku to be very confused. They were incredibly weak. Glancing over at Gohan, the young man had given Izuku a nod as the boy transformed into Super Saiyan and blasted the two to smithereens as they flew further out towards the powers. Izuku had long since exited Super Saiyan as they found themselves standing before 2 people as they glared at them in clear fury. The pink-looking man stared at them, and Izuku took note of the man's mark on the forehead of his head. A large M with a curvature on each end of the letter, and his power was on par with Super Perfect Cell from the Cell games from the past. Izuku gave a sweaty glance over at Gohan, who was having the same feeling as Izuku in that moment as they glared down their new opponents who could cause mayhem and destruction. They all entered a combat stance as the short guy in the weird robes had called out to the pink man. "Dabura, make sure that you gather enough energy for Majin Buu to be revived." The small man called out. "It will be done, my MC." The pink man with pointed ears, Dabura, acquiesced. And so fast that none of them in base form could react, Dabura had immediately killed off Kibito. They all stared at the ashes of the man as Dabura grinned at the trio, and Izuku stepped up to the plate, first powering up to Super Saiyan 2. He growled at the 2 of them as he let his voice be known. "My name is Midoriya Izuku, and this planet is off limits." Izuku screamed, his aura blasting outward. "My name is Midoriya Izuku, and this planet is off limits." Izuku screamed as his aura spiked around himself. Off on the other side of the battlefield where Dabura and Babidi were standing, they witnessed the amount of power being displayed. Babidi was staring at a small meter that was fluctuating but wasn't showing our heroes what Izuku's current number on the meter was currently. But the sickening smile on his face was becoming more and more uncomfortable for them. Dabura, make sure that he suffers dearly for his arrogance, Babidi said with a very sickening grin. Of course, my MC, Dabura said with a chuckle. Dabura then flew towards Izuku as the young scion had flown towards him as well. Meeting in the middle, they clashed their arms, creating a massive shockwave as Babidi sent his minions after Gohan, Trunks, and the Supreme Kai. As Izuku wrapped his tail around Dabura's neck, the demon had attempted to pull on it as Izuku unwrapped it before slamming a fist into the demon's face, sending him skidding backwards on his feet. Izuku then did a horizontal spinning kick that landed on the villainous demon's face once more as he grunted in slight annoyance before sending a ki blast in Izuku's general direction. Dodging the attack, Izuku threw an attack of his own that Dabura dodged as well. He was giving the boy a smirk as he floated to the side as Izuku just gave a neutral expression before launching at the demon once more. They continued to clash all around the battlefield as Gohan, Trunks, and the Supreme Kai tried their best to keep any outsiders from the battle happening above them all. Dabura then managed to land a few blows as Izuku was blasted through some plateaus nearby as he blew them apart by powering up even more and blasting himself towards Dabura, who had flown softly towards him. They continuously created shockwaves in the air as they moved across the sky. Izuku then kicked Dabura in the gut, causing him to fold over himself to hold his stomach, as Izuku then turned around in a swift motion, charging a ki blast in his hand and pushing it into the demon's face. Hi's face was filled with awe as well as concern as it blew up right in close proximity, forcing his body to fly towards the ground as Izuku flew down after him. Stopping his fall, he breathed in deeply as he let out a massive wave of fire from his very own breath, forcing the scion to dodge out of the way in order to prevent himself from being hit. Landing on the ground, Izuku and Dabura glared at one another. Izuku placed a hand in front of himself as a teal-colored ball of energy charged in it as Dabura watched on in curiosity, before Izuku pulled the ball of energy and placed it behind himself. His aura blasted itself outwards as small white ball of light fluttered from his form, and the ball of energy being charged behind Izuku began to increase in size as Dabura placed two hands in front of himself. A devilish pink-colored attack was being charged as it grew in size very quickly, matching Izuku's powerful attack in size as though it were chump change. Final shine attack. Izuku screamed out, moving his arm forwards as his face gave a very grim expression of pain. Devil's beam. Dabura calmly spoke. Both beams of energy blasted towards one another beautifully. Izuku's beam slammed into Dabura's with such force that Dabura was sent skidding slightly through the ground as he grunted in effort to keep himself standing upright. He then, of all things, began to chuckle ominously as Izuku focused his blast to try and overpower the demonic lord of hell itself. Once he'd managed to push enough that he could overpower the beam of energy, he watched as Dabura's energy seemingly stopped as he overcame the blast itself. And with his win in the beam struggle, his beam pushed fast towards Dabura's location, with the Demon King moving out of the way just in the nick of time. He then summoned a sword out of flames and created ki slashes in the air as they were thrown at the scion young man. Dodging in the air as he bounced across the battlefield, Izuku moved closer and closer to Dabura as the man seemingly was having fun in this fight whilst Izuku was giving it his all. Once he managed to get close to the Demon King, he sent a kick at the man only for him to duck under it and swing his blade with the side as it slammed into Izuku's hip, causing him to tumble across the battlefield. Once he'd managed to stop his tumbling, Izuku shook his head as he glared over where he sensed Dabura's energy as the demon had moved to the sky. Creating multiple sharp beams of energy, he moved them about the sky as Izuku was forced to dodge to the left and right in order to not end up with a plasma cut on his skin. He chanced to glance over at the Supreme Kai and the others and found that they were still fighting an endless horde of minions that were very quickly running out as they seemed as though they weren't running out of energy. Bouncing out of the way of another attack, Izuku watched as the sword came flying around towards him in a horizontal strike as he ducked backwards, bending his back to where the blade just barely sliced a bit of his green hair off, as in slow motion it barely nicked his teeth, causing a piece of his shirt to tear. For a young scion male, you sure seem to be powerful. You've dodged very lethal strikes many times. Debiura quipped, as he landed afar from Izuku. For a demon king, you sure are allowing someone to take over your mind? What did he promise you? Power? Izuku retorted, as he breathed slightly. Kiki. I was already far stronger than anyone in the demon realm. But if you must know, he has the power to bring someone back from the dead. All he needs to do is use his magic. Debiura said, with a very wistful expression on his face. You are aware that the Namekian Dragonballs can bring back those who have died. So long as they had a good heart, Izuku questioned, as Debiura chuckled even more. Then we shall take over that planet when we search for them. But thank you for informing me about the Namekians. I've forgotten that they'd used to be a part of my culture. Debiura said, launching himself at Izuku. Preparing a defense in his mind, Izuku prepared for his fight against Debiura once more. Over with Gohan and Trunks, they were taking on multiple opponents who were relatively weak in comparison to the man Izuku was fighting. There was something nagging at the back of his mind that was very concerning about this fight for him. It was as though his mind was telling him that Izuku wasn't prepared to fight such a being yet. Even with his multitude of years' experience in fighting himself and Trunks. He saw the leader of this group of people, Babidi if he remembers, and threw a key blast the wizard's way as he watched a small bubble appear around him as the man cackled from behind it. Trunks, we need to focus our attacks towards Babidi. Gohan called out, as Trunks replied. Yes, sir. Trunks called out as he did a few hand motions. Burning attack. He called out, throwing a large ball of flaming energy towards the wizard. Jaya? Babidi screamed in terror, placing up a barrier. Using this moment, Gohan flew high into the clouds. Making sure that his energy couldn't be sensed, he placed 2 fingers over his forehead as he thought about the power used in creating this special move. He'd learned it from Piccolo before the Namekian had died, since the man wanted Gohan to be his successor should the time come around for the Demon School of Martial Arts. He charged as much power as he could into the beam that he'd learned from his emissary and couldn't help but think about the fight between Izuku and Debiura. He glanced over at that battlefield and felt Izuku's energy. It was plummeting pretty slowly. But it was not plummeting as fast as Debiura's was, since the Demon King was utilizing more energy in order to defeat his opponent as slowly as possible, allowing Izuku to hold onto his own. But if there was something that Gohan knew about Izuku, it was that the boy was aiming to end the fight before it began, as if you make sure that the opponent is defeated, then they won't be capable of fighting anymore. That was when he noticed it rather than felt it, the amazing power of Super Saiyan 2 that Izuku had held onto. Suddenly failed him as he fell down to Super Saiyan, and Gohan was definitely confused. Back over with Izuku, the young man had launched a series of attacks that landed on Debiura. But the demon had actually used some kind of mist attack that caused his Super Saiyan 2 power to just vanish suddenly. Izuku was so taken aback by the attack that Debiura managed to use his sword and spin it around like an star swordsman and slice it through Izuku's torso but not through his body. Just making sure the boy would have a scar on his iti, before he went to slice upwards on Izuku's body as it sliced upwards and Izuku barely had time to dodge backwards. But it still sliced up his face. It crossed upwards past his right eye, creating a gash there, but his eyesight was still okay. But as BLD fell from both his CST and face, Izuku was definitely not in the right place to win the fight for a battle of attrition. Debiura let out a cackle of mad joy and elation. So this is how I win the fight. You were a very good opponent. Had you been given at least 4 to 5 more decades, you could have been far more capable of handling me and my power. Your power will be of great use for the revival of Majin Buu, Debiura said with finality. Debiura then flashed in front of Izuku before he could react. The boy went to put up his guard, as Debiura sent a fainting kick at the boy's lower body. All before he such targets and slammed a foot into Izuku's face, sending him bouncing across the field and slamming into a nearby rock face. As he fell to the ground, he felt his Super Saiyan power fall away from his grasp as he struggled to stand up from the ground and was now on a knee. Glancing upwards, he felt his vision suddenly blur and Deborah was now a few feet in front of him with his sword being held in his hands as he held it like a knight from his world's history. "This is your game over," he said before moving the blade at him. "No," a familiar voice called out. Izuku felt the BLD fall on his face rather than see who it was. Shaking his head and using an arm to wipe the BLD away from his eyes, he tried to see who blocked the attack from hitting him dead in the heart. Standing in front of him was future Gohan. As the man, no hero had taken the impalement of Deborah's blade through his torso with his one arm sticking out to his right as Gohan grunted in massive quantities of pain. "Gohan?" Izuku asked with a gasp. "So you've taken the blow for him? Why am I not surprised? You Earthlings are not like the fighters we usually fight." Deborah growled before yanking his blade out from Gohan's knee. BLD spurted out of Gohan's knee and back as Gohan stumbled backwards and placed his fingers back at his forehead. Deborah stopped what he was doing for a moment before he noticed something flicker in Gohan's eyes as the man smirked at Deborah with a very sinister bloody grin on his face. "Should have gone for the head," Gohan quipped, before placing his fingers in the direction of Babidi. "Special cannon," Gohan called out, as a spiral beam of purple and yellow energy blasted towards Babidi. Babidi heard the scream before he saw the beam, and glancing at the beam from his eyes, he called out a spell. "Ea, Papararapa!" Babidi screamed in fear. A bubble shield appeared around himself, as the special beam cannon smashed onto the barrier around Babidi. Deborah noticed the fear in his MSDR's expression and flew to try and help him out, but it was far too late as the special beam cannon pierced through the barrier and Gohan smirked with elation. Once the beam pierced through the shield, it went through Babidi like a hot knife through butter, and since the wizard didn't know any healing spells, and the beam piercing through his heart. Once the shield fell, and his body doing the same, the evil wizard hellbent on turning the universe into his play toy had died on the battlefield. Izuku stared at Gohan as the man tilted slightly and fell backwards onto the ground. Trunks had seen the attack that Gohan took for Izuku, and he felt his heart sink at that, and everything that had been happening for his life flashed before him. Everything that Gohan had alluded to many times over the years coming to mind, but with Izuku. The young man just stared at his mentor for the last 8 years of his life. The man had taken him in as a student ever since he assisted the man in stopping the androids, allowing Trunks to kill Cell in this timeline when they found him again. All leading up to this very moment, Izuku felt something brimming to the surface, but he held it at bay as he moved closer to the man who was like a mentor figure for him in this world. "Gohan, see, come on. Get back up, we have a senzu bean. Take it?" Izuku said as he pulled out the bean. "Don't. You both will need it," Gohan urged as he coughed up BLD. I can't let you do that, Gohan. Why you still have a child? What about Pan?" Izuku asked in sadness. I've lived my life. I need you. Asterisk cough. Asterisk I need you to train Pan. See. Asterisk cough. Asterisk she wants to become a fighter. Train her. For me, Gohan said, placing his right hand on Izuku's shoulder. But what about what they want? Don't you want to see your daughter become an adult? Izuku asked as Gohan shook his head. She has a good teacher in you. I'm sure that she'll become a fine woman. Please protect her, Gohan said, before his eyes widened out. As Gohan felt lifeless in Izuku's arms, his mind flashed to all the times of their training. Each and every time they had trained together and bonded as MSTR and apprentice, how he trained Pan with Gohan for the last 2.5 years. And unaware of what was even happening around him, Izuku felt his mind begin to taper away as fury and sadness filled his heart as his power skyrocketed. He had trained for 8 whole years non-stop, and he was only strong enough to defend himself. He couldn't even stop a threat that was here for destroying the entire universe itself. He growled under his breath as he glared in Deborah's direction. The Demon King, having gotten over the loss of his empire and glaring in the direction of the Supreme Kai and Trunks, who both entered a combat stance and began to fight him. It appeared as though the trio were unaware of the power surge that Izuku was experiencing at the moment as he stood up and glared down at the ground. The Super Saiyan aura had appeared around him abruptly as he growled, his tail lighting up in the yellow hue. Then he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 as his form was now sharper and more edgy in appearance. All culminating as he let out a scream of pain and sadness, causing everyone to look in his general direction. The power emanating off his form was causing the planet to literally rupture and cause earthquakes all across it. The oceans were creating tsunamis all around the planet itself that hit no cities, but were moving across the oceans at high speeds. The clouds appeared as though they were being absorbed by Izuku. Slowly but surely, Izuku began to float into the air as his anger began to cover his mind as he glared at the pierced hole in Gohan's and glared at Deburah with such malice and bloodlust that the Demon King took a step back. Izuku let out a harrowing scream of anger as his hair began to slightly spike up even more before his tail began to increase in size slightly. All before Izuku had pulled his arms inward, and as Gohan's body faded from the ground, he pushed them outwards as his aura exploded around him, covering his form in nothing but smoke and debris. Trunks and the Supreme Kai stared in awe of the power emanating from Izuku's area. Deburah's mind though was going through the ringer. He could have sworn that he'd sealed the boy's power away to prevent him from overpowering his own energy throughout the fight. But now he'd pushed through his sealing effects and surpassed his own power by 1,000-fold. Staring through the smoke, he saw a small flicker of lightning cross it. The smoke cleared up as Izuku's expression showed that of pure calm in the moment, but at the same time, his eyes showed that if he attempted to even flee the area he would suffer. I'm sick and tired of people thinking that is theirs to control, Izuku growled as he took a step. We sought to destroy the planet, not take it over, Deburah said angrily. I am of people also, trying to destroy it. I came here through sheer chance, and I wished that there would be peace, but I was wrong. And you'll just want to destroy, and I will not allow it, Izuku growled before disappearing from view. What? Deburah questioned, before feeling a presence behind himself. Twisting his blade around in the air, he swung it behind him as it slammed into Izuku's right arm. But as it had no effect, Deburah could only watch on in horror as his blade broke in half from it just slamming into the boy's strong muscular arm. Izuku then reached out for his face and slammed him into the ground, creating a massive crater. As Deburah coughed up spittle, Izuku then pulled him in close and glared into the demon's eyes as Deburah could only see cold indifference in the boy's very own. All before he felt something slam into his gut, blasting him upwards towards the sky. Looking down, he only saw a yellow light as it was surrounding Izuku's location with just a mere few hundred meters. It was as though Deburah was about to be hit with a nuclear bomb. And moments later a beam of energy blasted up to him faster than he could predict and covered his form entirely. Deburah let out a wail of pain and agony as the beam of energy blasted out of the Earth's atmosphere and into space itself. D-Dimenu. Graya. Deburah screamed before it was cut off by an explosion. Izuku stayed in his new form for a few moments longer as he stared up at the sky where Deburah's energy had once been last sensed. He tried as strong as he could to make sure that the threat was still there to let his anger and fury out even more, but the threat was not showing itself. Sighing in relief, his mind was obviously aware of the fact he really wanted to make Deburah feel pain and suffering for his ruthless killing of Gohan, even if the man jumped in the way of the attack or not. Izuku felt the surge of energy that was surrounding him now that he finally let his emotions subside and looked at his new form. It certainly didn't feel as though it were an evolution of his power, but as he felt his tail flick around behind himself, he couldn't help but wonder if he ascended further beyond that of an ascended Super Saiyan. But that thought process was placed on the back burner as he turned to look for the body of Gohan, only to find that the man's body had disappeared from the earth as Izuku only found a small wristband remaining from the man's GI. Trunks had moved over to the spot where Gohan's body had once been as they stared at the BLD on the ground that showed that he had been there before he passed on into Otherworld. Trunks, I think you should tell your mom about this. I don't know if I can tell her about this. The same goes for Pan, Izuku said, tears slowly forming. Sure, just make sure that you don't blame yourself for this. It wasn't your fault that Gohan had jumped in the way of that attack. He knew what he was doing when he leaped in front of Deburah's blade. Trunks said, as he flew off in the direction of Capsule Corporation. Izuku, I don't know how much I can say to thank you for ending Dabura and Babidi. But just know that you just saved the universe from the terror of Majin Buu. Shin said, before teleporting away. Izuku stared off into the distance. His power was still surging. But he felt something change. His power was running out very quickly, so changing his forms back down to Super Saiyan 2, he sat on the ground as his tail flicked about behind him. It showed his true feelings as he thought about everything that had happened, all in the span of about 2 whole days since they left Capsule Corporation. Gohan was the strongest of the trio, but the fact that he was weak enough to not take down Dabura within the time frame required to prevent him from using such a move against him? Absurd. Grey. Izuku screamed in anger and sadness. Clenching his fist, Izuku stood back up and powered up again. His aura flared around him as he grits his teeth as he wanted to get some of his anger done and over with as he powered up enough to create an explosive ball of energy around himself. As it expanded around himself, it blasted the area around him into smithereens and created a massive crater where he stood as he breathed heavily from the expenditure of energy. Tears now fell from his eyes in a new abundance. Falling to his knees, he felt all the weight of Gohan's words coming to mind about how he was going to die at some point. And the man knew it would happen, just not when. I am so sorry. I should have paid more attention. If I hadn't played with Dabura earlier in the fight, I could have killed him faster. Izuku sobbed, slamming his fists in the crater. Slamming his fists into the ground more and more, the crater that he'd created had a new one created right inside of it. He glared down at the ground in both sadness and fury at himself for not taking Dabura seriously at the start, all before shaking his head as he stood upright once more. He looked to the sky as he thought about Babidi's ship, and he flew towards it immediately, and as he arrived at the top of it sticking out of the ground, he pointed an arm at it. A ball of energy appeared in his palm as he glared at the ship itself before he blasted the ship into nothing but pieces of scrap metal and broken pods. He turned around as he flew away from the location of the ship, intending on heading back to Capsule Corporation. By the time he had returned back to Capsule Corporation, he landed in the front yard as he found Bulma and Trunks hugging one another as Pan ran out of the building as she looked in his direction. Rushing at him with fear written on her features, Izuku felt another surge of guilt and sorrow as Pan was looking for her father. Before they had left, Izuku had taught Pan how to use ki to sense the other energies on the planet itself. As soon as Pan stopped in front of him, she looked up into his sorrow-filled eyes as he kneeled down in front of her. His face showed as much regret and guilt on his expression that Pan immediately picked up on it and spoke to him in a very sad and worried tone. Uncle Izuku, where is my dad? I felt his energy vanish. Please tell me where is my daddy? Pan asked, shaking his arms before he pulled her into a hug. I'm sorry, Pan-chan. Daddy's gone. He's gone to other world. Izuku said, as the girl struggled in his hold before openly sobbing into his ear. Over at the door to Capsule Corporation, Izuku saw Vomi standing there and she had a look of concern on her face. She rushed out the door and stopped before him as she saw how he held Pan in his arms and tears falling from his eyes, and the same for Pan herself, before he allowed Pan to run back to her mother. Standing up, Izuku lowered his head in front of Vomi as he waited for her to speak to him as she had remained quiet all this time. What happened? She asked softly. Gohan took a fatal hit for me. She didn't make it? Izuku said, looking down at the ground. How did that happen? She asked as Izuku looked at her. I allowed Dabura to seal my power. To the point I could only use Super Saiyan alone. I was so caught off guard by the attack that I just didn't know what to do. Izuku said, looking at his hands, guilt writ on his features. I feel as though I'm a failure. I know I had the power in Dabura, but I just let my new BLD take over. It's no excuse. I wanted to enjoy the fight before ending Dabura and fell for a move that I should have seen coming. Izuku said, a sad aura around him. I see. Well, let's just wait for a while before we can let this blow over. I can tell that Bulma is hurt by this information. This is the second husband she's had that died in battle far away from her. Vomi said, as Izuku nodded. The two walked into Capsule Corporation, and Izuku could feel a glare pointed in his direction. He knew where it was coming from, but he didn't feel as though he should look in her direction as he knew that she'd come to him when she burned off all her anger. Only when he walked towards his and Vomi's bedroom inside Capsule Corporation, he felt a palm on his shoulder, and it caused him to pause in place and turn around to see Bulma. The woman appeared to have seen better days as she still had tears flowing out of her eyes as she stared into his very depressed, expressionless eyes. Vomi can stay here, but not you. I don't want you around here for a while, Izuku. I don't know how long. But I don't think I can support you living in this building being around Pan at the same time, Bulma said, as Izuku nodded. As he walked down the hall to leave the building, Bulma just looked in his direction with a confused yet crying expression. She then spoke again. What? Are you not going to question me on this? She growled out, emotionally. What's the point? I already know that I am not wanted in this building. It's for the best anyway, not the first time I was kicked out of a home. Well, it is. But that last time was nearly, Izuku said as he left Bulma standing in the hallway. 0W0. A few months passed by as Izuku stayed in the area where Gohan had once called his home. It was a small campsite just outside of West City, and Vomi came by many times over the last couple of months after having arguments with Bulma about the living situation for him. The fact that he was sleeping outside during the rain, snow, and windy/cold weather wasn't a first for him considering how he got to this world in the first place. But it was back to a normal that he'd never seen in years, but that was okay. Bulma was hurting, and he needed to have some kind of consequences for not being strong enough to take care of his opponent faster than he did. But as he sat in his campsite, he had stopped seeing Pan over that kind of timeline. Bulma having told Pan herself that Izuku had to move out due to him allowing her father to die in the battlefield, something that Pan had surprisingly went up against her mother for. Not to mention Bulma had banned Pan from training with him ever since Gohan's death, meaning the power she gained was through Trunks as her mentor. It was a lot, but not as fast as she had with both Izuku and her father around. Although Izuku's power increase was very slow since he had no training partner as he just meditated over the last couple of months since he was kicked out. Izuku stood up from his spot in the campsite as he looked to the sky. He felt the energies of everyone on the planet as night soon fell over the entire planet of Earth, before sensing the power of Trunks as the young man was currently sleeping in his apartment. Vomi was sleeping in their bedroom, although her energy fluctuated since his presence wasn't around to assist her with her sleeping habits of sleep eating. Bulma was restless as she worked strong in her workshop trying to find some kind of planet finder so that she could at least try and bring back her husbands. And because of how Izuku was removed from Pan's life, from that night forwards, Izuku's presence in their lives had subsequently dissipated. Vomi had moved out of Capsule Corporation a few months more after Izuku had been kicked out. Pan became restless with her training, beginning her harsher training when she was Trunks had fully taken over Capsule Corporation as Bulma had focused her technology on the time machine, making sure that it can be used by anyone and everyone around the planet. She just had to make sure that she could get the materials for its creation on a much wider scale, much less the fuel source for it to even work. As of this point in the chapter, the time skip is around 5 months before Goku Black arrives to wreak havoc on Earth. Also, Izuku gets a new ability. Izuku stood over the mountain that overlooked West City as he stared at Vomi at his side. He felt the wind pushing through his curly locks of hair as he let out a sigh of sadness as he looked at the date. It was currently about 2 months away from Bulma's birthday, and he was feeling very worried about whether or not Bulma would appreciate his presence at her birthday party considering what happened. He showed up a few weeks ago. The woman had glared angrily and hatefully at him, the woman who had been similar to a mother figure in his life. She now hated him and there was nothing he could do about it. Izuku grunted as he felt his head in slight pain. Izuku stood over a destroyed city. A swirling mass of green clouds had dispersed in front of him, leaving the person in front of him bathed in shadows. But he saw Trunks running in, only for him to be sent flying backwards with a stray ki blast, with Bulma dying in the villain's arms. Jaya? Izuku yelped as he stepped backwards. What the hell? What in the world was that? Izuku muttered softly before shaking his head. Are you okay? I heard you yelp out here. Vomi's voice called out. Turning around, Izuku was met with a pink-skinned woman with a very lustful body type that made his eyes immediately look away from her with a blush. But as he shook his head getting that image out of his mind, he spoke to her. And not really. Jay, just something weird happened. I saw a vision, and I'm not sure what it was about, but I know that our timeline is in danger once again. Izuku said, staring at the sky. Who is it this time? She asked. Vomi, I don't know who it is this time. All I got from the weird flash of a vision was a shadowed figure holding Bulma. Trunks went to fight the man, only for him to blast Trunks away and kill Bulma moments after. Izuku said, a very sad expression taking over his features. Another of Trunks' family is going to die? What about Pan? Where was she in this memory? Vomi asked. I don't know, but I think we should focus on the now instead of the future. Izuku said, as Vomi nodded. So, do you have a reason why you looked away from my form? She asked. I don't hate your skin color if that's what you're worried about. I had a classmate in school who had pink skin due to a high pH value in her body for her quirk of acid. Izuku said, pulling Vomi into his arms. Sorry. I feel self-conscious when I show off this form. Vomi said with a nervous chuckle. Doesn't matter if you're self-conscious when in this form. I still love you the same. Izuku said, pulling her in and embracing her. Their tails intermingled as they kept embracing one another before pulling away. Vomi stared into his emerald, black eyes as he stared into her light blue-colored eyes. Izuku placed his palms on her rear, causing her to let out a small yelp as Izuku pulled her body closer to his own. A longing was in his eyes as he embraced her neck before grabbing one of her hands and pulling it up to his mouth as he embraced it as well and placed his forehead on it. I know that this shouldn't really be the time. But have you ever thought about being a mom? Izuku asked. I have. What are you planning? She asked in turn. I don't know. I know that a new threat is coming sometime in the future. I just don't know when. Izuku said as he slumped. Well then, when you take out that potential threat. I will think about it, Vomi said before strutting to the house she helped him make. But I won't say no to a fun time, she stated with a very lustful expression and a wink. I love her so much. Izuku muttered as he slowly followed after her. 0W0. Deep in the far reaches of space, a man covered in shadows appeared over the planet of the Kais. He stared at it without any emotion as his glowing red eyes pulled back their arms and charged a ki blast in his hands and pointed it at the planet itself. And with a sadistic and cruel smirk, he blasted the black and purple energy wave towards the planet, causing it to suddenly combust and die out instantly as soon as the blast pierced through its hide and crust. Pieces of the planet itself had flown past him as a brief flash of the planet's explosion showed a small portion of his face, a singular bang of hair hanging down his face and a very smug eye. As Izuku and Vomi had kept themselves away from Capsule Corporation for the next 5 months, Trunks, Bulma and Pan were helping one another. They had made sure to keep themselves from falling into depression since Gohan's death, and with Pan there to help her mother, she had assisted Bulma with realizing what she had done to Izuku. Pan may not have trusted Izuku as much as she used to do to him, not taking a fight seriously. But at the same time, she knew that what her mother did to Izuku with how he looked up to her as a secondary mother figure in his life. It hurt extremely strong when Izuku had left Capsule Corporation with Vomi, leaving not too much longer later. But it was within the next 5 months that Trunks had taken note of Shin's distinct energy disappearing off in the known universe. Something that he had a massive problem with, considering the fact that Shin had become similar to a mentor figure similar to that of Gohan himself was. Although Trunks felt some kind of anger at Izuku for not taking his fight against Dabura almost a year prior seriously, but at the same time, he couldn't help but believe that Izuku was just trying to have fun in his fight. He'd never really followed the ideals of his scion BLD, similar to himself, but he'd never really had a fun fight. It also helped him to know that if a new threat took out Shin, that Izuku's power would be needed to help stop them. So as he left the building where he called home, he looked over at the spot where Gohan had once called home before moving in with his mother and took a deep breath before he took off in that direction. As he flew through the air, he felt the wind brush against his face and hair as he stared at the small house that was made near the campsite where all three of them had trained in order to defeat the androids. As he flew across the sky, he slowly found the campsite growing larger and larger the closer he flew towards it. It wasn't until he landed just outside of the house that he felt the familiar energy of Izuku slowly making its way over to the door of the house. It slowly opened up to see Izuku looking over at him with bags under his eyes as he closed the door behind himself as he looked over at Trunks with an expression of grim solemnity. Izuku was sad when he last saw the young man, so to see how he was really doing after about a year of no connections with Bulma and Pan, it really caused Trunks to think about what his mother did to Izuku. "Did you sense Shin's energy disappear?" Trunks asked, as Izuku gave him a concerned expression. "If you're mentioning if I noticed how Shin's energy disappeared from existence, then I already knew it was going to happen," Izuku said as he sighed. "Wait, you knew it was going to happen?" Trunks asked shocked. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you, Trunks," Izuku said, wiping his hand over his face. "So, what did you come here for aside from telling me about a potential threat that I already knew was coming here?" Izuku asked. "You know that a threat is coming here?" Trunks asked, before continuing. "Then you have to tell me who it is," Trunks said, as Izuku shook his head. "I know a threat is coming, but that doesn't mean I know who it is. They were covered in shadows. All I know is that their energy is familiar," Izuku said, shaking his head even more. The two hadn't seen one another in almost a year, and Trunks didn't want to know what Izuku had been through since then. So he decided to look the younger Scion man in the face and tell him about Pan and Bulma, not to mention how they became better since the last time he'd seen them. As he sat down next to where Izuku had sat down at the campsite, the two talked about what they've been up to in the last near year since they had met up with one another. Izuku had informed Trunks that he was thinking about having kids with Vomi as soon as this next threat had come and passed. Trunks was surprised to hear that, but at the same time, proud that Izuku was slowly becoming what he wanted. But that all changed as Trunks spoke again towards the young man. "Mom is worried about you now. She's mostly gotten over what happened with Gohan. She's still mad that you didn't take your fight seriously though," Trunks said, as Izuku sighed. "I've been training ever since that day, Trunks. I've mstred Super Saiyan 2 to the maximum that I could without focusing on the new form I have. But when it came to the form beyond that of Super Saiyan 2, I've mstred it enough to where I won't be feeling a drain on my energy supply," Izuku said, as Trunks stared at him. "Well, have you gotten a handle on the Saiyan BLD telling you to not take a fight seriously to allow an opponent to power up?" Trunks asked, as Izuku sighed. "You and I both know that it's impossible to stop our BLD from doing that. We have to physically make the choice to not take the fight seriously. I had wanted to have a good fight with someone who wasn't you or Gohan back then. I consciously made the decision to not go full power back then. Had I done that, Deburah wouldn't have lasted long. It was why I was confused as to why my power was sealed. Deburah noticed the difference between both of our powers and sealed my power away to where he could take advantage of it," Izuku said, as Trunks nodded. "Is there a way to stop ourselves from making that kind of decision?" he asked. "From what I've noticed, no. It's deeply ingrained into our Scion cells that we need to witness an opponent gain power so that we can have an even better fight. Turning myself into a Scion may have a caveat with that, but I don't regret my decision with gaining the power to protect life itself. Because, Trunks, in the 23 years that I've lived both in my original world and this one, life is precious no matter where you are," Izuku said as he stood up, cracking his neck. "So are you going to be there to help out with this threat?" Trunks asked as Izuku stared at him. "What do you take me for? A coward? Of course, I will be there to help. You can always count on me to protect everything and everyone I can. It would be what Gohan would do," Izuku said, staring off into the distance. 0W0. On the other side of the planet, a swirl of green smoke/clouds landed themselves on the planet. Looking around the vast landscape, the person inside of the shadows and clouds smirked to themselves as they looked upon a small city that was still in the construction phase of its repopulation. Raising a hand over the city itself, a yellow and black ball of energy had appeared and slowly increased in size until it was at least double the size of its owner as they smirked and threw it at the city itself. Instead of blowing up the city itself, by the time it landed on the ground, it spread a massive fire made of ki and killed all who inhabited the city. The person inside of the smoke and clouds had smiled sadistically as they moved over towards the next city. They had a job to do and didn't wish to disappoint their partner in crime, after all. If you were the strongest mortal in the known multiverse, who could stop you? Back with Izuku and Trunks, the two were standing in front of Capsule Corporation as Izuku looked on with trepidation. The two were about to enter the building as a whole when they noticed the mass number of energies on the planet just become snuffed out instantly. Looking at one another, Izuku gave Trunks a nod as the two flew off in the direction of where the energy they felt those who were there suddenly be snuffed out of existence. By the time they arrived, they found that the city itself was in ruins, fires were everywhere and there was no survivors that they could find who managed to escape the sudden attack in time. Demenit. He's here. Izuku growled as he searched the area for their opponent. All this loss of life, what is their goal with this? Trunks muttered. The two searched around the city, and they couldn't find anyone who was the culprit or whoever survived the attack. By the time they were leaving the city, they felt a very familiar energy that was slowly floating down from behind them. Turning to meet the person, Izuku glared at the smoke and clouds blocking their view of the person as Izuku threw a ki blast at the cloud, causing it to disperse slightly, and they got a look inside. Whoever it was who attacked the city was nearly as tall as Goku was. Not only that, but they wore a very similar GI to that of the man himself, only black for the clothing and red for the weighted parts. Don't you find this very appealing? The fact that without the presence of mortals that this place can regain its full beauty without their pestilence? The figure questioned before the smoke and clouds covered them entirely. All that life, you snuffed it out without even questioning it. What is wrong with you? All life is precious. Mortal or not. Izuku yelled, as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. You have no room to speak, you demon mortal. Your kind has always caused destruction wherever you went along your prudent tirade of wanting a good fight in the universe. It only serves you right that most of your entire species was destroyed. The person spoke angrily. What makes you think that you are above that? You're doing the very thing that you supposedly hate? Trunks questioned. I only do it for the purpose of protecting the beauty of this planet that you mortals seem to love destroying. You are destroying the beauty of your planet with all your technology and want to control everything your life has to offer. All I am doing is bringing an end to that. The villainous being spoke as they pointed a hand through the fog. A yellow ball of energy pointed at the two. Once the ball of energy had blasted towards the two, Izuku leaped forwards and kicked it right back towards its owner. Izuku then used that moment as the opponent was moving to dodge out of the way of their own attack to throw a multitude of attacks at their opponent. He threw a right hook as soon as he got close enough as the opponent dodged to Izuku's left, causing him to twirl in the air to send a kick their way. Only for the person inside to grab onto his leg and spin him around before launching him towards the ground as Trunks followed suit with his sword in hand. The young man had swung his blade in a downwards arc as the person caught the blade with their hands as it came close to their face. The smoke and clouds itself had dispersed enough to show their face to Trunks as the young man stared on in shock and horror before the man kicked Trunks in the gut as the smoke and clouds covered their form once more. He then sent a ki blast into Trunks' open guard as the young man had been launched into the nearby mountain as Izuku came in from above. The young man had landed a double axe-handled slam on the BSTRD's head as he fell down with a yelp. Not letting up in the slightest, Izuku chased after the man as he landed on the ground moments before the man did himself. Reaching out and grabbing the man by their revealed arm, Izuku spun them around as he launched them towards the nearby city. Flying after them, he powered up just a bit more as he sent a multitude of ki blasts into the man's abdominal section before slamming his foot into their gut, causing them to cough out spittle. Izuku was not playing games after that last attack as he grabbed their leg and threw the man in the air as he charged a blast of energy around his entire form. Pointing it towards the man as he flailed about in the air, Izuku let out a massive yell of anger as the blast of energy flew towards the man. Gore! The man growled as the blast of yellow energy slammed into his body before a sadistic smile came over him. An explosion took place over the man's position as Izuku glared at his last known location before feeling his energy land on a nearby building. Looking up at the man, he watched as he seemingly healed from the last attack as he powered up even more than before. It was as though he was getting stronger from being hit. Izuku growled to himself, powering up even more than before as he reached the upper limits of Super Saiyan itself. You know, the fact that you hit me strong. It makes me want you to do it more. Help me bring this body's full potential out to the surface. He growled as Izuku appeared in front of them. You talk too much, Izuku said, slamming a fist into their cheek. The attack alone sent them through multiple buildings as Izuku gave chase, Trunks catching up with him as he flew. The two let out a combination of attacks that had the man giggling to the two madly as they sent him flying towards the ground as they held two massive ball of energy as they let out a shout of anger. Take this, Trunks called out, throwing a burning ball of energy at the man. If you're wanting to die, then here we go. Izuku called out, throwing another burning ball of energy. The two ball of burning fire had combined into one attack as they saw a purple ball of power slowly form. Their expression changed from anger to complete confusion as the beam slammed into their burning ball of fire energy and pierced through it. Izuku, knowing what might happen, shoved Trunks out of the way of the attack as it zoomed past them both and went out of the planet's atmosphere. Looking back at the man, Izuku got an even better glance at whoever it was, and he was not happy with who it was appearing to be in the slightest. The man was giggling to himself madly, as though he had gone insane. But his hair stood up as though it were a Super Saiyan 2's own style of hair, but what made it worse for him in mind was how very similar to someone familiar to him it was in terms of appearance, but it very clearly wasn't them, at least not the person that he and Trunks knew. Pulling an arm back, he charged a new attack as he noticed something very different about the person. This guy wasn't who they thought he was, but he noticed a very weird aura around them. It didn't belong to Goku, Gohan, or anyone else he knew. Whoever was using the form of whoever this was, since the smoke and clouds had reformed around them again, had pointed an arm at him, charging a new purple beam of energy that blasted towards him very swiftly. Izuku charged as much power into his attack as he then pointed his hand at the beam of energy, quickly gaining speed towards him. Black gear, Izuku growled out, a black and green energy blasting from his hand. The two beams of energy clashed in the air as Izuku pushed as strong as he could against this opponent. Whoever they were very clearly just throwing out the power they gained around as though they were very new to its power and were clearly trying to gain its full strength. Pushing down with all the power and strength he could, Izuku pushed the beam down as fast as it had originally come up. A massive ball of an explosion happened where the man had stood as Izuku landed near the area where he once stood, although there was a massive problem. The man was nowhere to be seen. Just who in the hell was that, and why did they look eerily familiar? Izuku asked, as he stared at the black piece of clothing that remained of the man. Did you get him? Trunks called out, rushing over. No, but I know for certain. This guy is not working alone, Izuku said as he burned the clothing to ashes. Whoever this guy is, Trunks, he's not alone, Izuku said as he glared in the direction that the man could have gone. Are you sure? Maybe he is alone, Trunks questioned with a little hope. That's not what I felt like. There was no way he could escape that explosion, not without any kind of help the way he did. Especially to the point where we can no longer sense their energy, Izuku stated as Trunks nodded. I'll go to my mother to see if she has the time machine prepared for another round trip, Trunks said, flying off. I can go with you, Izuku states as the two flied over to Capsule Corporation, unaware of the man's presence behind a destroyed building as he chuckled to himself. They are completely unaware of my presence. This'll be fun, he mumbled before taking off after them, the shadows covering his form. Hours of flight later, the two arrived at Capsule Corporation as Izuku landed outside of the place. He didn't want to get too close considering what happened the last time he did that, what with Bulma screaming at him to just leave the place and never come back. Sighing in sadness, he leaned against the wall of the building as he stared up at the sky. And nothing much happened as Trunks spoke to his mother. That was until the green clouds came over West City once more, causing Izuku to be on alert once again. He knew that something was wrong with the sky and rushed inside the building. By the time he made it to Bulma's lab, he found the two looking over some more schematics as he yelled out to the two. Hey scientist nerds! We have a big problem outside, Izuku yelled, causing Bulma and Trunks to look over at him. Why are you here? Bulma asked, her eyes having bags under them, as Izuku just exasperatedly spoke. The guy me and Trunks are trying to stop is here, Izuku said, before rushing out of the building. Rushing outside of the building, Izuku stood in front of Capsule Corporation as the man touched down. The green clouds still covered his entire form, and the young man needed to hold him off until Trunks and Bulma managed to get the time machine prepared for going to the past. Powering up in base form, Izuku watched as the man in front of him powered up as well through the clouds. So this is where you went. I didn't think that this place was of any use or importance, but I can be wrong sometimes. The Zero Mortals plan has already taken effect. The man spoke as Izuku growled audibly. You will not be capable of completing that plan. But, because I am here, Izuku called out, rushing towards the opponent. The two fought in the air, unaware of Trunks leaving the building and taking flight towards another direction. His mother having told him to gather some more fuel in order to power up the time machine and managed to get it to the past with one or both of them. And as the young half-scion left the area to collect the fuel, Izuku had used a key blast to send the enemy through multiple buildings within West City. Landing on the ground where he believed the man would fly through right to his feet, Izuku watched as the building in front of himself had blown open as the man fell towards the ground. All before the villainous man glared up at Izuku, who had stared down at him before grabbing his arm and pulling him close. Izuku kicked the man off of him as the man skidded across the road as he began to power up to his maximum. Izuku powered up to his maximum power in base form as he glared at his opponent. The green clouds had finally given way to reveal who he really was, and it was a man who appeared to be wearing Goku's body, but the energy belonging to someone else, so Izuku surmised that Goku's body was likely stolen. Entering a combat stance, the two glared at one another as wind blew around the area, causing their clothing to flutter with the wind itself, all before the two disappeared from view and clashed in the air. With Trunks, the half-scion had been searching for another base that his mother used during the time the androids were the greatest threat that the Earth had faced. His mother informed him that these bases were all over the planet and had been set up in the event that Capsule Corporation had been completely compromised by any enemy who they faced. So as he searched the closest facility to Capsule Corporation, he felt the energies of both Izuku and his opponent make themselves known, and he hurried his search for fuel. It was only a few hours later that Trunks had managed to collect enough fuel in order to teleport back in time to recruit the assistance of his father and Goku. But he couldn't help but wonder about what Izuku would be doing. Would he willingly come with him? Or would he stay here to fight the threat until he, Goku, and his father arrived? Those questions wouldn't be answered if he stayed where he was, and as soon as he'd gathered enough fuel for a one-way trip to the past, he flew back towards Capsule Corporation. 0W0. Izuku was blasted through the building near Capsule Corporation as he shook his head. He looked out the hole where the body-stealing villain had sent him through. How the man had gotten strong enough to handle him in Super Saiyan with ease was surprising, but not unexpected for Izuku. After all, he used Super Saiyan 2 in order to explode the villain in their last bout, so needless to say he was not going to have a fun time if he continued to hold back, if he could even do that anyway. With the number of civilians just standing around and watching him fight this enemy was just outright stupid. It was giving him flashbacks to his world where civilians watched heroes fighting villains just across the street. Standing upright and cracking his neck a bit, he leaped towards his enemy in Super Saiyan and threw a swift punch at the man's face that he caught with barely any time to react, and Izuku kicked him towards a nearby building to which he appeared behind him and sent a powerful ki blast into the man's gut, blasting him towards the nearby ocean. He wanted to keep casualties to an absolute minimum, and in order to do that he needed to keep the man away from the innocents of West City. Flying after the man as he broke free of the blast, he glared at Izuku with all the hatred that he could muster, all before charging a ki blast and throwing it towards Izuku. The young man had blocked the attack as soon as he watched it come close to him and was promptly kicked in the back towards the ground by his opponent for his troubles. Slowly but surely getting back up from the ground, Izuku glanced over his shoulder to see the man floating down towards him in an attempt to gloat over his fallen form. He didn't hear what the man was saying as Izuku charged his ki to the absolute maximum he could use at the moment. He didn't want to cause damage from transforming into Super Saiyan 3, so he decided to keep that form secret from this person in an attempt to prevent them from using the form themselves. Once Izuku stood up fully, his body became far more pronounced, his hair spikier and his musculature was quite larger than it was before. The man noticed this as well as he prepared to throw a yellow and purple ball of energy towards him as Izuku placed 2 fingers over his forehead in a way that was reminiscent of his mentor in Gohan. The man had taught him everything he knew in terms of his signature ki-based attacks and fighting style, but there was one thing he taught Izuku that the man chose not to teach Trunks: the special beam cannon. It was an ability centered around the Namekian Piccolo, and the alien had taught Gohan that ability before the androids killed. And Izuku was going to be the 3rd user of such an attack as he charged the energy as much as he could as the ball of energy was thrown at Izuku, and to counter such an attack, Izuku had split himself up into multiple bodies. It would drastically lower his power level, but it would give him the perfect amount of time to charge the special beam cannon enough to be used against him. Once he moved from his position whilst keeping his fingers on his forehead, Izuku watched as one of his body doubles were killed. Boosting his power back to a quarter of what it originally was, the best part about the special beam cannon was that the energy blocked the user's face from being seen by their enemy. So they had to look at each fighter that the user had split their body into so that they could charge the attack, which was an ingenious plan that Izuku came up with on the spot. As the man blasted, one of his other body doubles were killed again. Izuku was left with himself and his final double, and Izuku himself was placed on a building high above the man. With the final body double being defeated, Izuku gained his full power back, and he felt the power was just about finished. The man turned to look at where he was, and Izuku grit his teeth in slight anger at how he couldn't fully charge the attack to maximum power, and the man flew towards him. All before a pair of blue boots slammed into his face, sending him to the ground below, and Izuku saw Trunks standing nearby as he looked at Izuku with confusion. "Hey, I got the fuel to get to the past. Come on, let's go," Trunks said, as Izuku shook his head. "I can't, you go. Someone needs to stay here and hold of this guy before he kills hundreds of others," Izuku replied as Trunks looked at Izuku with a very concerned expression. "Are you sure that you want to stay?" he asked as Izuku nodded. "Don't worry about me, just go," Izuku said, before the energy had grown to maximum power. "I'll hold him off," Izuku called out, pointing his fingers out towards the now incoming man. Trunks had taken a look at the man and realized something horrifying. It was Goku who was attacking the future. He was about to question why the man would do it, but watched as Izuku had begun to state the name of his attack. "Special beam cannon," he called out, as a spiral green and purple spiral beam of energy blasted towards the man. Trunks, watching Izuku blasting the villain, immediately took off towards Capsule Corporation in order to escape. With the man, he blocked the attack with an energy barrier but felt as though the barrier itself wouldn't hold for very long as he watched it crack before it broke apart, and he flew to the right to dodge the attack. "You missed," Black called out as Izuku grinned. "Did I, Black?" Izuku called out, pulling his fingers another direction, causing the spiraling beam of energy to change directions. As Black watched the beam turn directions back towards him, he placed a palm in the way of the blast before the beam slammed into the palm. He grunted in effort to hold it at bay before realizing a shining beacon of light in the distance, and looking over at it whilst holding back the energy in his palm, he saw Trunks flipping him the bird and disappearing from the timeline. But just before he could retort to Trunks' very crass action, he felt something slam his back, causing him to lose focus on defending himself from the special beam cannon as it pierced through his Guaf. He choked out, before BLD flew from his mouth. Izuku landed on the ground nearby as he watched the man bleeding out on the ground below himself. Glaring at the man that killed thousands of people in a singular attack, he prepared a blast to fully end the BSTRD. All before he noticed something appear in front of his blast and tanking the hit. As soon as he cleared the area of the smoke and debris, he found that Black's body was gone once again, but this time all that remained of it was just dried up BLD that was on the ground from his gaping CST wound. Izuku let out a sigh of irritation at how Black had survived yet another near-death experience. It would only be a matter of time before he'd come back and be far stronger than before. "A minute," Izuku growled before moving back towards Capsule Corporation. He had to make sure that Bulma was alright. Izuku flew across the sky as he headed back towards Capsule Corporation. He had a very bad feeling as he flew as fast as he could towards where Bulma had lived with Gohan's daughter and Trunks as he felt sweat fall down the side of his face. Transforming into a Super Saiyan in order to increase his speed, he rushed off at top speeds before soon arriving at the city, only to find the place in ruins. Flying as fast as he could towards Capsule Corporation, he soon found Black standing before Bulma as the woman glared at the man with nothing more than utter hatred. Izuku took note of the unconscious little girl not too far away from Bulma and Black as he felt something snap inside of his head. He tried to kill Black multiple times, only to be saved at the last second far too many times by now for him to care about hurting the body that Black was inhabiting. Flying as fast as he could in Super Saiyan towards Black, the man looked behind him pulling Bulma to place her in front of himself only for Izuku to disappear from his sight as soon as Izuku was too close to block. He then felt pain in his lower back as he glanced behind him to see Izuku's leg kicking him in the lower back, forcing him to drop Bulma to the ground as Izuku grabbed his throat. Black struggled for a moment or two before glaring into Izuku's eyes. His much more rugged appearance was showing off the fury in his eyes as he glared down at the man who hurt Gohan's family long after the man died. Dispelling the green clouds from the man's body to reveal his true form, Izuku wasn't even happy to see that it was Goku's body that was being used to hurt his friends. Glaring down at the man, Izuku clenched his hand around the man's throat in order to try and snap his neck, all before he noticed an energy signature coming up behind him. "This fighting ends now," Izuku growled before he tossed Black in the air and spin-kicking the person who came up behind him in the face. The green-skinned man with pointed ears, similar to Shin's own purple skin and pointed ears, had been knocked back as Izuku refocused his attention on Black as he flew towards him at high speeds, kneeing him in the gut before double axe hammering him down to the ground. Not too far from the battle happening between Izuku and Black, Bulma had rushed over to her daughter and picked her up. Looking over at Izuku, she found him being attacked from two different angles. Moving to a safer area, she watched as he blocked a hit from the green man before being kicked down to the dirt as he pulled an arm back, charging a ki blast in his right arm and launching it towards the green one. The man took the hit as his body was blasted away from the area, allowing Black to launch himself at Izuku. The young man had blocked the initial hit before he spun around and kicked the half-Saiyan in the back as Izuku was launched into a nearby building that Black followed him towards. Blowing up the upper portion of the building, Izuku launched back at the villainous version of Goku as he clashed with the man high in the sky. Izuku then landed a gut punch that was followed up by a blast to Black's face, sending him back a few hundred feet. Flying towards his enemy, Izuku powered up to Super Saiyan 2 as he went to end the fight as quickly as possible. Black immediately dodged and weaved as much as he could through the relentless attacks of Izuku, before the young man was kicked in the back of the head, launching him down towards the ground. "Very angry, this one is?" the green man said with a chuckle. "He's very powerful, almost as powerful as Goku was when I took his body," Black retorted. "Didn't he have God Ki?" the green one questioned. "Yes, but this man is on the cusp of reaching into the realm of the gods. He is too dangerous to our plans to be left alive," Black said as the two nodded at one another. Standing back up with a little bit of damage from the attack that the green one dealt to him, Izuku powered up to Super Saiyan 3 as he felt his power slowly drain from himself and flew towards the two enemies that he had begun fighting. The trio clashed in the air as Izuku blocked a hit from both sides as both Black and the green man had gone in front and behind Izuku to attack him as he then grabbed their hands and pulled them into one another. He then pulled a ki blast and placed it in between the two as it blasted them to the ground as they got back up, although Black had certainly seen better days. They both charged a ki blast that would most assuredly create a beam struggle as Izuku pulled his arms out to his sides. His ki charged around him, creating a bright light in the sky as he yelled in his charging of the attack. And with Black pulling his hands back in a familiar form, Bulma could only watch on in horror. The green man had created a purple ball of power that had some white markings in it as he threw it at Izuku, the young man having charged up his power enough that he pulled them together and placed them at his hip. That was when he released his attack. Emerald. Kamehameha. Izuku screamed as a green beam of pure energy blasted towards the ball of energy blasted towards him. Kami hum, Black called out, as his black energy beam combined with the green one's ball of energy. The trio of blasts collided in the air as Izuku floated in the air, his longer hair having fluttered in the air. He pushed more power into his attack as the beam pushed downward towards the two who were pushing everything they could into their very own attacks. Black then transformed into a regular Super Saiyan as he increased the power of his own beam as it pushed back against Izuku's slightly before the young man pushed it downward even further. But that was when the green one stopped assisting in the beam struggle as he flew around it and towards Izuku as the young man glanced at him for all but a moment and removed one hand from the beam. The green man had then thrown a key blast at Izuku, who used his free arm to swat it away from himself. He then created a beam of energy and blasted the green one as the green man reciprocated with a beam of his own as their beams created a new beam struggle. Izuku stood still in the air as he powered up as much as he could to overpower both of the beams coming towards him, but with his power constantly leaking from his body, he felt as though it wouldn't last much longer. And as soon as he had that feeling of not lasting too much longer against the two's beams, his Super Saiyan 3 power suddenly fizzled out, being replaced with his far weaker Super Saiyan 2 power. I ran out of energy to support Super Saiyan 3. Izuku thought to himself. The two beams on either side of him began to gain ground now as Black pushed even harder to completely destroy Izuku's beam. And as Izuku felt his right arm beginning to tremble from the amount of strain on it he was using, he pushed as strong as he could with his left arm, powering his beam even more to blast the green man away. Turning to focus more on Black, Izuku had noticed the energy signature of the man who was blasted away coming for him, and Izuku stopped the beam struggle by dodging out of the way. When the black beam passed by him, he flew around it as he landed on the ground and kicked Black in the stomach, causing him to cough up spittle. Izuku then grabbed the man by the face and slammed him into the ground. The ground cratered as soon as the man's body was slammed onto it, as Izuku then jumped from where he was standing as the green man flew past him with a key blade covering his left hand. Izuku glared at the Kai as he finally recognized his clothing attire as he then landed away from the two as he gathered his breath from his fight with the two. Clenching his fist a couple of times, he knew that even Super Saiyan 2 was being pushed to its limits and wouldn't last very long if he continued to fight these two. This has been a learning experience in gaining power. You have greatly assisted me in being capable of using Goku's power far more than originally thought, but your growing power is a threat to the power of the gods, Black said, as he prepared to rush Izuku. The green man then moved next to Black before healing his injuries caused by Izuku. Now Izuku knew that this man was the one healing Black from all the damage dealt to him, causing him to growl loudly in response, and as he glanced over at his own tail wrapped around his waist, he questioned whether or not he should use his Oozuru transformation. Looking for the moon, he found that the moon still hadn't been repaired as of yet. So he decided to do something he thought he'd never do. Create a moon for himself. But not before informing Bulma to get out of the area whilst he does this. Bulma, before you start screaming in fear, I need you to get both yourself and Pan out of here. Izuku telepathically contacted Bulma. What are you talking about, Izuku? You'll die out there. Bulma responded. I'm about to use a move that I don't think will work, but it's the last thing I can think of to stop Black and his friend. Izuku retorted. He didn't get any answer back from the woman as he felt her energy sitting behind Capsule Corporation. All before she began to rush away from the area with Pan in her arms, as Izuku stood up fully as Black and the green one stared at him in confusion. Izuku then gained a manic expression on his face as he smirked at them with all the malice he could scrounge up from within his body. If I can't defeat you both from just my power alone, then I guess I'll just become a great Izuku screamed as he created a ball of energy in his hand. Black, believing that this attack was for himself and the buddy of his, moved to block the attack, but was greatly confused when the ball of energy had moved around him and his ally before flying high into the sky, all before imploding on itself, forcing Black to look at Izuku in confusion. But that was when Izuku smirked at him evilly as he looked up at the new ball of energy as it created flux waves and slowly began his transformation. His body began to twitch and pulsate as his form slowly increased in size as well as his power increasing with it. His height soon began to increase as golden fur surrounded his body with his emerald eyes losing their color and being replaced with pure red eyes. As his clothing was shredded, he soon became a 17-meter-tall golden ape that shook its arms. He then yelled out to the heavens as some of the buildings fell apart just from his scream alone, causing both Black and the Green Man to stumble around the ground as Izuku glared down at them both. Opening his mouth, he then began to charge a purple beam of energy that was ready to hit the two immediately if they didn't jump out of the way. 0W0. Over on the other side of the planet, a time machine had returned from their journey through time. Climbing out of it with two new figures, they took a look at the timeline before wincing at how damaged it had become since they had left. Trunks was revealed to have returned back to the timeline, and he brought backup for them to take on in assistance with Izuku, although the trio noticed a very high power level in the distance. Oh, what is that huge power? It's almost as strong as Super Saiyan Blue, the orange GI-wearing man said, confused. Is that Izuku? I didn't think that he'd get that strong over the course of 10 years. A man wearing blue and white Saiyan armor questioned. If that's Izuku, that means he's going full power against those Vestiges. We need to get there and help him, Trunks said, transforming into a Super Saiyan and flying off. The two people who came with him flew after him as they transformed into Super Saiyans as well. 0W0. Back at West City, Izuku stomped around the place as he tried to grab onto Black and the Green Man. Creating a beam of energy, he blasted it onto the ground, causing the two to come out of the rubble they were hiding in and escape from the ball of destruction that was caused from the fallout. The two watched as Izuku's form then glared at them once more before it stopped moving and started to growl in effort. It appeared that his mind was coming back to him the longer he stayed in the form. I control this body, and not vomit emotions, Izuku growled out in a very warped and animalistic way. To think that someone like you could transform further. You aren't even that much more powerful. What makes you think that you can take on a god? Black called out, throwing a ki blast at the gigantic ape. Due to Izuku gaining control on the transformation, he began to power up once more as the ball of energy smacked right into his teeth. Then for some reason, his body began to shrink in size as the two gods just stared at him in shock and awe as his form slowly but surely shrunk down to his original height. By the time he was now at his original height, he looked around himself as red and black lightning sparked all around himself, lifting his arms up and down before glancing at the two. He saw them staring at him in complete confusion as he rushed them both, his speed vastly more dramatic than it originally was as he floated behind them. The two looked downright fearful as they slowly turned around to look at Izuku before he looked over his shoulder. He then grabbed Black by the face and flew him down into the ground as he created a massive crater in the ground as he then tossed a key ball with his tail that smacked right into Black's body. Izuku then wrapped his tail around Black's neck as he tightened it as much as possible, causing Black to glare at him in anger before creating a key blade of his own and moving it at Izuku. The young man caught the blade as he stared at him unimpressed as Black growled angrily. Your time on this planet is over. Your plans will never come to fruition. Izuku glared angrily but remaining calm. Who decides whether or not my plans will come to fruition? I am a god, Black called out, as Izuku kicked him in the gut whilst releasing his tail from Black's neck. The man skidded across the dirt as he glared at Izuku with all the hatred he could muster. The green one flew down and healed Black of all his injuries as Izuku glared at him next before suddenly appearing in front of him, grabbing him by the face and launching him in the sky and sending a greenish-red beam of energy at him. All with one hand. Black stared in confusion at how his ally wasn't even strong enough to handle the blast as his body began to regenerate. Izuku then spoke up again towards Black. That should keep him out of our fight for a long while. I already know that his body is immortal, so all I really need to do is keep him regenerating from all damage that I do to him. Not only that, but the longer I keep him from healing you, the easier it will be to end your miserable life, Izuku said, walking towards the man menacingly. Well, you actually want to kill me? That isn't what a hero does, Black said, as Izuku stopped in his tracks. So you know that I'm from a different dimension. Izuku surmised as Black chuckled. It was easy to deduce. You have no parents in this dimension, so I found a way to get into your own. Killing those from your world was child's play, Black said with a smirk. So you ended the lives of innocents from my dimension. All for what? Not staying in my own dimension? Izuku questioned. Yes, you are a slight against the gods. You came into a world where your presence wasn't needed. You changed history so much that time changed enough to where it had to fix itself with later additions to people's actions. I'm sure you know that Gohan was supposed to die by those androids, correct? Black questioned. I didn't know that, but all I knew was that someone was in danger, and I helped. Izuku replied as Black chuckled. That heroic nature of yours is why I despise you in the first place. You are a slight against the gods because you traveled through dimensions and changed events in time. You will not survive this day, Izuku Midoriya, Black said, powering up. Because of all the damage you have dealt to me, it has only gotten me far stronger than I was before. Now witness the true power of a god. Black yelled as he gained a pink aura. As Izuku stared at the pink glow of his enemy, he felt the energy of his opponent. It wasn't a whole lot more dangerous than Super Saiyan from what he saw, but the pink color and the seeming disappearance of his key signature. It was worrying. But that didn't mean that his power wasn't anywhere near his own, as Black flew at him, throwing a kick at him that he blocked effortlessly. Izuku gave the man an unimpressed visage once more as Black forced even more power through his fury at him as Izuku's feet began to slide against the ground. The two then got back into their own fight as they clashed around the ruins of West City. Izuku then sent a flurry of attacks where he sent a punch to Black's liver, then one to his CC before flipping over him and doing a backflipping dropkick down to the ground. Black fell through the sky, as Izuku pulled back his hand as he blasted Black from the air with his reddish-green beam of energy that pushed him further into the ground itself. Once he climbed out of the crater left by Izuku's attack, Black powered up even more as he flew at Izuku as the two moved across the sky as mere figures in just energy straights moving across the air. Izuku had flown a little to the ground by the time Trunks and the people he brought with him arrived. Izuku, I've returned and I got us back up, Trunks called out. Looking over his shoulder, he found Goku and Vegeta standing there with confusion writ on their features. Taking a deep breath, he turned his back to Black as he spoke to the two new arrivals to this fight that was happening between him and Black. Goku, Vegeta. Stop looking surprised and help me end this guy, before the green Kai regenerates. Izuku called out, as the two immediately transformed into a blue-haired form. Alright, how strong is this guy? Vegeta asked as he lowered himself to the ground. He was strong enough to handle my Super Saiyan 3 full power. But after transforming into whatever form I'm inhabiting, he has been slowly gaining power. I just want to end this threat before he becomes far too dangerous. Izuku said as Black growled at him. For a mortal, you are seeming to believe that you can defeat me without the powers of a god. And it's a pleasure to see you once again, Goku, Black said before saying hello to Goku. How did you get my body? Goku called out as Black chuckled. Trade secret? He retorted as the trio launched at Black. Trunks stayed behind to watch the Kai regenerate from the damage that Izuku had dealt to him earlier in his fight. And as the trio of Scions had fought Black, the green Kai was nearing his full regeneration as he finally got his head back on the top of his shoulders and cracked his neck with nothing more than a smile on his face. That was dreadful. I would appreciate it if that halfling didn't do that again. The green Kai grumbled. You're not going to interfere with that fight. After all, I am your opponent this time, Trunks said, pulling out his sword and rushing the Kai.